Hello, hello.
Hello.
We're good here. All right. You guys doing good?
Yes, sir.
Ready to go? All right, I'm going to talk to you guys at lunch about how you do Tennessee.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we get a good plan, all right?
We're gonna talk about X-Leads today.
Oh,
Go
yeah.
ahead, I'm going.
Let's go, man.
Oh, you're going that way?
No, you're good. Good for you.
Getting
But
out of my way.
Talk about it.
what?
Where in the itinerary?
At the end. So we did X-Leads Mastermind on Wednesday.
Okay.
Should have been there. But whatever. I'll talk about a little bit there and then a little bit after, too. I got some other people who couldn't come to the Mastermind. I'll just show it. We got the new thing, so I'll give you guys all the beta for it. Be all good to go. But I want to figure out more in Tennessee because, man, I've helped a lot of people there, man. It's a good area. And so what area in Middle Tennessee? Not Nashville, right?
No, we're in Nashville.
Okay, are you in Nashville or like Murfreesboro?
I'm in Murfreesboro.
Okay,
We're Nashville.
it's okay.
But we do everything kind of like middle.
It's like, man, dude, like that's like the only area it's not working at. It's so hot. That's the problem. Like, you know what's really hot right now is Clarksville.
Clarksville's crazy right now.
Dude, I'm like, I got like 6 guys, like, and like they're all from the military base. Like, it's like, yeah, man, I'm making 100 grand a month just in Clarksville. And I'm like, the population's so low.
But the city, like the spread of the city is massive.
I told everyone, I said, just find military bases with big populations. Fayetteville, Columbus, like, and then I was like, wait, Clarksville's a big one. It's crazy, man.
100 grand a month in Clarksville.
Well, he does virtual too, but like literally in the military. It's crazy, man. And I only knew it because my sister's boyfriend was in Clarksville like 3 or 4 years ago, and I'm like, you should wholesale. And I'm like, it's just funny, man. But we'll talk, all right? Just make sure to bug me. All right, the last one here. Ready to go today?
Yes, sir.
Just talk about your story, man.
That was the one.
Ready to rock and roll.
It's good to go.
Yeah, that's awesome. I like that.
Looks good. I heard you had a good time last night.
Oh my gosh, so I had that half of that because I don't drink, so I had the half of that drink. And then I'm telling Corey, I was, man, I got a headache. We should probably go back to the hotel. And he goes, yeah, you're probably right. And then 2 seconds later, he gets off the phone back. He goes, well, you guys can go to the hotel. I'm going with them. I'm like, I'm going to have to babysit Corey. So we go over there, and I order 5 pizzas, and everybody starts eating and drinking. Next thing you know, Corey's karate kicking in the pool. We're playing chicken. I have Matthew on my shoulders. It was
You have Matthew on your shoulders?
yeah.
Matthew said you got tequila. I said, oh boy. I said, you don't know tequila. From all my buddies, I'm like, you don't know tequila hits you till it hits you.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. How's it going?
I can't sleep, so I like $100. We're gonna spend 4 hours looking for it.
Oh,
First, I just gotta get all my expenses.
So my wife did it for 3 years. She goes, "Fucking hire someone. I can't deal with this shit." In the beginning, it was kind of cute and fun because after a while, you're like, "I don't want to deal with this anymore." So honestly, if you find a good accountant, they're between $30 and $45 an hour, but like it takes an hour to do all your stuff. And if you do the credit card thing, you cut your bill in half because you try to put everything on, and then if not, you have a check and they have a copy of it. Yeah, any like Home Depot, anything like that. And in the beginning, you don't have to have overly detailed. So the challenge we have as wholesalers is, I'll get 3 deals that stack up at the end of December. You got to make a decision. Do I want to count? So you can control when the income hits. So I got like, last I had like 350 coming in the last quarter. And Bill's like, get checks and set aside. But it becomes a vicious game because then it rolls in the next year. And every now and then you got to bite the bullet. But it is nice in the beginning because you save money on taxes. But you got to make Bill pay for himself. Pay for 2024, and we'll talk about it. It's like keeping a realtor on a 30-day listing. No, that was, so he charges like between $600 to do a personal return and like $800 to do a corporation. That's pretty much it.
That's for the year.
Yeah, that's a year in. But he's got to get all the information. He'll give you the advice for free and just charges you to do the taxes.
Okay, ready to go?
Yes. And a lot has to do with how you do personal. Okay.
Here, I'll start out and then you get the acquisition
Okay.
already, all right? All right. Ready? Ready?
Yes.
All right. All right, guys, welcome back for day 2 of Escape the Matrix. Pretty excited here. So, I want to thank everyone again for hanging out at Icon Park last night. That was pretty crazy fun. I heard everyone's like, there's like 12:30 or something crazy. Oh my gosh, it was in the big like green area. I said. I think most people were there. We took a good picture. We'll show you. But it was pretty cool. But welcome back, day 2, guys. So we're pretty excited and ready to go here. So we got a pretty action-packed day, a lot of cool stuff, and we are ready to go here. So the question here is, how many contacts will you make in the next month? I think everyone should write that down and know this number. If you do not know how many contacts you're making in the next month, you ain't got no plan. So that's a plan to fail if you ain't gonna do it. So let's kind of talk about, Lord. Oh no, you have the whole thing. There we go. So let's kind of talk about what we're going to do on day 2. So basically we're going to do a whole acquisitions. A lot of people are wanting, how do I talk to seller? How do I close the seller? A lot of people are like, hey, that's one thing stopping me. So we're going to talk exactly how to close sellers 101. We're going to do some live role plays. I'm going to break down exactly how to sell your wholesaling deal, Dispositions 101, how to work with title companies. We're going to have Jason Goot speak, which is pretty exciting. And I know he's excited about his story. And then from there, we're going to kind of break down some success stories here, and then event recap, and then we are all going to create a game plan together. And then we're going to hang out at Universal City Walk tonight. So it's going to be pretty fun, pretty exciting. So we're really ready to go there. So let's kind of break down how to close sellers, how to get a deal locked up, and there's not one person better than this than Zach Ginn. So he's going to break down exactly how to close sellers and break it all down. So give him a hand.
Okay.
Here you go.
You just push the down one, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just point it towards
How
it.
you guys doing? Everybody get to bed on time last night? Okay. So today is, you only get out what you put into it. So if I call you up here, it's to help you out. So remember, when you feel scared, awkward, and uncomfortable, you just go forward. In the past, we've all been talking to backwards. And it is a skill, you won't solve it overnight, but every time you do it, it's a repetition. And it builds and it builds. So if you're scared of anything I'm going to do, I'm not picking on you. But remember, I'm like that father, that uncle. I'm going to kind of make you do something. I'm never going to physically hurt you. And you have the right to say no. I'm not going to judge you. I'm just here to tell you, you have to take this in your life. So I know some of you personally, very personally, some of you, I don't know, I'm not impressed with the case. So hoping we can manufacture to come up. And let's give everybody a chance. If you don't want to do it, I respect it. Okay? But you only get out of it when you put it into it. So don't freak out on me. I'm hoping you will thank me later for this. Okay? So if we all have an agreement with that, if you have a problem or something, just see your dad and say, just wait it off. But I'm telling you, bro, people forced you to do this, and it was like, yeah, I'm going to be honest with you, I spent enough time talking to people, talking to sellers, I know who's prepared and who's not. And I'm going to give you feedback accordingly. Don't freak out. Remember, if you don't get the truth, you can't progress in this room. You're amongst people that all want to progress, so you're not listen. You just got to put yourself out there. The reason why some of you guys are scared, you're scared to fail. I'm here to tell you, if you don't fail, you will never fail. So if we all agree with that? Yeah. Okay, and when we get out of this, go and just do it, just take it in front of the seller, whatever it has to do. These people are easy. Sellers can be brutal. So this is, I'm not going to run you over. Don't be scared. It's my okay? And I'll give you feedback, and listen, don't take it personally, it's too healthy. Never say anything negative, it's not going to get what you need to do. But do you all agree when we exactly the role plays on the air and stuff with you? I can tell instantly who's prepared or not. And you know why? Because you just have to practice. Do you think Michael Jordan got good at basketball by just showing up the games? Do you think anybody anybody in sports just have to quit going and practice. Practice, so you know, is the bare minimum showing up. The guys and gals that really kill it, they do things outside. They eat right, they do conditioning, they mentally prepare yourself. You can mentally prepare yourself without saying one word. Your mind is a very powerful tool. You just got to keep walking through it. If you understand what I'm saying, look at the mind forward and movie writing stories. They would go 2 hour rehearsals and then therapy. That's how serious it is. Because most of us try to prepare ourselves physically, we try to avoid being nervous, stutter, but you don't prepare mentally. When stuff comes up that triggers you get into the wrong emotion state, you have to get out of it. You have to be your conscious mind. Your cells are always going to be your subconscious mind. That's what we're doing. We're dealing with human being problems that have real estate math problems. The real estate is just a math. If you can just take that, if you've never done, who's never done a deal before? All you got to do is connect with motivated sellers. The rest you can learn as you go. You're uncomfortable contacting Zach. I can tell you it's not a deal. It doesn't mean it's over. We just gotta connect with them and we gotta negotiate. So if you guys understand that, that's the goals we're gonna do. And I'm going to try to ship it through as much as I can. So we're gonna break down how to go from a qualified seller to a signed contract for the lowest possible price. So, if you guys haven't heard this statement before, you have to have a belief. I believe everybody in this room is here for a particular purpose. Now, what I want to do is go a little bit further. You all took your time and got on flights, started booking cars, you got a hotel room. It's a community act, I get it. So I know everybody has a belief. I'm here to tell you a lot of you are very clear on your belief. So I'm going to share my belief and then I'm going to get on 2 of you to come up, right on the board and figure out what it is. I just wanted to free up time and choice to spend time with my kids. My father never spent any time with me, and I need to break the cycle of my family. I didn't say I want to make $1 million. It is my belief that it's and so this belief has to connect to your heart, to your brain. If you don't believe it, then I sure the hell ain't believe it. So, randomly picking somebody in the room here. I'm going to pick this gentleman right up here. You come up on the board right here, believe why you do this. So I want everybody else to just simply write it down right now. We'll go around the room and we'll talk about it. Now here's how we'll do it. Which one is it? Milwaukee. Okay, awesome. So do you have a belief in wholesaling?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. You got AC in right? Yeah. Okay. Just write up on the board. The simpler you make it, the simpler it is. So if you feel the mind will go after whatever you look for, but some of you don't know. Here's the key. If you just focus on money, you're going to get stuck. Money should be a byproduct of whatever you do, no matter what business you're in. So he's going to write it up there. You guys, and simple statement. So here's another one. If you're stuck on an elevator, everybody ever heard the elevator bridge? It should be as simple as that. You should have it memorized. Another little key is to take these dry erase markers. I tell you on your bath, don't do permanent. That's what my kids did. Take a dry erase marker, write on your bath. I know some of you men don't hear more of these ladies here. You have to look at it. It gets annoying after a while. Like, crap. You ever have to have something, the truth just keeps looking in the eye. If you have to constantly change the belief, you really got to dig deep to see what's going on. So tell us what yours is there. So how are we going to do that?
Sleep.
What's that?
Sleep.
I need my sleep. So can you help me expand on this? The thing is, you have to have it so burnt in your head that you should share it with your significant other, who's ever your partner, your spouse, whatever it is. Because I tell you this, most of your family won't believe it. I'm just sharing my personal experience. Everyone is. To me, the spouse is not non-negotiable, or whoever your partner is. Because that is a tough one. And you got to have honest conversations. So if they don't know what you believe, it's like, listen, you just got to put a bunch of money in the bank account. I'm like, okay, how can we do that? So I love the superhero. So can you read out what's a superhero?
Somebody that doesn't really think about themselves, but they have
Right. So here's what we're going to do. I want you to take this, take superhero, go back to your seat, expand it, and I'll have you come back out. So remember, whatever we write out, your mind will see what you do achieve. Like some of us don't know what to ask for. Okay? What is the one thing in life that would be in your character if you had $1 million in your world? That's how you write your belief. To me, family is the most important. I have a son here, I have my wife here, my daughter's not here. Like, that's it. I travel, I do wholesaling. I just, my dad left me on my rock. I'm like, I'm going to fix this. How can I fix it? I just gravitated towards wholesaling. To be honest, I didn't know what I was doing like a lot here. And I go, if this can fix the problem, I'll do whatever. I will not on 10,000 dollars on the ground. And that got me through some brutal times. I go, hey, I'm there. I love this superhero analogy. Just to expand on a little bit further. Okay, who's next? Let's see. I'm going to do one volunteer. Who's got a good one? Come on up there, in the back there. Just right in the building. So the idea is to have to have a belief that just resonates, and it shouldn't change in 5 or 10 years. My belief over the 22 years is still my belief today. That's why I said that if you constantly change your belief, it's hard. Now, when you're young, that happens, just because you haven't experienced enough in life. I will tell you, the more problems you solve, the more money you win. But not what you're willing to put up with. When you get hung up on 10,000 times, or you get the door slammed in your face, if you don't have a belief, you're done. Does everybody understand that? It's some of you guys are able, right? More like meeting. I hear it all the time. Jason's going to get to tell your story. He had the same conversation I have and Zach have. So I love it. So expand on that for me a little bit.
My parents came from nothing.
Okay.
And they've been working for the past 30 years, and I can see how hard they work. And I don't have to worry about money anymore because it's all I worry about. So I entered into this doing it to make sure my parents were taken care of.
Totally. Who came from a family where money was today? Where you like, wait, you better get all that. You got nothing left. Listen, God rest my soul. My mom passed away a couple years ago. The day she died was a rough. And I was able to help at the end, but I always felt guilty that, my dad just had his own agenda. So I had the exact same thing. So you're going to have to go one level deeper because you're going to have to, your parents can't get by our money. So what I would tell you is find what you see your future is. You want a partner, you want kids, you've got to reprogram how everybody thinks about money. To me, I came from a mindset where just money is scarce, only shysters get it, only people who rip people off. Who's heard this one? Money is the root of all evil. It is the worst statement we've ever made. Money solves most problems that you don't listen, you don't have money, it's like you have problems with it. They just get exponential. You have money, you solve problems just money to scale. So I want you to work on it and just expand on your approach. You can do it with your parents, but remember your parents, they're still in your life, but they conditioned you up to this point. And I'm going to be honest with you, they probably screwed you up in one way. What are you doing? For the most part, some of you out there are exceptions, there are some exceptions. I got no education on money, I got no education on business, I relied on the school system. I thought college was the greatest thing, and boy, Rick, you got it wrong, so I have this finance degree, I should just sit back and evaluate students. No, you guys suck. And most kids are shocked. You guys have accepted what you got to do, because we're not selling how we do this. So, go back and let's take one more, let's go on this side of the room. Come on up. So I'm just giving you ideas what you do, because now I'm going to tell you how to move forward with it and you do it. If the belief isn't good, you fall apart quickly. Have you ever had somebody you ask them to believe and you shoot down like, yeah, that's an idea. That means you haven't done it. It should not change. Okay? I agree with everything you just said a little bit further. And it gets to the point where you burn it in your mind, and the idea is to simply make it look better. So, who else wants to share why he's right? Can you stand up before we do it? Go ahead.
I want to redefine.
Just stand up and say it.
I want to redefine like financial security and how you acquire it.
Okay. Do you think you can do that overnight?
Oh, no, no, no.
It's the muscle you have to flex on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Here's the first muscle you do. I learned the hard way. You gotta live with your needs. And then when you get real serious, especially when you're young and you have no obligations and you live with your parents, which is a great day, but you shouldn't want to get out of it. Ramen noodle is just extreme. Because if you make the sacrifices when you're young, you can own the world. I waited until I was 33, 34 to really make sacrifices. So I missed out on a lot of it. So I'm telling you, if you're young and you don't know what you're doing, I'm just telling you, live well below your means. You have the obligations. So no one's going, I didn't have that luxury. And I want you to understand, if you do that, you don't worry, it's only like an extra $1,000. That $1,000 is worth incredible. You got to make sacrifices. You got the holidays coming up. Listen, I'm all about gifts and showing love, and it's not about how much money you spend. Why don't you give people a bit of time to be the greatest gift that you can give anybody? And we are in such a monetary society where we try to buy everything. Let's hear yours, Sarah.
Enjoying time and freedom to focus on elevating myself to provide value solutions for home and community.
Right. So it should be more than 2 sentences. So now we're going to go to the next part of this part, which is, go ahead, Mr. So I want everybody write it down. So we all, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, this is my first time meeting with everybody, and I think it's really cool that all 3 of those reasons are for other people. And we're not doing it for ourselves, we're doing it to provide for others. And I think that's what sets this group apart from the typical gurus who are out for themselves. And that's why I bought into you guys. It's just really cool, and I can't wait to get to know everybody. And it just means I'm in the right place. So thank you guys.
So we all have to if you're selling this, lose your ego, and you commit to the 24 months, nothing stopping you. Most people can't do it. I'll be the first to tell you. It took me a long time to accept this. I just didn't have free guidance. And I'm telling you, I can tell them, I know what you're doing also, I'm going to grab all my money. Next, you're never going to make it. This money, if it's just money, there are things to do in the you can go to scam artists all day long. And unfortunately, a lot of scam artists are in wholesaling. They never last. They're all bosses, they're sprinters, and they all disappear. They typically get countries and nobody else. So, the next part is conviction. So, we all agree after we need to walk out here before we do that. Conviction. Conviction is the thing that protects. It is the protector. It is the father figure of your belief. The belief is really broken heart. But the conviction is to be enforced. You guys, who worries about what everybody else says? Tell me some of the young people in there. Stand up. Come up here. So, my name is Paul. When I was young, I worried so much what everybody thought about. I was conditioned in school, college. And to be honest, I had wonderful school teachers, but I just wanted to fit in. So, like any teenage kid, I did everything to fit in. Luckily, I went on sports to help me get through that. But a lot of people, how old are you? Other integrated? Yeah. So do you worry about what people think about you? Honestly. Tell me the truth. Yeah. This is the number one protocol. You're so scared of what people think about you. They don't give a shit how much you do. And the reality has a significant other in your immediate family. They don't care. And most of the time they're making fun of you with these results. And when he's going to be with the back and base and it is going to be stressful when you do it. They're going to attack you. They're going to freak you out. I was in your exact same position. Luckily, my wife supported me, but I'm going to tell you, outside of my direct family, my kids and my wife, every time someone saw an article about something in real estate being bad, are you looking at me? If my neighbors just come out to my door, I'm like, you have no freaking idea what I do. Like, and that's how I work. Me and Jack will clash, our people clash real estate. Why? Successful people don't have to do that. People that have horses when they're like blaming them, it's absolutely nuts. You have to show people you can't tell. And show them a car, show them all stuff. The only thing I care about is if you really want to prove up to me, show me your portfolio or show me cash in the bank. That's all I care about. If you fancy car, you just show me what an idiot you are. It's a fast appreciating asset. buy 4 houses with that, come back in 10 years. So you have to understand, you gotta stop thinking about everybody thinks about you. It is a killer. I was conditioned my entire corporate life, I heard everybody like, you will not please everyone. You're not going to please yourself, you're not going to please your buyers, and you're not going to please your family for sure. So you're there to support you in your endeavors. So here's what I do. Listen, I'm not telling you to let your opportunity us. Please don't send that message. But I didn't stand up on stuff that I had to believe I had zero conviction. I always wanted to do better. I remember reading my first Tony Robbins book on life. I was like, holy crap, it's the magic veil. I believe in everything you wrote. I read all 586 pages 3 times. I was like, I read it at 17, 18, like, I had no idea what it was. And he warned me because you're going to get killed up. And I got killed for 15 years. That's how hard it was to continue to impose it. So I learned this whole thing called conviction. Once I got my belief set down, I had conviction. So conviction is like a super armor when you're around. You were going to have arrows stabbing you back. And they shoot you from the front and side. This is what I'm doing. I don't give a shit. Period. End of story. So, does everybody understand what conviction is? It is your attitude to go, I don't care what you think about me. I'm going to do what I think will work. Since most of the stuff we do in the short term makes no sense. And you have to do it. If you have a belief, you don't have conviction, you're going to do more work. So if I go to you, I go to you, so what's your belief? All your sisters. And your ass. Also. But that's it. You do what you call. And like the best way to meet your family, they absolutely tear you up. And I guarantee 98% of you are the same way. Just show them. Don't tell them what you're doing. Show them. It's going to take time. If you have a problem with this, look up stoicism. It's an age-old study from 2,000 years ago. It teaches you how to check your ego and how to make a short-term sacrifice for a long-term gain. We're in a society where everybody wants to be recognized, everybody wants to be right. To win the war, you don't have to lose a lot of battles. If you argue for a wholesale, you will really lose your time. So what are you going to do when Ron goes, I think you're doing a scene. What are you going to do? You got to do this. I don't like what you're doing. Now listen, don't mess with Ron, I'm worried right now. I'm not smacking the side of the head. I told every seller, I'm going to tell you, I think what you're doing is a big one. Listen, the only person I need to mention is my mom, and that's it. So we all have super respect for our mothers because a lot of some of the world where they're trying to sort things out. You have to like don't argue with them and go to side. All you have to do is put your arm around us and listen, I love you. Just walk away. Because you're not going to win arguments with any of your clients. So, the biggest thing for 7 years is nobody was eating my family house, my wife, my kids. I didn't know choice. And after a while, dude, he goes to every one of the kids' games. He travels around the country with Zach Wrestling. They go to events. They go fishing all the time. The greatest gift you can give to your family is time. Wholesaling will give you that. But stop trying to fight with people who are telling you wrong and just show it. So, you gonna do that? Okay, so the last one is, let's be honest, financial education. I admit it. I depended on the public school system. I depended on my parents. It was a really bad idea. So I was a good little boy. I never questioned them, and it cost me 12 years of my life. I'm telling you, we're in a society where sometimes we do have to go, listen, I respect your mom and dad. You gotta tread lightly. You hold on your parent like you can't tell your parents you're wrong. Say, listen, I'm going to make this decision moving forward. I love you. And all you have to do is like, they just want to hear you're not going to live basic for the rest of your life. That's all they're trying to tell you. It's like, so remember, they come through safety, you need to get a good job, and you're all programmed. It took me 15 years to unwind this. I'm going to try to unwind it in a very short time. So, all you have to do is, I don't care what people say. Like, I'm just to the point, I'm 54. What you say is, it's cool, it's a fun conversation, but I'm more interested in that path you go. So I don't look at what people do, I say what they say, but like, I'm going to rely on what you do. If my parents have bitched about money their entire lives, when they were broke, the handwritings on the wall, guys. Like, it's all about conforming and being honored your parents, but like, you do not have to be the same as your reason. They had different circumstances, they did whatever they did to push it through, and bless them for it, and move on. I have a rough relationship with my father, but I moved on. I can't have back, I move on. So, if you have a bad education, just take accountability. It stops here and move forward. I'm going to go wholesaling, put everything in it, and I'm going to create crap load of money, and I got to figure this out. And then you're going to have another journey. But we have to do the first journey. We have to figure out how to use contracts and get the best price possible. Okay. So, conviction is basically your attitude. So if I come up and I try to shoot your belief down, if it takes love the family member, just give them a hug and tell them love. You are not going to win the conversation. They're trying to protect you from their love. Okay? Enough on family, because that's an entire 7 days in our okay? Belief, conviction. So, your conviction is to make up for your deficiencies, your doubts, your lack of experience, and your old traits to your path. Remember, you are putting on new goggles of wholesale. Admit to yourself and just say, the path I've taken before has not worked out. I gotta let it go. Because if some of you have OCD, I have ADHD, we go out in the room, we can self-diagnose ourselves. This could be an entire medical clinic. And I'm just telling you, I don't, ADHD doesn't define me. I think it's my superpower. I thought I was really messed up as a kid. Like, why can't I have this disorder? Why do I have to do things at once? Unless something excites the crap out of me, it's tough. My wife will tell you, she sometimes has to grab my face, just focus. And this is how I'm in the moment. I go super deep. That's what allows me to connect with people. So, your conviction will keep you on rails. Remember, we talked about guiding ourselves. Your conviction will prevent people from drifting you off the rails. Once you off the rails, it's very hard. You ever, like a lot of show, if you ever self-doubt yourself about something, like you ever say something and someone goes, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Why the hell would you ever do that? And I go, okay. All you do is complain about money. You've had the same job for 28 years. If it's just a friend, I just go, you do your way, I do my family. I've tried every way. I've gotten 4-hour arguments with family. And by the way, there's not one person in my family that comes up to me with address. Can you show me that wholesale thing? Like, they all think it's a little secret piece of paper on a slide in the counter. It's not. I go, Zach, just tell me. I'll never do anything with that. And this is the truth. I can tell 1,000 people what I do. It's like information or free. I find people who really want to do it moving forward. Your family does not care about, they don't want you to live in the basement and they go, that sounds risky. You sitting at a cubicle for 30 years sounds like hell. And I don't know what to do. I'm going to take a risk. I took a massive risk when they did it. As well crazy as what's the worst thing that happened. Because it's just over. Okay, let's do it. So, when you have deficiency conviction to protect you, you're going to fall apart a couple times and just tell the whole time. If you have a question, you can come up with things I can help you find. Once you have it, it's perpetual. It never goes away. Find the 1 or 2 core things that drive you that you don't think will change in 25 years. If your belief changes all the time, you will not know this business fall. So we understand that. You have to have a belief in acceptance which you hold true. A belief alone is not enough to be a great salesman. It's all about conviction. So we have to start here before we start getting to talking to the seller. Ready to hear? Sellers will sometimes question you. You have to. This is the beginning seed of confidence, which is an extremely elusive word, which we'll talk about. Confidence is earned through repetition and your belief and conviction. Nobody's just going to can't confidence like they did it too all. And every year we try to say we can't confidence. And like listen, groups, they figure this out. We're all super confident. Like, oh my God, that's the most passionate statement. But you gotta have substance. Remember, all wholesalers, what's the number 1 skill set in the world? High skill set for our wholesaler. One word. Marketing. Period. So it's no coincidence that these are the same people giving you the perfect marketing pitch. The pitch is so perfect, I would buy every one of them. The problem is the delivery is a massive failure because it's the perfect finish. You guys see this. I go to a store, I want to go to a man, I have no idea what's natural. I have to get salt and go with me because they all buy my packages. It's crazy. Unless you pick the damn thing off the tree, you really know. Same as wholesaling. That's a penny box. Okay. So everybody understand this statement. I go over it over and over, and I never wavered from this. And this is something that I figured out 15 years ago. The more you care about yourselves' interests, you have to care more about their interests in you. So, you guys have children right now. It's the same thing. Like, the kids go, if they have a hot burner on and you see them reaching for it, you pull away because what did you do that for? But listen, I'm trying to protect you from yourself. It's the same thing. A lot of people we deal with are going to have issues. So I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to be a social worker, a psychologist, you're going to be a mother, you're going to be a father, and you're going to be an enforcement. It's crazy out there in the world. Your job is just to kind of help. Now, I'm not advocating to, we're not mental aware of therapy, but you just got to use a common sense approach. I gave the example the other day with the lady that mentioned obsessive that. Most of the time you just talk about it. I'm never going to ask you to do something that you're uncomfortable with. I had an instance once where someone said, listen, Rick, I'll do the deal, but I got to take these 2 shots together. I decided 4 years ago I just don't want to do anything. It doesn't serve my purpose. It's a stupid decision. I don't preach it. It's just my decision. And we went on and on for 2 hours. It was like, I'm not just reminding people of Christ. I don't change to change your religious beliefs or political affiliation, any of that. But like, I had a sweet talk for 2 hours a day. I tried to open the shoulder. I tried everything. And like, what are we going to do? And there's just certain things that I made a decision. I crossed that line to know about what I'm going to do. I came back the next day and he goes, I respect the commitment. He goes, I was going to see you before. I'm like, yes. But like, there's certain things I never asked you. There's some weird stuff that happens on this. You get some like weird hugs being on and stuff like that. But a hug and a sign of like, as long as it's friendly, it's a good sign. That means you took care of the people. I have to care for more than. How many times I walk into a house, I pull up, I see an extension or orange extension cord running from the neighbor's house to yours. The house has got extension cords everywhere. I mean, eat the Wi-Fi, please. And this little lady says, no, I'm good. I'm like, hey, and here's what I do. I go, hey, you have any family? You got to start having conversations like that. Not, hey, I'm by your house, put this in the bottle. So I mean, like, you have any children? So there's one story here. Lady had 6 cats running around the house. They treat all the drywall holes. The ammonia, the hair's falling out, she's yellow, she's done this. I'm like, listen, come on outside. I go, you have any cat? I'm like, can I get her information? I didn't even worry about the house. She was very sick. And I had to do a research on cat ammonia because this is something we all have to solve. Cat pees and roasted carpet soaks on the concrete. It is a wholesaler's nightmare. It's very hard to get rid of. I tried everything. I spent a lot of money. And I hold my breath. The only thing worse is the minks or feral or whatever. Ferrets. I do almost have to blow the house up. And every time I hear it, I go, crap. But anyways, immediately I listen to your problem. Like, we need to save your life. Like, honestly, she didn't get hospital. She didn't see it, or I'm not even a doctor. I'm like, we got problems here. And I'm calling my daughter, who's a nurse at the time. I'm like, well, what do I do? I'm calling people in the medical field. And so I found out what her daughter, she came out, she's like, all people want to do is buy the house. She's real, my mom's been 26 wholesale. I listened. She was, then so we got her healthy, and then 6 months later she goes, I'll buy the house, and she goes, you buy the house, but we got to help me figure out the tax money. Okay, listen, I love animals, but feral cats can scare the hell out of me. I've been attacked as a kid by those nails are sharp. These things are fierce, they know how to live on their own. These cats, they had a safe place, and they were in the bushes all night, God knows doing what. And she was, I think I had 46, it might be 60. That's the condition. And so I go, okay, I'm going to. So I called cat rescue lady. Are you crazy? She's like, no, what am I going to do when it's attacks go? we have to do something. We're probably going to knock the house down. Just try to do the right thing. I got like a month to figure this out. So we picked up like 38 cats. So I had to learn and help trap cats. Cats are very smart. You catch the initial bunch, and then after that, they get pissed. So anyways, I get her over about it, and then after another 4 months goes by, she would buy the house for me. I kept sending texts and emails to the daughter, and she goes, all you do is check on my mom, you never even mention price on it. Number one, I didn't think I could do it, I was trying to call. And then I went by, and not to bullshit answer, I left a note, just a small bag of food and some toys. And she called my daughter, she goes, something like that. You understand she had such a fixation on the cats, she just couldn't sleep with her. And so she wanted to do the answer with her daughter, we just had to find a path. She goes, I don't know how to get through this. This is the resourcefulness you have to do with stuff. This is why it's not about self, this is about helping people. And you have to have a systematic process which will go over, but you have to understand. If you care for the seller more than they care for, most of them bypass a lot of basic things. I walk around with 80 holes, like, we're fine, we're good. It just becomes the norm. You ever walk in someone's house, like, let's go out, it's 6 o'clock. And you're like, sit down, I'm good. They don't even recognize it. I mean, they're completely covered with all hair, head, toes, like, they don't recognize it. And, like, so we don't rat out. So your job is never to, if you embarrass the seller, you're done. I just try to hold on. But you're going to see obvious stuff. And you want to react, you can't react. I mean, you're going to sit there. When the smell gets too much, I go pull it outside. I like to stay into it because I deal with it. I've never been eaten it. If you've ever had a dog taken out of the house and just fleas, it is one of those, it's like, I don't know how those little things bite you, but it's like non-stop, your legs just fall up. And I remember sitting through it, every one of these flea bites got me about $100. These things I freak out because my wife will test, I go out and work for her, home to my house. She used to go, you go out the back, strip down, squirt down the hose, you're not coming in here. So we've had infestation of cockroaches, like this. So you learn to kind of start peeling stuff off. And you have to rid of fleas like they did in the fleas. So I'm just, that's this. So, you have to figure out what it is. It's a secret of what we do. The person who hears most about helping their sellers will be the buyer. End of story. It doesn't mean you're going to help buy everyone. Our ability to connect with people is what makes a difference. Everybody else is just a transaction wholesale. You should take 150,000, take 155,000. You're just bidding. You might as well have a bidding. Most people want certainty or embarrassed about the situation and want to solve. We are not looking for perfect pretty houses that people want to sell. We're looking for houses that people need to sell. Okay? So, now we have the qualifications. If you haven't heard of MCTP, get out of the room right now. It's simple. You can burn it in your head. So the reason we do this is so you don't get tripped up. So I want to bring somebody up and we're going to go through the qualifiers on this. And real quick. So let us pick this young man. Come on up. I want to show you a technique because here's where strips screw me up and it screws up most of it. I can tell that everyone in here is going to strip up the phone. I have a pet peeve in customers first people about Mr. Ginn. I go, it's Ginn, G-I-N-N. Okay, Mr. Ginn, I go, listen, I know you're busy, but if you can't get my name or this conversation doesn't move forward. So I'm the type of guy who people do sales calls. I just have fun with it. I respect the hustle. I can't hang up on the whole caller because most of them do guys. And they go, listen, if you can't get my name right, how do you expect me to move forward with this conversation? And Mr. Ginn, you just have to figure it out. One more chance. And I know there's stuff on the script going through thousands of people, and you guys got to stop doing that. So it doesn't mean you can't have a script ready to go, but at some point you're going to have to transfer. When you walk into a seller's house, you're going to have a script. I mean, don't put it past me. Someone's eventually going to walk in. Hey, Mr. Seller, if I can pay all cash for your house and close as fast as possible, what's the least amount you can take? That was what I was taught. I go, you can, and then the follow-up line is, you can do better. We can do better. We used to do stuff like that. So, we have to understand MCTP. It's simple, it's to the point. Learn the acronym, because here's what's going to happen. You walk in the house, and you're going to go, They're gonna go, how do I announce it? Okay. Hey, so Megan, start walking me through the ballparks. Good, and how are you? Yeah?
So we're trying to sell it out.
Yeah, how much are you giving for?
It's not the price is not
So the thing is, the big very simple. Very simple. So who would overcome that objection right off the bat? He did a great job. Go ahead, stand up, tell me, in the back there. Say it louder again, I couldn't hear it. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I bought a few. Yeah. But I'd like to go fast. Can we do it fast? Okay. So guys, if you answer that question, go work at McDonald's. I just don't mean to tell you the truth, you're just an order taker. A simple thing is when they attack you on the price, go, listen, you can do the car analogy, my son loves that, I love the, whatever's going to make you respond confidently. Respond, not react. If you react, you're an idiot. You can't react. You have to control your emotions. So you can do the car thing, and then say, listen, I want to buy your house, but in order for you to get the best price, I got to ask you a few questions. Do I have your permission? It's like, hey, dude, check it down. We're going to keep going. Because if he's going to price, you will get nowhere. It's a way, you might as well just walk out the door. Okay? You should have qualified him before you get there, but we all take a little bit of risk in the beginning. So when we go through this, so we delayed the price. So he goes back to condition. I go, listen, the house is okay. To be honest, I haven't updated in a while. And it is. So let's assume you're there. It's a little bit rough. So like, do be nice to me, but I'm just, I got to get moving on. So the condition is it's not perfect. I know it. And so now you got to move on to the next one. So he's got C checked off.
I see that the house is not in the best condition, Mr. Ginn, but how soon would you want to get out of this house?
You know, I haven't really thought about it. I honestly, I really.
You know what, Mr. Ginn?
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you time to think about it. I'll reach out back to you maybe in like 2 weeks or a month and
Okay.
see
So
where you are.
no. Okay.
No?
So it's good you're trying. So this is where we have to practice.
Okay.
Your job is you have. I want you to understand. Everybody you talk to. Oh, sorry. Hold this for a second for me. Your job is not to force people to make a decision, but to lead them to make a decision. So if everybody comes in your funnel, right? So these are the people you have a shot at. These are people that need to sell the house. So when they do it, your job is to constantly progress them to do it. You're not selling them, you're progressing them. So if he does that, he'll be working on this lead for months. I don't have months to do it, but I'll be respectful. So how can we guide him to get more direction? Because in my opinion, time frame is one of the biggest indicators of are you going to do a deal or not. So the question is, the house qualified? Is he's qualified? You should have figured out by now. But when they turn around and go, listen, I never really thought about, I don't know, I didn't really think about where I'm going to go.
Well, do you want to stay in his house with these bad conditions?
So I'm not going to I'm going to focus on, so here's the thing is, most sellers that call us, their present situation, what? It sucks. They just want the money out, I move on, I made a few mistakes, help me solve the problem, move on. That's what we're looking for. So should I focus on the present condition, which is associated with every bad decision they made in the past?
You should focus on what they could potentially get, like the life after, maybe.
Focus on the vision of where they want to go. I go, listen, so remember, and I always go back to this, whenever you get in a jam, always think back, look in your notes, that's why you should have some sort of documentation. Why did you call me? Remember, you told me, you said, this house is just too much for you, you can't afford it anymore, you don't want to do the upkeep, and you want to go and live with your daughter in North Carolina, right? So focus on that. Give them the destination where they're going. Think of they're going on a vacation. Most people don't, remember, you're helping the seller do what? Get out of their own way. She goes, what they're telling you is, I have no idea how to deal with this. I don't know, it's so overwhelming, I'm just gonna keep staying here. When people get overwhelmed, what do? They just lock down. You have to open their mind up and go, listen, how great would it be with your daughter? I go, let's talk to your daughter. When do you want that to happen? She goes, well, in a perfect world, I'd like to get it done in like 30 days. I go, what if I could show you a path to 30 days? Like, let's talk about it. And you just keep, but if you keep telling them how bad their house is, they're gonna go, man, this guy's like, he's not very nice to me. You can't insult them. And we all do it by accident because we're looking at the quantifiable. You're on their side. I'm so sorry, like, you can't even apologize. Let's get you to your sister's house. Now, if I go like this, I go, listen, I'm moving in with my sister. I'm leaving on the 29th. I got about 3.5 weeks to get this done. Can you help me?
I sure can. Damn, same stuff. Fuck. So I got time frame, motivation. Oh yeah.
So how do we deal with motivation? You ever like, Rick, do I just ask them what their motivation is? Honestly, most of the times when you work within these, the motivation just spits out. And most of the time we already know it ahead of time. Motivation is a qualifier, it's not really a question. If you ask open-ended questions, it should lead out. Understanding most people are they're not authentic in the beginning, just like you wouldn't be authentic with a complete stranger. Right. So you got to get, the more they talk, right? 80-20 rule. So you have to learn. So you have to flow through MCTP and just go, okay, I did motivation, I got time frame, and then the price is where we're just trying to gauge what they want. That's going to set you up to do a negotiation moving forward. Okay, but you have to focus on people's future. We already know the house is a wreck, don't insult them. Because realtors are really, really mean to people who have to wholesale their house. Like, man, it's terrible, I would never do that. So, we move into that. So okay. So now we're moving on. Go ahead and grab a seat, I'm gonna do some others. Give me a hand, that's good. So when we do the conversation, the other thing you guys have to remind yourself, people like to do business with people they like and trust. So there's just some natural techniques. I don't even consider the sales, it's just a courtesy. People will adapt with the people they work with. I constantly, when I meet with you guys, some of you like connect instantly, some I have to adjust my stone, my tile so it connects with you. When you get really fast, aggressive people, New York, New Jersey, I'm not picking on you, but you guys have a skill set that should be taught in seminars. I have challenges with those because like they want to control everything. Give them control. As Tony Robbins teaches, you dance with resistance. If you fight it, you will get nowhere. You just get frustrated and pissed off. Okay? So you have to understand just the basic things: tonality, speed, posture, timing. What we're going to do is I'll point them out to you when you come up here, and I'll tell you, you have to try to mirror people. If they go in the kitchen, they go, Rick, have a seat, and they sit down, sit down. If they stand up the whole time, stand up. I don't care how uncomfortable it is. Past physical limitations, okay? You have to match. It's just, that's where they're comfortable, and if you sit down, you make them uncomfortable. It's weird. I know it is, but it's truthful, okay? We'll talk about the eyes and all that other stuff. I'm not gonna overwhelm you with every detail. So, don't blame your sellers on how crappy their house is. Go, man, I get it. Life's tough, life's full. Remember, we're solving life problems. The real estate's just the math on it. Okay. So guys, listen, follow-ups, which we're gonna talk about the later part of today. It's a big part of the business. I fully admit everyone you meet with is not ready to sell their house. Identify if the house is motivated or the seller's motivated and put them in your follow-ups and be fanatical. People should only go in your CRM that you have a good shot at buying their house. Prospects or suspects, whatever you wanna call them, you should have a firewall. 10,000 prospects, you probably got about 100, 150 leads in there when it's said and done. If you keep putting 10,000 leads in your system, if you use X leads or Podio or whatever you do, it will overwhelm you. And I'm not a computer consultant to teach you that. Only focus on people that need your time and energy. You're not paid by the hour, you're paid by the deal. So you have to understand that. We're gonna go more in details and follow-ups. Okay, so now we're getting to the appointment part. This is where we're gonna have a lot of fun. So we find a time to meet with them. So we're gonna talk about virtual and local. You should be able to do both. You should not be so set in one. I'll be honest, virtual is more challenging for obvious reasons. but it has huge upsides because it solves the safety problem and it solves your worst case scenario, which is what? When you're virtual. What's the worst case scenario they do to you on the phone? They hang up. Or they're going to call you a name. Sticks and stones break your bones, right? But my mama can call me whatever she wants, right? Okay, so goal of the appointment, it's a yes, right? We're going to talk about yes, no, we're getting into it. A no is good, it might even be better than a yes, sorry. I love people who can make decisions. People make decisions, you got to start respecting it, and when it's a no, they've told you it's no, it's closed, you can move on. Now, everyone tells you it's like, no, they just need more information. Not so in wholesaling. When they're like, dude, I am not adamantly so, I'm selling at retail on MLS, I move on. I do not waste my time. You will be time-sucked energy and you'll never get anywhere with those deals. So we need a yes or a no. A maybe is like hell. It's the friend zone, as I always say. Who's been stuck in the friend zone in high school? Okay, it just means like someone's optioning you and using you, and that's where you're going to lose respect. If they know they can option you, they will treat you like a wet rag and kick you to the door. Don't ever let anyone do that to you, because you're going to lose your value when you do it. I used to let people do this to me. We're going to fix that. So, who wants to talk about conditioning the seller? Let's see. Who's not paying attention? I don't care. Let's get a ladies up there. They're usually better with it. You want to come on up? You don't have to. Okay, it's okay. See, she's honest, so we're going to help it. Come on up. I'm going to try it. So the purpose of conditioning the seller is to prevent what? Maybe, the friend zone. Now, it's a trick. I'm going to be honest with you. There's nothing dirty about it. So like when I sit down and I say, what's your name?
J-Ra.
J-Ra. So I say, J-Ra, listen, I'm going to have a conversation with you at the end of it. You're going to give me a yes or no. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
You can commit to that?
Yes.
You're sure?
Yes.
100% yes. Absolutely. We have an agreement. There's nobody else in the room. Most people, when they're confronted one-on-one, they honor their agreement. It's just a secret I've learned. Once you start bringing in third and fourth party, I didn't say that. You got that in writing? So if I do it during that conversation within like an hour, 9 times out of 10, they will honor the request. Does it always work? No. We're just putting another tool in the arsenal. So are you familiar with conditioning the seller?
Conditioning the seller?
Yeah, have you ever dealt with it?
I don't think so. Is it like getting them to say yes and no?
So we're going to teach you a technique, so step over here. Okay. So the idea of the condition of the seller is to avoid the maybe. So what's your biggest frustration after you go through and meet with a seller, go through everything? What's the worst words you can hear? Let me think about it. So now we can go Andy, Elliott, Grant Cardone. What do you need to think about? And you start going into this that technique is about exhausting them to say yes. Remember, you're never going to make them sell them. But remember, we have a funnel. I need to guide you down here. So think of it as a preventative maintenance measure, so you can't screw me with a maybe or a friend zone. So number one is just make sure you have, the only catch here is before you meet with them, make sure you have the decision maker. I'm here to tell you, a lot of the ladies run the decisions in these families, and if you disrespect them, you will be kicked to the curb. I've met with more husbands, he goes, let me run it by my wife. I go, crap. And here's what guys do, especially a guy with ADHD. Dude, that guy offered us 180 grand, you want to take it? You crazy? Didn't go over any of the details of how we're going to help them out. And that's what's going to happen when you present the one partner and the other one's not there. They feel disrespected. This is why I hate divorce cases. You can only meet with one of them. They tell the other one, they're like, you're crazy, dude. I'm not going with that guy or that gal. So you have to be careful. So number one, make sure you set up who's going to be there. Make sure you know who the decision maker is. When I get 2 couples sitting in a room, in 2 minutes, I know exactly who I need to focus on. And a lot of times, I will just pivot to one of them. They're very clear, they make all the decisions. Yes?
I get the seller that I've been trying to get a contract with for now over a year.
Yeah.
And I just reconnected with her to follow up with her, and I have an appointment on Saturday.
Okay.
And she really cares about what her kids think they can get from the property.
Okay.
And I've been going on over my head even as you're talking, what can I do? Do I...
So we're going to go over that. Let me get through this part, we'll do that. But you're going to have to dig deep. So obviously it's her kids, and she respects it, but there's something under that.
Yeah.
there's some sort of underlying financial condition that they're probably trying to meet, and they need to expect it.
I think they want the money.
Correct. Like, so listen, I've dealt with a lot of kids that are putting mom in a retirement home, and like sometimes mom goes, I don't want to go there. I want my money. I go, I can't do this without your kids.
But bring them to the appointment and invite them to the appointment, the kids?
We'll talk about it. We'll expand on that one. So, conditioning the seller. So this simply is basically when you're going to set it up and do it ahead of time. So all I want to do, and you got to do it in your words, is simply, I just go just like this. I'm terrible with names again.
Oh, J-Rock.
J-Rock, got it. Very unique. I love it.
Thank you.
So I said, J-Rock, I tell you what, I really appreciate you having me out, and I'm going to get to know you, and I'm going to learn a little bit about the house. But listen, at the end of the conversation, you're going to have a decision to make. You're either going to love Rick, and you love my personality, and I can help you, and you go, it's affirmative yes, or you just say, listen, I don't like what you're doing. It's not a good fit. It's just a hard no. Either way, I'll help you out. If I can get commitment to a yes or no decision, can I get that from you at the end of the conversation? You promise?
Yes, I
You're good for your word, right?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So I want to help you out, and I'm going to do everything I can. I just got to find out more information. Can you show me a little bit about the house? That's it. That's all I do. It is a preventative maintenance. It is your safety, your zone coverage, so the guy does not score a touchdown with 5 seconds left. Don't get me started on University of Miami with this stuff, okay? I'm telling you, it's prevent defense. Do it. It helps. Will it solve every one of them? No. But at the end of the day, they go, hey, listen, John, I go, so what do you think? You want to go ahead and move forward the offer? And you're going to go, I need to think about it.
I need to think about it.
John, listen, I thought we had an agreement. Remember we said at the beginning, you would make a yes or no decision. What information I'm not giving you what are we missing? Obviously, I'm not making you comfortable. Please tell me what I'm missing. So I'm going to go back and try to find it, and I'm just going to keep going back to that statement. Now, you have to learn when you exhaust people. Some people just can't make decisions. Every time I try to meet with someone, I have to progress. If you are stagnant on a lead and you can never get an answer, go for the Hail Mary and move on with your life. What's a Hail Mary? So say I've talked to her 4 or 5 times in person on the phone. All right, I go, hey, are we ready to move forward? Can we go ahead and write that contract? And you go, give me some doubt.
I need to talk to my husband.
Listen, do I piss you off? Like, am I upsetting you? Is it the outfit? Like, like, I don't understand. Like, we've had agreements, we've met multiple times. I love spending time with you, but I kind of feel like I'm wasting your time. It's like, am I missing something? And usually, that's when they'll press you, go, listen, it's this. You got to keep pressing till you get it. I'm going to keep pushing her down, or I'm pulling her out of my funnel. I don't have time to spend endless conversations with people. So do the preventative maintenance. So you want to practice your conditioning statement, you just speak from the heart. If it comes natural and authentic, if you're reading it from a script, it doesn't work. So you're meeting with me,
okay.
You're going to go, hey, Rick. I go, okay, so how's this process work? I'm at the front door and you're with me.
Okay, so you're the seller?
Yes.
Okay. So
You're okay, just walk away from the speaker.
So how this process works is that, we'll go over the condition of the house and I'll give you a price, and then at the end of the conversation, if you decide you like the property, we can move forward, or if not, then we'll leave as friends.
Okay. So, how long you been with Flip with Rick?
For I would say like a month or two. I've been wholesaling for 3 months.
Got it. So we just need to practice.
Okay.
So I know it's nerve-wracking, but this has to be so ingrained in you. Just sit. And guys, practice is sitting in your home, watching a game, watching Housewives, whatever you do, and just practice it. I can tell when people have practiced it and they haven't. It should be second nature to you. This is what a lot of you are missing. And I'm not picking, I'm just telling you, practice it. Have each one of them ready to go. And you just have to practice. These are set plays you have ready to go. It's not sales, it's just the minute you say or like saying, hey, if you like the house, you're switching seller and buyer. So I know you're just nervous and you're doing it, but the idea is you have to practice this. Does everybody understand the condition statement? Any other questions? Yes.
Okay, so say that you try to condition them and they say, well...
You don't try, you do.
Well,
yes.
if they say, well, I have 2 other people that I'm gonna show the house, and so I don't want to make a decision until after I get to, have a few more people in.
So we're going to overcome that objection. We'll go through an entire objections scenario. Okay. Remember, the idea of the conditioning statement is just to add a prevent defense. So like if all hell breaks loose, like you're stuck. I can't tell you, like that was my number one, let me think about it. They're just going, I don't want to make a decision right now, I'm a little bit scared. That's what they're usually telling you, and you have to understand that. So we're going to go over objections, yes?
I just want to clarify something. This preventative statement, is that after the MCTP or during the MCTP?
Well, the first thing you need to do is qualify them to see if they move forward. So you guys understand you're going to disqualify more people than you qualify, right? So I don't want you to have 20-minute conversations with everybody. Some people just, it ain't a good fit. You're doing yourself a favor and you're doing them a favor. Beating up people that just want to sell their house, to me, is like hell. It's like, because you're a pseudo realtor without any benefit, and it's not fun, and you got to understand that. So all you got to do is go out and do it. Give her a hand, go back, you're good. If you don't do this, you're going to have problems. Does it prevent everything? No. But it will help you find a path to move what? You got to move your lead forward. So, I put it up here if you guys want to see it. I strongly encourage you to put it in your own words where you're comfortable with it. But remember, it's just a preventative. It doesn't always work. Just like the University of Miami gives up multiple touchdowns at like the last second, sometimes they penetrate it. But I'm giving you a tool, so if they say, listen, I'm not ready to make a decision, to go, hey, listen, you told me otherwise. People like to honor their word. I know I would never break my word, and I would be found guilty of this. This is how I came up with it. So, yes? Okay. Let me know I can change it. Remember, guys, you'll get a copy of this anyway, so don't worry about it. Yes?
So I have a father, and I'm supposed to meet him on Saturday.
Uh-huh.
And when we set up the appointment, I said to him, so when I come out to the property, will you be ready to, move forward with an agreement?
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, no. And I'm like, well, what? Can I ask why? And he's like, well, because I'm not ready. And I'm like, well, then why are you wanting me to come out? And he goes, because I want you to see my house so you can make me an offer.
Yeah.
Like, how do I make that?
So, I'll be honest with you, in virtual, you can do this over the phone. And honestly, like when you get really good at this, in the beginning, you got to take some risk and just see people to get the exposure. But as you get really good and you get busy, like Jason or Corey, go, listen, if you're not ready to make a decision, I'm not coming over. This is how the process works. On virtual, they're insistent on, you got to see the house. Now, people freak out when you try to buy a house without looking at it. They're going to use the same car analogy. How could you buy a car without looking at it? I rarely test drive a car. I just don't want to waste my time. I know exactly what I want. The salesman goes, I can't sell you the car until you test drive it. I go, doesn't look like you're getting a sale today, buddy. Like, listen to me. I'm literally telling you, I will sign the contract. I don't need to test drive it. My wife has one. I want to get the exact same car. My boss says, if you don't test drive it, I can't sell you the car. I go, okay, well, go to another place then. People are robots. You can't be robots. You got to listen to them. So you can ask them on the phone. You can use the conditioning statement as a qualifier when you deserve it, meaning I'm buried. Like I can't go on an appointment and waste my time today. In the beginning, you're going to have to take risks. A little trick we do in virtual when we condition the seller, we go, listen, part of the process is we want to put the house under contract so we can go ahead and set the money aside, and then I have someone out and come and take a look at it so we know you're serious. People will use you for contracts. I hate the word offer. It's a scary word to me. Offer means, throw me like a BS number and I'll let you know if it sticks. I hate that. So as you become more advanced, you will start using this as like your qualifying part. Go, listen, for us to come out and take a look at the house, I need to go ahead and put it under contract right now. What are you saying? I need to make sure nobody else takes this deal. I'm going to put it under contract and then I verify it. Most people teach you in the world to do it the other way. Now, some of you are like, Rick, that makes me wildly uncomfortable. I agree, but I'm telling you, when I did virtual markets, if you try to do it the other way, you will get sniped more than half the time. Go, listen, people love this, part of our company's policy is to go ahead and put it under contract so we know you're serious, then we can hire the right team to go out and take a look at the house. I just got to get this paperwork to go and so I can get the title and stuff out of the way. Okay. Most people want to know, they look at it. Most of you want to look at the house, be certain, I get it. When you do virtual, you're going to have to let that go a little bit. You are going to strike out some of the times. But if you sit and wait for the perfect deal, you're going to do 1 or 2 deals a year at best. You're going to miss out. I've missed out on so many contracts virtually. I just sign up, I put it under contract, understanding you still have to verify the condition of the house, and that's the problem most of the time. But if you don't have the option to even have a shot at it, you don't have to worry about it, because if it's a good deal, someone will snipe it right under you. Yes?
Are you literally saying that that is the, I guess, risk of virtually wholesaling? Is that
Yes.
you're just going to not get a contract?
You're going to have a failure ratio. I get properties under contract all the time. I'm like, man, we're going to make like 70, 80 grand. And then I send somebody out to look at the house. He goes, Rick, just walk away. I go, and when I hear that, I'm like, oh. I go, give me the numbers. He goes, it's at least 100 grand in damage. The guy said it was perfect. And that's the problem with virtual. We don't have eyes. It's just part of the game, and you're never going to get it perfect. So in my local market, I'm at like 85, 90%. Most of it is just title problems that we can't close. Virtual, when I started out, it was 50-50 at best. And then a good virtual person will probably be around 65 to 75%. There's a certain amount of people that just won't tell you the truth of the house. You all agree pictures don't always do a house justice, right? You're missing the smell, you're missing the feel. I could look at a house on picture, it looks perfect, and walk into it, I'm like, the problem is sometimes the pictures are 5 years old. Sellers lie to you, and you got to be careful in virtual. So it's going to happen. You just try to increase your closing ratio and you learn. As you learn a market, it gets better and better, okay? Let's move on. That's the conditioning statement. So the appointment. Yeah, kind of act like you're buying a car. So here's what I do on an appointment. It's simple. I use and I walk around the house. And here's clues. If you don't know how to look at a house, always look at the ceiling and look at the floors. It will tell you everything you want to know. And if you only got like 1 minute to get in the house, and I have this obstacle a lot, I'm going to the kitchen and the bathroom. Why? Because that's what the women care about, and that's going to tell you the grade of the house. If the bathroom's trashed, I know how the kitchen's going to look. I know how everything else is going to look. So if I only had, now all us men want to go look at the garage, but like nobody gives a shit about the garage. So and eventually, remember, these properties are going to wind up in end users. We're not taking it there. We're just selling the vision. So look at the kitchen and the bathrooms. Those are your biggest impacts. If you go inside Flip with Rick and freewholesaling.com, we give you charts. Remember, you're never going to get estimates. Stop trying to make the perfect number. Now, if you want to learn, you can use ChatGPT. You can overanalyze the crap out of stuff. We have it inside X-Leads. I don't like it, but the tool was there. I'm like, I will never use it. So you should be able to estimate based on the size of the house when you do it.
This is one of the areas that for me is hard, especially girl to girl, when I walk into somebody's house and
Yeah.
I connect with the lady, the
Yeah.
owner. It's like, oh, I love your house. Oh, we get all messy, and I find myself just out of lack of, obviously, experience, and I'm still on that early curve of like, I go in there with what I'm comfortable.
So you're doing twofold. Remember, you're not going to be living in the house, so stop trying to use your own criteria. Try not to judge the people, try to judge the house internally. And as I walk around, I go ceiling, floors, bathroom, kitchen. That's all I need to know about a house. And then I'm gonna grade it, nasty, like I said. And so here's the deal. If the house is really bad, I spend a lot of time inside. I'm like, They'll start pointing out, I go, hey, what's that? I'm not just like, well, that's a hole, my son kicked it in and he's got issues. Oh, tell me a little bit more about it. Do you see, I see the hole in the wall, I go, how did it get there? There's always a story. Nobody leaves a hole in their wall on purpose, because my son's out of control. He has issues. Oh, tell me a little bit. So she has a challenging son, I get it. And so I'm gonna go spend 10 minutes on that. I'm not judging, I'm just here to help you. Nobody just kicks holes in the wall unless it's a rental. They all kick the holes in it, okay?
It's like bridging that gap from being kind to the seller, but also being...
So up, down, and then as you're walking, I look on the walls. Everybody likes to hang pictures. Every clue you need is hanging on the wall, 9 times out of 10. I once bought a house in Vero Beach. You could not find the drywall because they had a picture bolted into every square inch of the house on the wall. The story was, I was like, I'm overwhelmed. Like, I've never seen this many pictures. Family, sports, hobby, people put religious symbols out on the outside of the door. Like, people just wear their clues. I mean, people put it on the back of their car with stick figures, tell you how many kids they have. Like, it doesn't take much to figure this out. Some people got stuff hanging down by their truck. Like, some people got a big flag. It's not hard to figure it out. Some people have a cop's car in the driveway to tell you, I'm okay with all that. Just take the clues. It's so easy. It's like, so you have to look at the house and then look at pictures and then use your ears and let them do all the talking. This is where you just keep your mouth shut. Now, if the house is perfect, I take them outside. Let's just get away from this. This is not going to help my cause at all. And then I try to say, what's going on with you? Because if I don't have any qualifying issue, I've had people just tell me, goes, listen, I go, why don't you just list it with a realtor? I rip the Band-Aid off, I don't give a crap. Because it's coming up, if you think about it or not. And they go, I just don't trust realtors. I've had real problems. They tell me one thing, they do another. I'm like, okay. I tell my wife, I go, disappear your realtor. I used to bring my wife with me as a backup because on nice houses, I go, there's no way this guy's selling me a house. And then he goes, I hate realtors. I kick her, I go, put the shit away. Don't worry about it. I don't do that anymore. I don't have to worry about it. So we have to walk around. You look at the house and you walk around and get clues. Always honor your seller and keep them in control. I'm never going to ask you to violate your personal beliefs. People ask you to do crazy stuff. Will you take a picture with this? I'm like, oh, my wife will kill me. I'm like, will you sign a contract? I'm always going to exchange something with somebody. If you just keep following your seller's commands, it's painful. They know they have you and they know they're going to destroy you in a negotiation. So all we do is walk around, and this is where we're building rapport. This is the easy part. You guys are very good at this. You have to connect. If people are answering yes/no questions, you're asking terrible questions. Open people up, get them just bleeding. Humans have this terrible thing is they just love to talk about themselves. Utilize it. You don't even have to work hard to do it. You understand that? Get them talking. And if they're talking more than you are, you're on the right path. If it's yes/no, stop and see what the hell the problem is. You will never get anywhere with yes/no answers, at least till the end, okay? We have this tendency, you guys are all really good at building rapport, and this was one of my pet peeves, and I'm going to teach you a valuable lesson. So let's get somebody up here. Let's, who likes to talk a lot in here? Let me try to think here. There's a lot of them. Come on up. I'm going to teach you a statement. So if you're naturally like a likable person, everybody loves you, and you're the life of the party, that's awesome. But you have a problem. You don't know when to get down to business and transition. And I find even my tendency was young, when I got uncomfortable, I just talked more. My wife would just grab my mouth, she goes, just shut up. I get it. And as men sometimes just sell over and over. So, I always forget your market. Okay, I never forget the name. So, Yvonne's a very lovable lady. You talk to her, like she's just, everything's pleasant. She's always smiling, she's wonderful. So I'm taking a bunch of a guessing. When you're building rapport, you probably have no problem doing it with people, right?
Right.
Okay, so when you get into it and you're just hitting it off and like, oh my God, you love the Miami Dolphins? You love UFC? You love, it's like, and you start going on tangents, all of a sudden you look down and like a half hour, 40 minutes is gone. And you're like, man, I gotta get to the, like, crap, what am I gonna do here? And you know something's coming up and we avoid it. How do we avoid it? We just talk too much. So how do you get in when you get into the negotiations? Like, so I call it a transition statement.
Yep, exactly.
So you have to check yourself. If you know you talk a lot, just raise your hand. I know I do, okay? My son tells me, my wife tells me. My gift is also my curse, because I don't know when to shut up sometimes. So I recognize when I talk too much and I go, hey, listen, Yvonne, I love your kids, I love everything that's going on. I can do this all day long. So you tell me how you do the transition. Like we hit it off, I go, girl, let's go, man. Let's go hit the bar, let's have some fun, man. I like you. Let's go out. Happy hour's in like an hour. Like, let's go, man. I appreciate you coming by.
I say, great. It's nice to get to know you, but let's talk about what I came here for.
Okay.
So let's get back on to the trying to get a solution to your need.
Okay. So do you see how we have to work on our transition statements? You have to, so the conditioning, the transition statement, some of you don't have this problem, you don't have to work on it. Some of you just cut to the chase way too fast. So this is, you have to build a rapport. There's no exception to everything else I'm going to teach you. Who else wants to come and do their transition statement? Thank you. Huh? David, come on up, man. Yes. So David, do you like to talk a lot?
No.
No, okay. So, So say we hit it off, and maybe we have a common family thing and stuff like that, and you just keep like keep running on it. How do you get off of it? Like, what would be a good way to do it? Like, we've hit it off, and like we just like, dude, you're like a brother from another brother, man. Like, I've never met. Like, it's like, do you research me? Like, what? Like, let's go, man. Let's go out and go fishing. We get the boat locked up right now. Let's go. And I'd say, hell yeah, in the past. I go, let's go. We'll go out fishing. We'll figure it out. So how do we transition and get down to business without like killing the rapport vibe?
That's what I'm here to learn.
Okay. So a simple statement that's like, listen, David, I could talk to you all day long. God knows I could learn a lot from fishing from you. I think it's absolutely amazing, but I did come out here to talk to you about your house. Do you mind if we sit down, get down, and see if we can put a deal together? Is that okay? Yes. I'm asking a few more questions. I have to have a transition statement or I'm a dead man. And I know, I go, okay, you're talking too much, transition statement. It's just a mental click that goes off. Find your transition statement and go, and all you do is got a compliment. I go, dude, your family's awesome. I'm a family guy. I tell you what, I came here to buy your house. I want to sit down and we'll talk about it. You mind if we sit down and see if we can provide you a solution? And then at the end, we can go fish and do whatever you want to do.
Right.
So we can continue this fun afterwards. Let's just get down. So what I'm saying is let's get down to business and see if we can make it to work. If you've set up that rapport, this is kind of the easy part. Most of you you either go straight to the point. I give you 150,000. No, next. And we go from there. So sit down. So I'm just telling you, if you talk too much, do the transition statement. Hey, I could talk to you all day about family, but I'm here to talk to you about your house. Let's sit down and see if we can do a deal. Is that okay? And then at the end, then we can continue the conversation. And sometimes you will put your foot in your mouth with that one. But it's kind of a condition. Sign it with me and I'll sit down and, if you want to have a drink with them or something like that, I always separate business and personal. But when you're in their house, it's very personal to them. The worst thing, in my opinion, and I'm going to tell you, there is risk on local appointments. When you walk in, you sit on the couch, you thought you qualified, and they go, listen, we're not selling you the house. This is what we're going to do. And just sit down. And then, to me, I have this thing, it's very rude to get up and walk out of someone's house. It's hard. And you sit there and you go, crap. And then you have to be nice, and that's why you do want to make sure you do guard your time, because people will want to use you to solve everything. So the worst thing you do as a wholesaler is let them use you as the worst case scenario. I'm not an option, I can't do that. You go list it with the realtor and then let me know if it doesn't work out, because 9 times out of 10, it's easier to do it that way than the other way around. So.
What do you think about something like, I do have another appointment after this? Is that too
They don't care.
Okay, right, yeah.
Listen, whenever I call like customer service or something like that, they go, listen, I've got 34 other clients. I go, I don't give a crap. I'm me. Like, let's talk about me. I'm right here. Like, we have to focus on what we have in front. You cannot be throwing all these distractions. Okay. So if anything I'll teach you how to listen, I'd like to set the money aside so you know you have the deal done. If not, do you want me to go ahead and put it towards another house? So you got to do it like a takeaway. They don't give a crap how many appointments you have. It doesn't sound sincere when you do it. So, who uses MAO? It's not Mayo. Okay, so now please stop it. It doesn't make sense. It is a crutch. It is a tool for you to get certainty. Okay? Who was taught the MAO by somebody in here? It's all of it. I was taught that way too. So what's the M stand for? Somebody tell me. So does word maximum and wholesaling go together? Absolutely not. So if you go with an MAO mentality, you already brainwash yourself what you can pay the most for, and then most of you use it as a weapon against yourself. I did this, I always figured out my MAO, and then I would make an offer based on the MAO, and you need to be doing it the other way around. You know where I'm going with this. Stop assuming what your sellers think. You have no idea. What am I thinking right now? Trust me, you don't know. Nobody knows. If you have a gift or ESP or you're psychic, please stand up now and I will make you a fortune. We all think we know what other people are thinking. We don't. And you think you can use MAO to manipulate it, you can't. It's the worst tactic, in my opinion, you can do. It programs you for failure. And the reason you guys do it is you want an absolute yes. You want certainty. I need to know exactly how this is going to go. And an MAO makes you do what? You got to do what to get an MAO? You got to do comps. Did you get in the wholesaling to become a realtor? So if I deal with 100 prospects, on average, 3 to 5 will communicate and talk to me even past my qualification. Why am I going to run 100 comps? Even if it takes me 5 minutes, it's an enormous waste of my time. Okay? If you're trying to do comps, you're trying to close to MAO, you're going to make $3,000 to $5,000 spreads, and eventually it's going to blow up on you. The idea is you take some bare minimums, you take some singles, but if you're fishing like $2,000 to $3,000 is some of the hardest money to make in this business. It's realtor money, in my opinion. It's painful. Now, there's some people tell you make 100 grand, just focus on those people. It's not a bad method, but you have to have skills to do that. So if you have MAO, if somebody wants to go up and write up their MAO board, I don't care. Lose the mentality of MAO. You've already lost the game if you've gone to MAO. Now, it doesn't mean you need to know your limits. But what do you guys do with MAO? You use it as your first offer, and it's terrible. Or you go, I'm going to go slightly below it. And I'm going to show you how this works. Okay? So we do what we call the LAO. And then this simply is, I got to draw and just give you a visual on this. And the board moves. Okay. So when we do I want you to think it visually like this. If I have a chart and say this is full retail here, and then this is bargain basement, like cheap, 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 this is where you're going to get punched in the mouth and knocked out, okay? So most of the time your sellers have a number, they have it in their head. We all agree with that, right? So now we just got to agree on the method how to get it out of their head. So most of you go like right this, most of you assume your seller is right here, right? And then most of you go, okay, I'm going to do the MAO right about here, right? That's what you do. And you feel so guilty, I'm like, they're never gonna say yes. So you make your MAO, and what do they say? Nah, ain't gonna work for me. So what do you do after that? So say the retail is 220, say your MAO was 175, and the seller just didn't even give you a number and they just said no to you. What's your next move if you did your MAO? You're in a no-win situation at this point. Anybody got any ideas? Okay, how about 177? No. How about now you're purely transactional, you're not helping it, you're just bidding, and they know it. And you know what happens is, if you do it this, they'll actually start moving the goalpost on you. They go, this idiot just offered me 175. I didn't think I'd get more than like 170. Let me just bait him up a little bit. I go, listen, how about 200? And then the seller was thinking like 185. I watch them do this. People move goalposts all the time. You guys ever watch Pawn Shop? Really cool show. They do this all the time. I was watching my wife the other day. This lady brought in like a Crown custom, I don't know, they call them like an egg thing or something. And it's like, it had all authentic rubies. She's like, just give me $1,000 for it. And you know, he goes, listen, my conscience, I can't give it to you. He goes, it's incredible. He goes, you wanted 1,000? He goes, yeah, I'm perfectly fine with 1,000. He goes, I'll give you 20,000 because it's worth 50. And then you know what she does immediately? She goes, did you give me 25? They all move the goalposts because you moved them. And so when you do this, you start messing with your seller's head. So the better way to do this is start out, come on up. So let's do it backwards. And then we're going to get into the meat and potatoes on this. What's up, man? How you doing? Okay, Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what LAO is?
Least allowable offer.
There you go. Least allowable offer. I invented this one because it pisses me off. So people are like, okay, let's say it's worth 220, and now you guys are go, wow, I got to comp it because it's worth 220. I think she'd probably take 180. I'm going to go in at one, and you guys complicate the crap out of this. I can take a quick tool. I don't need any software. I could go to Zillow and go, okay, it says 220. It's probably 200. That's it. So if I'm going to make, so you can still have a stop point. I agree with it. This is my worst case scenario, but I'm not going to share it with anyone except inside my head. So if I come over here, we do what we call an LAO. So you have to find a number. First of all, if you don't build a rapport, don't even try this because you will get smacked in person. I'm just telling you. Now, I have this habit, I always take 3 steps away from people because people are unpredictable to a point. If you go in with no report and you start here, you will get smacked. I'm just like, it's very insulting and you hurt people's feelings. Remember, a smack is just a reaction. It's not one we want, it's not worth the reward. It means no, get the hell out of my house. So, Joseph, I'm coming here, it's worth 220, all this. What do you think is, and you've connected really well with this person, what do you think the least allowable? So what's the goal with an LAO? The goal number 1.
To shock them.
Goal number 1 is not to get kicked out of the house. So we have to not be like ridiculous, okay? So a rule of thumb is there is no percentage, you just kind of round numbers. So 220 is like, remember, if they say yes to your LAO, you better make sure you're really in the matrix, because it rarely happens. You should absolutely get a no. So what's an LAO no number that I would do on this? If I have good rapport and it's working out.
120.
It's whatever you think it is. It's just below. Do you see why I don't have to comp and I don't have to get all, like we haven't even got to a deal. I don't want to waste time. I'd rather go through 100 people and get down to 5 that want to talk. Now, when I spit it out, so you're going to make me the offer, right? I said, Joseph, listen, I love this, man. It's great. Where are we at on this? Like what, you've looked at the house, everything, what can we do? Because me and my wife really want to get this thing sold.
Well, based upon what we talked about and everything we looked at, I was more around 120.
So I want you to watch this. So you guys couldn't see his face, which I love it, since he's learned some skill set, there is pressure at this point. Humans do not like conflict. We all admit that, right? Negotiation is somewhat of a conflict. You are going to create conflict. You're going to get nervous. You're going to get a pit in your stomach. You're like, just move forward. Don't move backwards. MAO is what you guys use to protect yourself, so you can try to get a use. So when he did that face, he did what I call the scrunchy face. He took the pressure. He's like, we just take 120, like. What? So I'll do like a lot of what if scrunchy face, and they start to feel for you like, crap, he's a little bit embarrassed with the number 2, and they start feeling sorry for you in a way. Now, not every one of them, but the idea is if you go, you just want to do 120, you can't. You guys got to go in and go, listen, I was thinking over, would 120 work? Just kind of like, and like, not that you should put your hand on, we're just using it as an example here, is you got to express some emotion when you do it. You can't just be rock hard. And then here's what happens is, you're going to get 1 or 2 responses. Hell no, are you absolutely out of your effing mind? I'm never going to sell the house that low. It usually follows up with a very reactive statement, and they tell you that, a lot of times they'll tell you the truth. Now they all don't do it. But they go, Joe, listen, I talked to my wife, that's ridiculous. I can do 120, I talked to my wife, we can't do anything less than 150. So now, here's what happened is, because he made this LA offer, here's what happens psychologically. You move the goalpost, and I'm just looking for a sign if they'll even slightly come to me. Because the more I chase them on the MAO, the further they get away. I remember once a seller told me it's the most insulting statement I've ever had to wholesaling the state. She was like, you really desperately want to buy this house. I go, crap. And I walked away. They had me. I did. I wanted it so bad. Some of you want a deal so bad you'll do anything just to get it signed. You won't make any money though, and I'm not going to help you out. So instead of you pushing the goalpost them, you push them back by this way of doing it. How you offer it, I don't have a percentage because it's just a common sense number. Now, if I offer 90 grand, I'm probably going to kick them out of my house and not give them the time of day.
So real quick, would you ever not do like a round number, for example, like almost like you put more thought into it, like, I'm thinking 122, 123.
Whatever works for you. So we use that psychology on our Flip with Rick offer postcard. We do it down to like pennies. They're like, the hell were you thinking when you wrote this offer? I go, I gave it everything I had. That's what I tell them. I gave it everything I had. They go, man, that's really thoughtful. I'd love to talk to you how you come up with that number. I go, well, can we meet on Tuesday? Okay, whatever works for you. I wouldn't go in the change to do it, but the idea is you do it. Now, your goal with the LAO is first of all, move the goalpost and then have them what? React. Are you going to react back to him, Joseph?
Let's sign a deal.
You're going to do what? Starts with an R. Respond.
Okay.
So respond is an educated way to go back to someone. It means I'm in control of my emotions and I want to help you. A reaction is what you want. It is a raw emotion. It's what every salesperson's dream is. But I told you this isn't sales. But when people speak raw, you ever have somebody scream at you? I know I'm not the only one in this room. So they're giving you raw data, and you can use it. And most of us get hurt and we take it personally, and we have to get over that. But when we do this, they're going to react. They're going to give you some ridiculous number or something back. I'm looking for the reaction. I know they're going to say no. So I'm teaching you, number one, move the goalpost. Number two, expect a reaction. Prepare for it. You're already ready for it. And then when they do that, you're going to respond, period. And then what happens if they go, okay, 150 is the max. Who in this room thinks, okay, I have to buy it for 150? No, they just told you the upper limit. So now I at least have a range. I can work with any of this right here. It's when they're out here and I have an offer there and they don't budge, like sometimes they just like, I will never sell it lower than 300. I go, okay. Well, listen, let me know if anything changes. I'm not going to sit there and try to beat the hell out of that difference. I've never seen somebody in real estate that can get that done. Okay? Awesome. Thank you.
So they say, if they do say 150, should I react back like, no, 125, 130?
So here's what I do with 150. Ready? I got to think about that a little bit.
Okay.
So now you get to play the game.
Okay.
So here's the game is, if you give me something, I'll give you something. Okay. See, when you all give stuff away and you don't ask for something in exchange, you are now being led.
You lose your leverage.
I learned this with my daughter a long time ago. I go, honey, if I do that, will you go ahead and clean your room and unload the dishwasher? Then daddy will. See, you have to have an exchange. If not, you come one of these fathers, yes, honey, I'll keep doing it. My daughter knows how to work me. And I'm a sucker, because she's my only girl, but like I've learned, I'm like, she flashes that smile and I just melt. And she's an adult now, and I still think she's 5. We have to do the same thing. You can't just give the house away every time that you want to do something. So if you take the reaction and you move on, so on that case, it's 150, I go, phew. Now, say I already have a buyer for 165 and it's a good deal. I go, I tell you what, if we could do 135, I'll go ahead and sign the deal right now. She's like, 135, that's crazy. I guarantee they're going to drop 1 or 2 more times. And it's just a game. Now, depending on your skill set in the beginning, take what profit you can. But I want you to remind me this. Sebastian, come up here. If they reject your offer, can you go back to them at a later time or call them when you get home and give them another offer, yes or no?
Yes.
Do you understand that? Even if they reject you. So if they go, it's 150, I'm not moving on it. I'm going to go into my database or figure out who I've been working with. Hey, John, dude, I got a 3.2. I'm not quite sure about it. I can't give you the address. I go, can we do this in like the 165 range? He's like, Now, once I know I have a buyer loaded, and this takes time, now the game is just pure fun. The worst case scenario is I walk away with 150. If I can get her to go down $5,000 and get my buyer to go up $5,000, I can make a home run on this thing. Now, I can't share the address, but sometimes you have to do that skill set in the beginning because I don't know if 150 is going to work out. Now, you can take a risk. I invite you to do that, but if it keeps blowing up on you, you got to get lower prices. The LAO is the best way to do it. So worst case scenario, sometimes you can drive home if you want to take that risk. It is a risk. You can always go up in price. Coming down, who has to go down on price? How painful is it? It's torture. And this is the method that's going to sit you. Sit down, I appreciate it. So you got to understand, LAO is huge. It's going to make you nervous, it's going to make you scared. Do it about 50 times and you won't even blink at it anymore. It's like a fun game. Go ahead.
So using your example with the 120 at LAO, and then they come back with 150, you say, what you said, and you meet in the middle of 135, maybe after a few seconds. How do you handle the objection where they say, how can you all of a sudden just jump up to that number?
So you don't. That's the key. So here's the problem, is if you go with your raw emotions, go, yes, I'll take it. They're going to go, uh-oh, crap, I gave the house away. So I've had people give me a counter offer. I'm like, in my head, I'm like, holy shit. You got to go, I don't know. Let me call my partner. This is a lot. This is a lot.
So you extend the time out a little bit and you say, we look.
No, listen, you never walk away from someone that wants to do an agreement. That's insanity. A lot of this business is common sense. Don't get so greedy. Like if sometimes you get two spreads, you can freak people out. Like I treat everyone like as if I was going to buy a house for my mother. Like if I have a little old lady and she goes, Rick, I really don't know what the value is, and I start writing offers, like, okay, there's no thought gone into it. I can't sleep at night doing that. I go, hey, can we call a kid? Can we call a lawyer? And I'll lose a lot of deals doing that, but like, I watch more wholesalers get in trouble. Listen, by the way, if you do a contract with a person over 65 and they bitch and complain about it, they're gonna get out of it. End of story. So if you think you're pulling a fast one, you're just gonna waste your time and you're gonna wind up getting representation to get you out. I'm just telling you, when you have a senior citizen and you are considered a pro when you start writing these contracts, the courts will not agree with anything you do. I've watched it time and time again. I've watched more people get hurt. Like, I'm making 150 grand off her. I'm like, she has nowhere to go. This is a terrible decision. Help her out. Make 20, 30 grand and move on. Help people out, and your contract will stick. I see it all the time.
I just want to say that I used to use good cop, bad cop, and was okay with it, but I practiced scrunchy phase.
Yeah.
The last 3 deals.
So we're going to talk about the technique. So this is where you start, and now you can play around. So we're going to talk about scrunchy face, good cop, bad cop. It all works. It's about playing with words. Negotiations is a dance. It is not, if you sit there and fight and headbutt. If they want 300, I'm offering 100. Hey, I'm not even gonna, like, what am I gonna, I'm gonna make them drop $200,000? To me, it's not a task. I go, why do you think it's worth so much? I just got it, what's going on in your head? Well, Susie next door, she hired a realtor and got a list. I go, well, go list it. I don't want to do that. I go back, why did you originally call me? You said you want to get rid of the house and move in with your sister in 30 days. Do you think a realtor can accomplish that for you? No. So I'm confused. Do you want to list it? Or do you want me to buy your house? I'm going to go back to it. But 200 grand, dude, I'm not going to waste the only thing that fixes a huge price difference is what? There's two things. Time. What else? Circumstances. That's it. Some things time just has to do work. Time just has to work. Time, other people give them the truth, and after a while, you look like a superhero. When somebody competes with me and overbids me on a property, and I just look at it and go, look at that, this guy's gonna get killed. And I see the kids 18, 19, not picking on ages, but like, I know that contract's never gonna stick, and I'm better off sitting back. I go, I tell you what, if it doesn't work out, call me. I'm gonna check back with you in 30 days. Go, Rick, he screwed me. When I get the failed contract after the really unethical wholesaler, it's the easiest deal for me every time. She goes, you were right, you told me the truth. I go, the truth hurts sometimes, I get it. Do you see? She had to take somebody else's word for it. And I know, you'll eventually know when people massively overcommit. I'm like, dude, there's no way. Like, a realtor couldn't sell it for that amount. It's easy to do. Yes?
In the scenario that you had, and you called up your cash buyer, John or whatever, and you said, I totally understand why you say I can't give you the address, but then you said the price, can you do this price? How does the buyer, how are you going to convey information to the buyer?
So that's just it's a relationship thing. The problem is, don't get addicted to doing it because it can blow up in your face. They will try to cut you out. So I said, listen, John, I got a house in Port St. Lucie on the east side. It's a 3-2. It's about 1,500 square feet. It's CBS. It's got a newer roof. It's in good shape, probably about 10, 12K. You know, your typical rehab you type of do. If I could present you that deal, does this number sound okay? He's like, yeah, as long as I can check it out. I'm like, so you know if you got a good house or a bad house. I go, it's good. See, I like nice houses. A lot of you think everything has to be a piece of crap. Nice houses are just easier to sell. So I'm okay paying a seller more because it makes it easier. You can't overpay for it. Sometimes we get right on that line and like, crap, I don't want to write a crappy contract. Some of you are going to have to take risks. Some of them are markets where you have to do it. And sometimes you can develop relationships with cash buyers. The problem, cash buyers will overextend you. They'll build rapport with you. And I promise you, they will squash you like a bug if you become best friends with them. I came best friends with like 2 of my cash buyers. It massively blew up on me. They were going behind my back, doing all sorts of stuff. So you have to understand, right, you can't do it with somebody from scratch. Yes?
Considering that we're not salespeople,
yeah.
Is it okay to embrace that the seller isn't
selling and ask them for their price first?
So the age-old rule, if a seller will tell you what they need to get for it, I'm fine with it. When you ask, so how would you ask a seller that then?
So in relation, so considering your situation, what is it you need out of your property, or what is it you want?
So you just got to listen to the words you use. If you go, what are you asking? What's your offer? How much you want for it? You're going to get killed. It's automatically in the brain to go, what? I can ask for anything I want in life. It doesn't mean you're getting it.
Considering
Okay.
the current condition, what would you be?
Yeah. What do you need to get out from this property? Really simple words. Most of the time they go, what do you mean by these they've never heard words like this. I go, I'm trying to get down to the root of the problem. Like, what do we need to get rid of it? Because this is what we're here to do. And I'm not going to make you give me a number, but like you need to have them work it. They all won't do it. So sometimes we have to use additional techniques when we do it. Least allowable offer. We're going to answer questions. Keep going. One more. Yeah. So keep in mind, the entire time you have a conversation, you're collecting data the whole time. And you can adjust your offer and your pitch and your negotiation based on what they tell you. My favorite thing is the number, so when I first wholesaled, I learned that if people would not share their mortgage balance with me, I'm probably not doing a deal with you. And I used to say stupid statements like, it's public record. You're dead right there. It's public record. I can just look it up. It's not hard. Idiot. You just want to do stuff like that. I'm like, but that's a sign that says they're going to be resistant, and that's private information. I would never share that with you. I'm like, well, how the hell are we going to do a deal if I don't know the number? To me, it doesn't even make sense when people do that, even retail. Why do you need to know that information? Are you going to hurt me? Are you going to manipulate me? They think you're selling them right off the bat when you do it.
To tag on to what you were saying, I've had several sellers I sit with, and they say they redid the kitchen 10 years ago, and it looks great to them.
Yeah.
They're not in the HGTV today mindset. How do you?
We're going to go over objections. Let me finish right with this. I'll go over the objections. The idea, guys, is we build rapport. We gather information. We have to write up that. This seems overwhelming when you first do it. It's like I'm looking at the house. I'm building rapport. I'm getting clues. And then we get down, and you got to take all that data you just got in your head with no paperwork, and you have to have a natural, organic conversation. So when I walk in a house, I have no briefcase. If I have a phone, it's in my back hip on silent. It is the most disrespectful thing. You walk in a cellar and keep looking at your phone. It means I have something more important than you. It's like a pet peeve. Like Thanksgiving time, I go around with a basket, I pick up the entire family's phone, they get really pissed. Like, do you really need to look at the sports scores while we're trying to find out what we're really thankful? It's about being present, and so just make sure you understand that. It'll drive you nuts. Now, I go there, I have all the tools. You're going to have to mix and match. If they've already given me what their mortgage balance, they said they need to sell it, I want to move forward, this is simple. This is where we just go straight for go for no. The entire time is, this does not work if you don't build rapport. A lot of people use the go for no translation lowball method. You have to do massive quantities like a computer to make it work. You got to find the one idiot out of 10,000 that just says take it. There are people that eventually tell you just take my house, I'm gonna deal with it. And I'm constantly like, oh crap, how am I gonna get screwed on this? And 9 times out of 10, that's usually a problem.
I just want clarity.
Yes.
Because you saying go for no in both circumstances, the MEO and the LEO. To me, those are both go for no.
No. An MAO is go for yes. You're trying to get a yes on your first shot. because you want that gratification of the contract. You want to feel like you just did everything and it's a lot easier. And LAO is the complete opposite. I expect a no, I prepare for a no, and I'm going to use it as a weapon so I can get to the truth. It actually makes the conversation faster. It takes more. It's like a Band-Aid. God knows. So I recently had to go to the hospital. I did something stupid to my finger. But the finger wasn't a good one. You ever had a Band-Aid, they stick it on you like 2 or 3 days, a bad cut? I told my wife, I go, just carefully take it off. She goes, honey, just look the other way. Rip the damn Band-Aid off. The faster you get over it, it hurts a lot, but shorter time. You slowly rip it off, it's just painful the entire way. And an MAO can be a 3-month drag on. Just rip the Band-Aid off. And honestly, you'll take the stress off, they're gonna get pissed at you, and then you can repair it very quickly. Some relationships, and when it comes to, they're so drawn out and painful. So I've seen people wait 6 months, the lady goes, I'm just not selling you the house, you just don't get the clue. You have to get the truth out of them one way or the other, whatever technique you do. MAO is a huge failure ratio, because everyone asks, 70% of this. I go, dude, start down here and work your way up. Move the goalposts, see if there is no action, they don't want to come near it and they're stuck, then take the hint, move on. Don't waste time with people who don't want to do it. It is a tool. The scrunchy face, the scrunchy face, the volley method, they're all tools to work with people. As I'm going along, I ask them, I go, hey, what do you need to get for this? Just casually in the conversation. And I'm setting up, the negotiation is, we're going to go back and forth and see if we can find a medium. Who read the book, Splitting the Difference? Who believes in splitting the difference? Okay, so here's the deal. If you use MAO and you do split the difference, you're going to get killed in this business. And I go, okay, let me split the difference. I'm at 175. You're at 185. That means I'm going to wind up at 180. Split the difference. I agree. Don't do it. That's a terrible idea. But if I'm at 120 and she says 180 and they want to split the difference, is splitting the difference good? Hell yeah. I'll do that. See, you can do that. You can use that methodology. But if you go to MAO, splitting the difference, you're the loser, because you're going to overpay for it and it's going to be a failed contract. And then what happens in the end? You piss your seller off, you lose all credibility, and you got to do it all over again. So I'm always going to remind you, if you'll have the hard conversation and do it correctly, it'll be easier in the end. The MAO programs you to do the easy up front. It feels good, and then you're like, crap, I've got 10 hard no's from my sellers. I think I screwed up. Now you got to go back and do what? You got to have a painful conversation. You got to get out of the contract, you got to renegotiate. So I was like, I don't understand. Why didn't you tell me this when they're more apt to work with you in the beginning. The one at the end, it sucks. It's not an easy conversation. And I don't even want to train you for it, because I don't want you to do it that way. You do LAO, you find out the reaction, you just find out where can we work within the parameters, and then you got to repair the relationship. I go, listen, I didn't mean to insult you, I get it. My son used to do like hey, I'll give you $1, they want $1 million. That's, to me, I'm not a big fan of that. That's just torture to me. The LAO is, so you have to go for no. Every one of you are programmed from the day you were born to get a yes from everybody. No's not bad. You've all accepted at this point. You just didn't do it in the negotiations when you did it. So let's talk about price fishing techniques real quick, and we'll try this up. Who wants to try their hand in this? I need a brave volunteer. I'll do volunteers. Come on up. So part of the negotiation strategy is some people don't want to talk. Some people don't want to share numbers. Drives me crazy. You have a choice. Just sit there and go, huh. This is the part where you develop confidence. Here's the crazy part. If you want to learn how to do this, study politicians. They're really good at never answering a question, ever.
It's amazing.
And now it's gotten so bad. Now you can't be slimy about it, but the idea is to induce your seller to give you the truth. If I can get the truth, I can get the answer. Some people flat out say, Rick, listen, you're driving me nuts. I was just going to use your contract to bid it up with a bunch of other people. Thank you. You have a nice day. If people would just tell us the truth, it'd be so much easier. And people were shocked when me and Zach first started. It's like, I don't think you can tell the truth. People can't handle it. I go, I'm going to find a crowd that wants to do it. So we're going to do price fishing techniques. I'll ever do fishing. Everything's about fishing. So flip your name tag over so I can remember. Awesome. Okay, John. So me and John have talked online before. Uh-oh. I don't want to do that. Okay. No, I don't want to do that. Okay, got it. I hit the pointer. Okay. So you heard a good cop, bad cop.
Yes.
You confident in it?
Yes.
So have you done any of these techniques when you've done it?
Yes.
So this is my son's favorite technique. I'm always the bad guy. He started doing this when I was 16. I go, dude, if I ever got to meet these people, they're going to destroy me. So so do you understand the goal of the good cop, bad cop?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
So let's try it, and however situation you think of do it, I'm being vague, and I'm not like, I just come back to you. So say you gave me an LAO, I go, hey, listen, John, dude, I don't know what planet you came on, but that number is not going to work for me. I think you're going to have to go back to the drawing board. I don't know, I like you, but like I'm a little concerned right now.
Wow. Why is that? Can you tell me more?
Because it's an insulting offer, to be brutally honest. I thought you could do a little bit better than that.
What better amount were you thinking?
So the first thing you do is go, dude, I'm sorry. It's not like, this is the perfect transition to good cop, bad cop.
Okay.
It's not me. Yeah. I love you, dude. I'm on your side. I want to get this deal done. I go, but I got this partner. He's kind of a pain in the ass. He kind of controls the money. And like, this is the numbers he gave me. Why don't you give me a number? And I'll see, like, I'm on your side. I make this work. So I want you to do, I go, listen, dude, it's just insulting. I don't like it.
Okay. Well, let me check with my partner. Let me check with my partner and see what kind of response he gives me, but I only have authorization to go so far.
Okay, so we doing a deal today?
Hopefully we're gonna do this.
Okay. Where's your partner?
My partner, Zach.
Okay. So listen, you have to follow through.
Yeah.
So what's your experience in wholesaling so far?
I haven't done a deal.
Okay. So we have to practice these techniques because it's like if you get lost in it, the minute I go, this is the perfect scenario. So I want you to learn and practice, and I'm going to come back to you today and we're going to do it all over again. Okay. You think about it. It gets you out of a jam. The good cop, bad cop, I go, it's not me. It's my partner. It's my spouse. It's my significant other. It's my cat, John. It's whatever it is. So have a seat. So one other person for good cop, bad cop. Who's confident on it? Come up in the back. Let's go. You have to use it as a tool. The minute you use or but, you're busted. All it is like, it's not me, I'm on your side. But like I was given parameters, I was told this are the numbers. But what was the key word I told him? Can you do a little bit better? I just gave him the words and he didn't come back and do anything. Now, if I was him, I would have gone outside, probably done a phone call. Zach goes, just talk to me, just talk to me. Yeah. Now, I don't like to lie. If you're going to make a phone call, make a phone call. Don't come back another day. We don't do that. We've worked so hard to get to this point. So the good cop is, I'm basically almost representation for the seller in a way. I'm not a realtor, but I said, you guys got to take the words, can't you do a little bit better? Dude, that's an open step. Like, I go, listen, let me get my partner, I'll convince him, and I'll come back and say, listen, I'm making the decision, I'm taking over. He's an asshole. I like you. And that's how you do it. And they never really meet your partner, but they want to it takes the stress off of you, like, crap, what do I do? This is hard. So, you gave me an offer, Patrick. Hey, Patrick, dude, is that your offer? Is that it?
Man, yeah, that's really what my partner...
Did you come up with that offer?
No, man, I was talking to my partner, Zach, and that's what he really said. He's going out of town. He said, I could actually do it for that.
What you got, like one of these wholesaling seminars where they just teach you to lowball everybody?
Man, he controls the money, but can that work for you, or?
Can you do a little bit better? Like,
I mean, that's what he really said, but what do you really
where is this guy? Can you get him on the phone or something?
He's in the meeting right now, but what I could do is I could talk to him, but I mean...
Can you call him right now?
I can,
okay.
But does that offer actually work for you, or what do you really need
just
for it?
come back with like your best number. Like, tell me what it is.
Okay.
Do you want to get a deal done or not?
Let me do this. If I talk to him, because he's in a meeting right now, what really works for you? What do you need for it?
I don't know. So what method can he switch to now? Volley. Now you got to play with words, right?
All right, so
you done the volley before?
He offered 200. What do you, I mean,
I don't know.
For you?
I don't know. You're the expert. You came here. You tell me. Do you guys see how all these scenarios come up? It's just about how you deliver the line. Everyone makes it this complicated sales training. It's just common sense. So I taught this technique actually from a hypnosis guy, and it works magic. And I've tried it in almost every scenario. As I told you, don't use it on your significant other more than like 2 or 3 times, because they'll catch on to you. So like I learned a little technique with my wife goes, what do you want for dinner tonight? It's a complete setup question. You're gonna be worked all the way to the end. Just ask her, what were you thinking about going? She goes, well, I like that fancy Italian on the 3rd Street. I go, God, that's exactly what I was thinking too. And I just move on. Or we go on for 30 minutes. I'm just like, I give 9 different, nah, I don't like that. Nah, too many carbs. I don't know, man. I've seen some reports on that. I'm like, I go, and she goes, what about this place? And you finally go, I just, okay. I move on. You got to do the same thing with sellers. So when they won't give you an answer, to me is the most frustrating part. They're just stuck. You have to find a way to pull it out. So good cop's great. It deflects. It makes you the good guy, the other person the idiot. But if you're going to make a call, go, listen, let me just step out, make the call, whatever you got to do, make sure you make a call. We don't want to lie to people. And then you come back in and get it done. Because you just look at it, and then you can go, now you take over the reins, and now he took the fall, now you can repair it. I go, listen, he only said he can do 120, and then you can make, they go, listen, if you're willing to sign a contract, would you do this? Tell me what your bottom line number is. I go, no, you're the expert, you tell me. This is where I come in the volleyball method. I'm just gonna go just like this. I go, hey, Patrick, I know you didn't know, but if you did know, what do you think that number would be? It's the stupidest thing that can come out of my mouth, but all I do is serve the ball back over there and I just stare at him. And he's gonna feel this immense pressure and go, crap. So when somebody asks you a question, you think it's rude if you don't answer him back in American society? Yes. That's what you do. So I want you to practice it. Most of the time when you want to get someone to talk, all you gotta do is, I don't like the word salad because it means nothing. I don't even understand what you're doing. Is you can repeat back the phrase, hey Rick, I know you don't know, but if you did know, what do you think that number would be, you and your wife come up with? And just shut up. And then they're gonna come back, so practice it.
So Rick, I know you don't know, but I mean, there's something I have to work with him about, so what do you think that number would be?
I don't know, you're the expert, dude. Like, can you just like give it to me? Like, can we do it on?
All right, so he said 100, so
No.
what can I?
So volley, you gotta keep going until you get that answer. You gotta be disciplined. Listen, Rick, I get it. Why don't you, I go, I know you don't know the exact number. Why don't you just give me a ballpark? What's that number? And you had to talk it over your wife. When I get her on the phone, just shut up. After 2 times, they get aggravated. So when people get aggravated, they go straight through the subconscious mind and they give you the truth. Or they kick you out. Well, it's your choice. But you can't just sit there when people say no or don't respond to you. How do you pull it out of them? And most of the time, if you watch politicians, it's really good. They just repeat the question back and they spin it back to them. And it's just an obligatory thing. They just spin it on you. They don't really answer it. They just go, hey, give me an answer. And after a while, people will just keep going on. Human nature is if I tell you no, you go away. 80% of the people would just disappear after 1 no. If you can overcome at least 2 objections, they feel obligated to at least tell you the truth or move you forward with the conversation. Okay? So we have good cop, we have bad cop, and we have volley. I will tell you after the 3rd one gets a little risky. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, just John, dude, just, I know you don't know exactly, I'm not gonna hold you on the hook for it, but if you guys wanted to walk away, pack your bags, what would that number be? I'm trying to help you. Give me that number. The 3rd time, they'll usually be very aggressive with you. Go, okay, listen, the number's 160, take it or leave it. Now I can switch back to good cop, bad cop and do it like that. I do it all the time. Okay? You got it? We'll keep so you have to practice each one of these. My go-to is volley. I'm just volley. Zach's good cop, bad cop. I can volley anybody all day long, except my wife. It doesn't work. After a while, they figure you out. They go, just shut up. Shut up. You're going to do what I say, right? You got it. Okay. Who wants to come up and do scrunchy face? I need, okay, come on up. So scrunchy face is just, Joseph did it really well earlier, it's natural. You gotta look a little awkward when you do like an offer. Why? it's not that you're embarrassed, it's just you want to go, listen, do we have room to work here? Like, am I off base? So make me an offer and give me a facial reaction on an LAO go for no. You know it's going to be low, but we have great rapport. Okay. So go ahead and shoot.
So you want me to make the offer?
Yeah, go ahead and make the offer and I'll respond.
Oh, okay. 120,000, Rick.
No. So listen, when you do it, like, you have to have a slight hesitation. Go, listen, would you? So I go, listen, if I did like 120, will that work? Or is that just too much for you? Like, however you want to do it. You can play with words. What you're trying to do, show them is, I'm a little bit nervous, I'm authentic, I want to help you, but I have to get a number to make this work. If you go in ice cold, dude, to 120, take it or leave it. People are like, dude, you're ice cold, I don't like you. Like, we don't have any more rapport, it's just transactional. No. So you're going to make it, so I'm looking dead in your eyes, I'm looking in the face, and I'm just like, this is awkward, there's tension. Yeah. You cut it with a knife, you need a chainsaw, there's a 2x4 between us. I'm like, dude, I want to get this sold, you want to buy it. We're both playing this number game in our head. I got a number already sitting up in here, you've decided I'm just going to risk it and go for no. I know I'm going to get kicked a little bit here, and I just repair it and I move forward. But when you deliver the go for no, you have to have a strategy. Otherwise, you look like a stone cold, this guy was so nice and now he's like rock hard. I think he's selling me. I don't want to do this. So you've had great rapport. I go, hey, Rob, where you at? Can we put a deal here together? I mean, you know everything about me, you know everything about the house, my family. Yeah. What can we do, man?
Well, Rick, we looked at the house. We've walked through it. We've talked, had a great deal. We talked about your family. At the end of the day, Rick, what is it you really, really need to get out of there, to get out of this house?
I really don't know. I mean, you're the expert. You're here.
I know you don't know, Rick, but if you did know, what do you think that number would be?
I really haven't thought about it. Like, honestly, you're here. I mean, can you just give me an offer?
Well, I don't want to insult you, Rick. So if you do have an idea of what that number might be.
I feel like you're going to, because you just said it.
I don't want to, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to. And maybe you talked with your wife and you talked about a number before I came in.
Yeah.
Maybe you already have that number. I don't know. But if you did have that number, what do you think that number would be?
No, Robert, I just think you just need to tell me what the number is. Okay. So listen, there's some people that just aren't going to give you the number. This is where you just go for the no.
That's what I'm about to do.
And so you got to set it up and just do it. Like, just do it. Because now I've tried everything to help you, and now I'm going to show you a strategy you need to go for no. So you're going to spit it out. You go, dude, this guy just won't come out.
Yeah. So Rick, I'm not sure if I can do this, but if I could do 120,000. Is that something that would work for you?
No, dude, I talked to my wife. That's. I don't know, man. I'm a little shocked at that number. I'm not gonna lie to you. Honestly, you seem like a nice guy, and then you say I don't want to insult you, and then you still do it. So this is where I save the day. This is one of my best lines. I go, listen, I got to start you're not giving me anything. Don't shoot the messenger. Tell me where we need to be at. Right. Usually once you do that, I already got to know. I go, listen, now you've opened the door up. I've tried everything. I've asked you 3 times. I gave you a number. You didn't like it. Help me here. Help me help you. And you got to just spit it. And people will most of the time go, listen, I'm not going to blow this number and do it. My favorite, it was an instant react. I talked over my wife, we're not going below this number. This is what we need. Okay. And that's what we do. So when I go for no, I'll use the volley. Listen, if they give you the number, it's easier. I'm the first to admit it. Most won't, or they give you a complete BS number. Wow. You have to react. I go, you ever consider selling it with a realtor?
Right.
If you know why they called you and you know what list they come off, you already know why they're there. You already got it burnt into you. And now you're talking about, I'm confused. You're talking about listing it retail. I want to get it sold. So when I don't answer it, we do the dance and just go listen, listen, I'm going to throw a number out there. Don't shoot the message. 120 work? I don't know. And hell no. That's crazy. Why would I ever do that? I go, well, just listen,
got to start somewhere.
Tell me your number.
Yeah.
I gave you mine. You gave me yours. And usually at this point, they got to reveal it. Nobody just goes ice cold. It might be a number you're not like, but you have a start point and you have an end point. And that's what you want to walk away with every appointment. And then you can play with it. Now, if we get close, usually within my number, So say you had a $200,000 house, within 5 to 7%, I can usually close anything on the spot. 10% plus usually takes more work, and it's okay. You can't take everybody down in one shot. The goal is always progress your funnel, every conversation. If you're not making progress, push them. You are going to push some people out of your funnel because you were aggressive. I'm okay with that. If you're too nice, you will never get anyone through your funnel. So being authentic is not an excuse for not progressing people. A lot of people thinks authentic is you're just too nice of a guy, it's not going to work. You have to have a systematic business plan to move forward with it. So awesome.
I appreciate it.
So what are the three techniques we do? First one's what? Volley? Second one's what? And the third one's what? Scrunchy face. You need to use this. You guys aren't going to use MAO anymore because it messes you up psychology. It doesn't mean you don't have boundaries. We all have boundaries we'll never cross over. You shouldn't be going all the way to the end of your boundary to see if they'll just meet you a little bit. They're going to push the goalpost over for you. So is this work? No, it's not going to work on everyone. I've already told you, but it's going to seek the ones that want to work out with you so you can get great deals. A lot of you guys are spending time with people who just want to sell a house. They don't want to do much, and it's a real challenge on it. So that's the scrunchy face. Think of like babies do. And they make a little poopy, you're like, I think you made a little poopy. Make a poopy face, whatever you got to do. If you're stone cold, you don't seem very authentic. And you're like, wait a minute, you were so nice and now you're like this hardcore killer. You have to be a human being. So we agree, we take lots of pictures, we explain the process going forward. I'm not going to go in. Once we sign a contract, simplify, simplify, simplify. Here's the key. Have the contract in your car and get a verbal commitment, and then Mr. Tell you, do you mind if I just go in the car? I'm just going to grab, I'm going to grab some couple pieces of paper and we're going to put this agreement together. I used to do pre-filled out contracts. I lost deals on it. They're like, maybe I need a lawyer because I just walk them through it. If you go through the 2-page contract, it's a piece of cake. Sometimes with probates, I lean towards a thicker contract in case the lawyer objection comes up. We'll go into detail when we do that. Everybody understand that? Leave your paperwork in the car. So have you ever been with someone that needs to make you an offer? Your eyes just stick to when's he going? When's he going to pull it out? When's he pulling it out? And it freaks people out, and they start trying to peek. And God forbid if you go on a walk, someone will dig through your stuff. People are sneaky, man. They go, he's offering 150, get out. It's terrible. So leave it in the car, protect yourself. My recommendation is leave the phone. If you don't think meeting with that seller is more important than anything else you got in your life, listen, I know some of you got kids, people got to take care of, put it on silent, put it in your pocket. The phone sucks. And for God's sakes, don't pull out a phone and read a script.
So you take the pictures
Afterwards.
afterwards?
Get the agreement. There's no point in doing it without it, okay? We're just talking about getting the agreement today. So we're going to go through and we're going to do some role playing. We're going to split you up in groups here. And we want to practice. So what I'd like you to do is practice your go for no, practice your 3 negotiating methods to get information out of people, and you've got to understand this. You have to take it out of here and you got to go just make a list. I have to practice this stuff. The number one problem I have with everyone, I'm being honest, a lot of you people, I could tell you haven't practiced it. Remember, this is what I call practice right here. So we have a team and we're practicing. This is the bare minimum requirement. You have to go home and do homework. You have to do repetitions. I'm never going to make you do it. But if you want to be a superstar, you want to be the hero of your family, you're going to have to be willing to do it. If you want to try it out on all your sellers, it's just going to take a much longer time and it's going to cost you a lot more money and time. The number one reason why people don't do business with you, if they're qualified, remember you just guide them, they don't believe that you can help them. And the minute you start creating doubts with you, how do we create doubts? I don't know. Now, some people will be very kind with you. They're just looking for confidence. If you are struggling with your words, just slow down. Speak a little bit at the heart and think about some of the acronyms and the techniques we teach you. So, in this order, you qualify them first. The ones that are qualified, you invest, you build rapport, and you start collecting data. You make the decision if you want to go see them, if you're doing virtually. Some of you guys starting out, you need to go on appointments to get the experience. And then you build rapport, you quickly underwrite the house, understanding that's just a math problem. If I have to adjust it, I can do it. And then You do a transition statement, and then basically we get in the negotiations. You have to use this method, the go for no, and work with the 3 different techniques we do. Maybe you guys, I'm always open to a new technique as long as it's honest and ethical, and then you get down to it. And then when somebody asks you for something, if you're close to range, get something in exchange. If I could do that, would you sign a contract right now? Because a lot of times they go, yeah, I'll do it. And they go, okay, well, let me think about it. I go, hold on. Get something in exchange. Everything should be in exchange. If you just keep giving it away, you'll lose your value and people will use you. Go, listen, if I could do it, I can't say I can do that. You'll sign the contract right now. Let me call my partner and make sure. I go, listen, he says he can do 135.5. We can move forward with that. And I tell you what, if you want to play around that, we talk about closing costs, stuff like that. Here's a little hint, guys. Some of you just give the house away right off the bat. You have no idea. Do not give the house away unless it's worthy. If I'm getting a great deal and somebody made my life super easy, I make it really easy for them. Difficult people, I give them some difficulty back. Well, you said the roof's good. I think it's 25 grand, but I tell you what, I'll bring an expert out. If that roof's good, I'll buy it for that price. I already know the roof's bad. It's 22 years old. 99% of the experts will say that roof's bad, but like if you want to play this, like we can do this game, I know it's bad. I'm trying to help the seller go, she doesn't believe me, I need to bring in somebody else to tell her on a third party. He's like, dude, your roof sucks. Like, let's get it done. What's the price on that? It's $25,000. Do you want to put the roof on or do you want me to do it? That's all I do. I'm going to solve a problem when we do it. So, let's do this. Let's do the same way we did. Let's do each table. But you know what, that puts you all there. I don't care, we're gonna do it for time's sake. Take 2, 4, you should have like 8 to 10 people in your group, put it together, and then we're gonna go around and I want you to practice the go for no, particularly the negotiation part, and I want people to struggle a little bit. Also throw in some softballs, because sometimes when people throw in softballs, you don't know what to do. You're like when I go to the car dealership, I go, I don't want to do a test drive, I'm paying cash, I want it right now. He goes, I can't do that. My boss said. I go, listen here, Sonny, I want to buy the car right now. Take the hint, stop making this difficult, let's move forward. So not everything's kind of in between, and I want you to rotate and find the person that's most uncomfortable and put them on the spot. You have to practice and learn this. So how do you want to divide it up by just lines of tables here?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's break off, and then what's the plan here?
Until lunch, I guess.
Yeah, so let's take 30 minutes to do this. We'll break the lunch, and then I'm gonna go around and help you out. Please try each different method when you do it and rotate it. Now, we're not gonna do the whole thing for time's sake. I want you to concentrate on the negotiation part, and then you can give feedback to people, and then just play around with it. And then what I'm gonna do is, by the end of the day, let's do some practice. Like, you gotta practice this stuff. You gotta go and commit. So when I see you guys online, I'm gonna go, hey, listen, let's try the good cop, bad cop. When you hesitate, it doesn't work. You have to practice it. You have to do it. These are your layups, and you got to practice it. There's no way around it. So let's go ahead, break it off.
So basically what we're going to do here is, here's your criteria. So we'll go over that real quick. But remember, you start off with a good clear opener, MCTP. Make sure the seller's conditioned. Then in under, hopefully 10 times, you don't do any filler words, ums, buts, us. And then from there, I'm gonna go close the seller. Good cop, bad cop, low ball method, volley, whatever you wanna do. And then basically use this cheat sheet, right? MCTP, qualifying, conditioning the seller, and then boom, make the offer. So let's break up, try to go out here and close some people up here, and then we'll be back for lunch. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do the dispositions, and then we're gonna have Jason speak, and we'll do the whole dispositions when we're back to, and then I'll give Jason some time to figure out what he's gonna say. So pretty excited. So let's do this to lunch, and then see you later. Thanks, guys. You want to charge this? Yeah, you went a little too long. I know, please skip dispositions.
I'm doing the best I can with what I got.
No, I know.
That's what they need.
All right, guys, so what we're gonna do is kind of share. Another question a lot of people have is, how do I dispo my deal? How do I sell my deal to a cash buyer? Which, I'm telling you, acquisitions is way easier than this. I mean, if I have one sentence, how do I sell a deal? just talk to somebody that has buyers in the room, and then boom, you're done. You don't have to worry about it, right? So like, if I have a deal in Louisiana, I'm just gonna, hey Aaron, can you help me out? Boom, done. Like one sentence, dispo, that's it. But let's kind of show how you do it yourself, right? So what is Dispositions? How do I sell a deal to a cash buyer? People really overcomplicate this. They make it a whole crazy system. Cash buyers are customers, and we have the product. And if the product's good, they want to buy. Now, the worst issue people have is they try to sell a crappy product. You don't want to do that. You want to sell something good and easy, right? So one thing is if you're like a, the best example I give to these are like, if you're like a crazy sneakerhead. So who here likes sneakers, like a big sneakerhead type guy? Okay, so we got some people here, right? So like, there's a couple of these like collabs, right? Like when Yeezys come out, like, oh my gosh, everyone buys them up like Yeezy, like crazy, right? And is it because Kanye's like the best salesman of all time? Or is it because the demand's just so high and the product's, quote, so good? So the product's so good, right? And the thing is, if our contracts are at such an enticing price, it's gonna be gangbusters. It's gonna be sold like that. And so what I found, a lot of people that struggle with selling their deal, it's either they lock it up too high or they just don't have enough buyers. It's one or the other. So when everyone says they can't sell a deal, it's like, well, do you have it locked up for too high? We can fix that. Or have you not talked to enough buyers? And if you're like, well, I'm in an area, there's only 2,000 people living in there, like, oh, you just don't have enough buyers. So basically we're talking about dispositions, right? So this is the art of selling a deal. This is the process of selling a real estate contract to a cash buyer, which is basically gonna be a rich landlord or house flipper. That is who we're dealing with. So this is basically my dispositions process for wholesaling real estate. Number one, we find cash buyers, we add them to our list, we send the deal to them, we welcome them to the property, we get it assigned. That is our process for dispositions. On top of this too, we then follow up with the seller, follow up with the buyer, and go to the title for closing. It's not really that complicated. So again, what is a cash buyer? Again, a cash buyer is somebody who's going to buy our deal or a contract for cash. Pretty simple. That's why they're called cash buyer. Did I say a hard money buyer? Did I say private money buyer? Or did I say cash buyer? Cash. So if someone says, oh, well, this guy, he's a cash buyer, but he's going to take a loan out to buy the house, not a cash buyer. They have to get approval, not a good deal. Then on top of this too, when they buy it, they're either going to do two things. A cash buyer is a cash buyer if they buy it out to rent it out, or they buy it out to flip it for a profit. That is it. They have incentive and they're good to go. For example, again, if I lock up a deal for $100,000 and then I go out here and sell the deal to said cash buyer for 120 grand, I get $20,000 assignment fee. I think a lot of people get really confused how this process works. I lock it up for 100, sell it to a cash buyer for 120. 120,000 actually gets sent to the title company. Title company gives the seller the 100 grand that we agreed on. We get our nice check for $20,000. So technically, the title pays us and the buyers pay us. So that is how this works. Now, I've dealt with a lot of cash buyers. I do a lot of JV deals. I do a lot of virtual deals, in-person deals, and throughout any market, there are about 4 or 5 different type of buyers. The worst buyer you can possibly deal with is who I call the slumlords. These are guys that buy 50, 60, 70 houses a year. I know it seems like, oh, those people don't exist. They exist. They're crazy. And they're like the old guys from the 30s, like Mr. Moneybags, and they just buy houses for dirt cheap, and usually the roughest houses. I can call them Section 8 buyers, but they buy the roughest of the rough houses, and they buy a lot. They will pay you the least for a deal. Next here's who I call the high-level flippers. These are people that flip 20, 30 properties a year, maybe a little even more. So I would probably put myself in that category. I think slumlords are guys that are mostly landlords, but I would call myself a high-level flipper, right? I flip a lot of houses, but I'm not a flipper. And the problem is I know my numbers well, and I'm not buying a bad deal. And I want to make $50, $60, $70, $80,000 on a flip. So you could sell to them, you're not going to make the most. Now, who I think you guys should be dealing with are who we call medium-level flippers. So these are guys flipping 5, 10 deals a deal. Maybe they buy one house every other month or one house a month. Those are really where you should be going after. Those are who we call medium-level flippers. Now what you're going to find is the less homes you buy, you're willing to make less profit. And so it's kind of funny. You think it's the other way around, but really, the less houses they buy, the better for you. And then my favorite is who I call the mom and pop flippers. They do this on the side. They have a full-time job, and they just want to buy a house, get in the house flipping game. They're great. They'll pay the most. If they can make, if I buy the house for $100,000, put it on the market for $130,000, and I make $20,000, that's a 20% ROI in 3 months. Whoa, they're so happy. Versus the high-level flipper wants to buy this thing for $90,000 because they're crazy. And then my personal absolute favorite buyers are who I call the fresh out of the seminar flippers. So there's a lot less common now, but there's these seminars that teach you how to flip real estate or buy houses and sell them for a profit. They pay the most. They are the most uneducated buyer, not trying to be mean, but it's true. And they just want to get in the game. They don't care the price, they just want to get in the game. And this is better than any deal they buy on the MLS, because these fresh out of the seminar flippers think they're pulling a fast one on you. Because they're taught, buy a house on the MLS, flip it, then make the profit there. They're like, wait, you can go off market? They're gonna basically pay you what the MLS pays you for cash, but like a little bit of a discount because there's no realtor, and they think they're smoking you. They're making 20 grand, they're so happy. So the question is, how do I find these fresh out of seminar flippers? My favorite way is through networking, Facebook. Heck, I like to go in some of these groups. I'm not gonna mention any names, but you know, you go out here and make a fortune, and you can just figure out who follows those type of people, and that's how you do it. So how do you find these type of buyers, right? Number one, Zillow for Rents is probably one of my classic, I have no money, how do I find a buyer? Because the average landlord, when they rent out a property and they're cheap, just being honest, either they go to a realtor, list it for rent, boom, which is good. One thing you can do is if you go on the MLS on the for rents and a realtor lists a house for rent, just go to the property appraiser, see who owns it, cyber background checks, call the guy up. That is a tried and true way to find a good buyer there. But what I like to do is try to find a do-it-yourselfer type guy. He makes the decisions, he needs no dang realtor, he's the guy. They'll list the house for rent on Zillow by themselves. And the guy owns the house by himself too. So he might be like Juan Santos, lists it for rent with his phone number. Call him up, say, hey, this is Zach. I'm actually not looking to rent out your property. Just seeing to see if you're looking to buy any more rentals in there. My name's Zach, I'm actually a wholesaler, looking to see if you're looking to buy any more. I just got a deal locked up like a street over. Oh wow, yeah, I'd love to buy another rental across the street. One thing landlords love more than anything versus getting a good deal is buying rentals next to each other. It is their favorite thing in the world. And they usually overpay. I overpay for my rentals if it's on the same street. It's like a combo package, it's amazing. Next here are Facebook groups. Facebook groups are probably one of the best ways to find buyers because that's the first thing any guy on Facebook does. They join their local Facebook group because for the networking and everything like that. And you can just DM them, say, hey, looking to buy any more rentals, looking to buy any more flips. These are mostly flippers. Now, you are gonna have scammers in this. That is a problem. And we're gonna have to deal with it today on how to deal with those scammers. People pretending to be buyers, trying to JV the JV, not the best. Again, you can cold call cash sales. You can literally get a list of people buying houses for cash, cold call them. It's good. It turns into some marketing though. It's not as fun to do. Next here is going to be auctions. So one thing I like to do is, Florida's really big on this, the Southeast, is every weekend there's usually 1-2 property auctions. Heck, here in Orlando, I think I saw a couple listed for Saturday, that they'll just auction off multifamily properties. It's one of my favorite things to do. And so what they do is, okay, this duplex is gonna be auctioned off, and there's gonna be 50 guys coming in there bidding on the property. And the funny thing about that is, when you actually go see it, 50 guys write their name on a chalkboard or whatever the whiteboard is, they get their bid number, and they start bidding on the property. Now, there's gonna be 50 guys there. What you need to do is find the guy that raises his 50 grand, 150, 200, 250. Find the guy that raised his hand and then say 300, sold. And you're gonna find 10 guys are sad that they can't buy anymore, they can't buy the house for cash, and one guy's happy. What you need to do is contact all of them while they're walking, like moping all sad. Like, hey, I'm so sorry you couldn't buy that house for cash. I know you just have 250 grand burning in your pocket. I actually got a property under contract. Maybe you want to buy it. No auction. He's gonna be like, he's gonna hate auctions, right? And the guy that won the bid, he overpaid. So he's a good guy to be talking to. Property auctions are amazing. Maybe 1 a month, 2 a month, but they're great. Again, local RIAs are good too. Are they the best? Probably not. I mean, they're still here. This is more old school stuff. RIAs are becoming less of a thing, but you can still find some good cash buyers. I like the old school guy, 55, 60 years. How you know a guy's old school is the first thing they tell you is how many years they've been in real estate. Now, a lot of people that don't do real estate deals, they also say that too, so you gotta be very careful. But if a guy comes and says, I've been doing real estate for 27 years, you know they might own a lot of rentals. 6 is networking. Knowing people who actually have buyers is a good one. 7 are hedge funds. This used to be like the hottest thing 1 to 2 years ago when interest rates were basically 1%, 2%. Interest rates are slowly going down, so we're gonna see probably a year from now hedge funds get a little better. Hedge funds aren't a big secret. Because we have software that shows us companies and corporations that own 1, 2, 3,000 rentals, it's not that bad. One secret I give to everyone is this hedge fund. It's like a very specific hedge fund that love Southeast United States homes that buy from wholesalers. They actually have a wholesaler portal. It's called SFR3 LLC. They're getting a little tougher to buy, but in a year from now, they're probably gonna start buying like crazy. Their criteria is crazy now, but SFR3 space LLC, they actually have a portal. You just send in the address you have under contract, their acquisitions guy calls you, and they give you an offer. It's pretty low right now, but when interest rates get smaller and smaller, it'd be good. Now, wholesaling has come to the mainstream now where hedge funds know about it. 8, real estate agents. I cannot stress this enough. I love real estate agents because they're struggling right now. Buyer's agents are struggling more than ever with these new regulations, and one of my favorite things to do is go to a realtor and just basically say, hey, you know, the average house, what, 100 grand? They get 3%, what is that, 3 grand? Does anybody here know, raise your hand if you're a realtor. Cool. What do realtors only care about usually, 95% of them? Commission. Commission, that's all they care about. Now, not you guys are great, but I say this in the nicest way possible, but most realtors only care about commission. Now, you can stand up with your little R badge and say, oh, we're fiduciaries, we only care about the client. No, you don't. I'm not saying you're doing this, but you know back in the day, realtors would scroll by and be like, 2.5? No. 2%? No. 2%? No. 3%? You should buy this house. And I can argue with anybody on this, but the average realtor, if it's a $100,000 house, they make 3 grand. And they'll present it to the client and be like, yeah, you can buy this one. But if I go to the realtor and say, hey, I will give you $15,000 if they buy it for 140 grand. 40 grand over the 100 grand. That realtor will go to the client, and I kid you not, and say, this is Jordan Belfort, this is the deal of a lifetime. You are gonna go out here and make so much money. And they do all the work for me, and they end up doing it. And is it illegal? No, so they're okay with it. I know it sounds a little shiesty, I know it sounds a little bad to say, but I promise you, these buyer's agents are struggling right now. They are struggling because they have to get agreements with the buyer now. They have to go and call the sellers, the listing agent and says, what's the buyer's agreement with the listing? Like, do I get paid? How much is it for? It's all about commission. It's all about commission. So if you can offer the real estate agent a stupid amount out of your pocket, but you make the price crazy, you're good to go. That is one of the biggest secrets right now, and I love doing that. One secret too with real estate agents is, so I'm in Port St. Lucie, which is like an hour and a half north of Miami. I think I said this the other day, but like there's a lot of these rich Miami guys that just make a stupid amount of money, and they come from like Colombia, Venezuela, Central America, but like they own a lot of real estate. Some oil guys in Venezuela too, and basically they're just used to buying property in Miami, and they're like, wait, there's these houses I can get for rentals, and they're only 200 grand, and they overpay everything. They're great to do. So I love real estate agents. They're a great way to find buyers. And number 9 is title companies. Think about this. I've been telling everyone to talk to wholesaling friendly title companies. If you're in a good area, I like Atlanta a lot too. Atlanta it's an attorney state, so technically not a title company, but there are certain attorneys in Atlanta that will do 30, 40 wholesale transactions a month. If you go to this guy and say, hey, I have a deal locked up and I would love to get you paid, but I can't find a buyer. I know you just closed with 40 different buyers last month. Can you reach out to them and see if they're looking to buy any more? That guy already closed with them. He's pretty vetted. You don't have to worry about the vetting process. It's pretty good. So title companies, same thing works with them too, closing attorneys, and then of course, X leads. You can just go out here, put the info in, boom, buyers pop up, pretty easy. I think I showed Desiree the new beta thing on it. It's pretty dang cool. But it's pretty important. Now, I have 2 rules with cash buyers. Quality over quantity. Very, very important. It's better to have 10 good buyers than, who here's got a message from someone on Facebook that says, I have 4,000 buyers. So annoying. So like, guys, I can remember names pretty well. I can't remember 4,000. If you have 10 good buyers, you can make $1-2 million. You don't have any problem with that. So quality is going to be better than any quantity out here. Now, on top of this too, that thing fell. Hold on. There we go. Cash buyers must be qualified. I cannot stress this enough. Who here has said in their mind that a buyer fell through and it was not really a real buyer? You know, so we've had some of them, right? Whenever somebody tells me that a buyer fell through or it was a fake buyer, I got swindled, it's all on you. It's not on anybody else. If you got swindled from somebody pretending to be a real buyer, it's kind of all your fault here. The reason because of this is a real buyer, you can't really fake it. If somebody asks me, Zach, prove you own 3 rentals, I can give them the address and show them the deed and I personally signed it. You can't really fake a deed. You're kind of breaking the law there. So it's really hard to get swindled if you ask the right things. Now, Facebook groups are probably one of the fastest ways to find a buyer. So one thing I'll tell everyone on here, and remember, you're in school, so you can hop on a Zoom with me, 4 Zooms every single week, and if you need help, I will show you this. Now, I'm not going to pick on anyone, but there's certain individuals in here that hop on every Zoom, and ones that don't hop on every Zoom. I will tell you the ones that hop on most Zooms end up making more money than the ones that don't hop on the Zooms and talk to me. So just FYI. But basically, if you go to Facebook, go to any real estate investing group for your city, go to the search tab, just search cash buyers, and you're going to find a bunch of posts. This guy says, where are my buyers at? And you're going to go in the comment section, and this guy, oh, I'm buying houses, I'm buying houses. Okay, yeah, they're technically doing it, but are they? I don't know. What you got to do is vet them from there, but you can just DM them and go from there. Heck, you can make a post, and in freehousing.com we have this, and just basically saying, hey, drop your email if you're looking to buy a property for a deep discount. Pretty simple to do. You can cold call real estate agents. One of my favorite things to do is go to the MLS. You can go to realtor.com, redfin.com, and the one thing you can do here is go out here and just go to the sales, go to properties sold under 100 grand, and just call the buyer's agent. It says buyer's agent on there. X-Leads has that too, and then just explain you're a wholesaler, seeing if you have any buyers looking to buy any properties, and I would love to get you paid. Remember, if you don't start with them getting paid, the realtor, they are not going to hear from you. Buyers agents are starving now, I'm telling you. They need your help. Now, on top of that too, you can call their buyer up, give them the pictures of the house, and see if it works for them or not. Now, this is after they're qualified, but once you get a deal under contract, ask them, here's the pictures of the house, here's the address, does this work or not? That's it. Like, there's no crazy salesmanship, right? You're selling shoes. Here's the shoe. Do you want it or do you not? We are not here to sell them. Oh, the leather, the stitching is so. Here's the shoe. Do you want it or not? And if you have to sell them, it's not a good deal. So call them up and basically saying, is this property good for you or not? And get the thing sold. That is how you do your walkthroughs. Now, if they're good on the price, set them up. Say, hey, when's a good time for us to go by and see the property? And then you call the seller up and be like, hey, my partner and I are going to go by and look at the house. Set a time up with the seller, you and the buyer, to go out here and see the property. Now, you're going to present to the seller that this cash buyer is your partner. They are your partner in this transaction, right? Present to the seller that your partner's going to walk through, and both of you guys are going to see the house. Now, present to the buyer, hey, you're coming through the house. You're not talking to the seller. I'm talking to the seller. You're just going through. If they don't agree to this, they're going to try to swindle your deal. And it's not scary, but you don't want to deal with them. So what I'm telling everyone here is present to the seller that me and my partner are coming by the house. What's a good time? Present to the buyer. Hey, Mr. Buyer, just walk to the house, let me know the price. And then from there, we can meet at Starbucks, Tower Company, or whatever, and get the thing signed. You do not want the cash buyer to go out here and sign an assignment in front of the seller. That is a terrible idea. So once they're good at the price, meet at a secondary location and sign the assignment of contract. In person is always best. Now, when somebody tells me that, hey, I'm a cash buyer, I go through this qualifying process. This is my process to figure out if somebody's fake or not. It has an insane accuracy. Number one, are you looking to buy any more houses for flipping or renting? If the answer is no, you don't want to deal with them. Oh, I'm not going to rent it out. I'm not going to sell it. It's actually going to be a group home for, okay, no. We're not dealing with you. Have you ever bought a deal from a wholesaler before? Pretty simple. If they have, great. What wholesaler? Maybe you can reach out and say, hey, I was talking to John Santos and he was just seeing if you're looking to buy any more. Oh, that guy, he screwed me, right? It's pretty important. You can actually you can basically kind of use them and see if they're legit or not. But ask them if they bought a deal from a wholesaler before. If they have not bought a deal from a wholesaler before, a little red flag, nothing terrible. Now, the most important question. Hey, Mr. Cash Buyer, are you okay if I make $90,000 on this deal? Well, the deal's locked up for 100. Well, are you okay if I make $90,000 on this deal? Theoretically, I'm not going to make 90 grand. This is what I say. I'm not going to make 90 grand on this, but what if I was going to? Would you be okay with that? No, I would not be okay with you doing that. What are they going to say? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so if I just give you the price, are you okay with the price? The thing I do that is I say that, and then I end up making 60. And they're like, well, it's not 90, so they don't get too upset. But I just basically say that to see if they're okay with it. Next year's proof of funds, I'm kind of changing this a little more. Proof of funds used to be like the panacea, the cure-all for figuring out if someone's legit or not. Any Joe Schmo can fake a proof of funds now. If AI create your own proof of funds, it's pretty stupid. So what I do is just basically I go on deal volume. So ever since people have been faking proof of funds, just ask them this one question. Okay, you can fake a proof of funds, but can you give me the address of the last 5 properties you bought for cash? Once you start hearing that, well, that's private information. How's that private? It's public. Like, the one thing you'll find is if you hard press me and say, Zach, can you name one house you own as a rental property? And if I go out here and start shaking and tell you, that's private, come on. So go out here and just ask, can I get address the last 2 houses you own for cash? If they can't show you one, it's probably a guru trained guy, or maybe it's his first time, he's in a new program. You're never gonna know. So just ask. And if they do it and says, well, Zach Ginn's the owner, you know Zach Ginn's the guy teaching him how to do this, and he's not really gonna buy your house. I see a lot of people lose out on this situation. So again, cold call for Zillow, for rent. Number 1, if you're calling these for rents, hey, is this the owner of 123 Main Street? And then again, hey, this is Zach, I'm actually not looking to rent out your house, but I'm a wholesale company and I'm looking to see if you're looking to buy any more rentals in the area. And maybe say I have a deal locked up, you're looking to buy any more properties for cash. If yes, proceed to let them know that your partner will be reaching out to them later today. Ask if this is the best number to reach them out. Put them in the CRM and put them on your buyer's list to further qualify. Pretty important here. Oh, Lord. And then for cash sales, again, is this the owner of 123 Main Street? Hey, I just saw you purchase that house for cash. Just seeing if you're looking to buy any more in the area for cash. I'm a wholesaler, just got a deal locked up near you. That's it. We have multiple deals we'd like to sell. Boom, simple as that. Then proceed, put them in the CRM. Now, if you use XLeads, it's another pretty simple process. You can basically go out here inside of XLeads, put a zip code, put a city, put an area, and then from there, it's the same as any $40,000 a year dispo software. post your deals, find the numbers, blast the deal, 5 minutes, find it. One thing I'm telling you is this is not like a hard pitch, go get X leads, but what I would probably do is be like, hey, Jose, I know you have X leads. Can you help me post the deal and take like 10%? I think he would do that, right? So there's a lot of people in here that do have X leads. You don't need to get it. Just know somebody that has it, and they can basically do it for you. That's the best way I can do it. So under 5 minutes, get the deal sold pretty quick. And then again, to find a wholesaling title company, again, that's I think a big problem I think people have. Just go out here and call all the title companies in the city if you want to be crazy. My personal favorite thing to do is be like, okay, well, I'm in this area. Who to use for title? And I will tell you, right? I was telling area, basically, like we both came to the conclusion it's the best title company in New Hampshire, right? But oh, there you are. But like, if you're in New Hampshire, like, hey, who's the best title company? I don't think he's scared to tell you. It's not like he gets a commission for hoarding the best title company. So basically, he'll tell you, right? He's not scared. Go to the Discord. Hey, who's a great title company here? They'll tell you. Go in the Facebook groups and ask. Go to the live stream comments. Go anywhere. They will tell you. There's millions of people across everyone that follows me. Somebody in there is going to do it. And it's not like it's my people. It's everyone. It's for the people, right? Again, when you find a title company, just ask them, hey, do you do double closings? Do you do assignments? How many assignments do you do a month? Everyone will tell you, hey, we do assignments, but you'll be the first assignment we've done in the past year. Wrong title company. And then again, ask, who's my point of contact going to be? Then from there, you're good to go. Okay, that's the wrong one. But that's Dispo 101 really quick. If anybody has any cash buyer dispositions questions, I'd love to answer them right now. If not, you can talk with Jason. So Chip, what's going on? Second Chip, actually. You know there's another Chip? So, kind of crazy. Yeah. Yeah, so we tell the seller, hey, we pay for closing costs, but really the buyer is going to be paying for the closing costs. Now, you don't want a crazy one, but not really going to be your problem. And a bad title company, I know this is crazy to say, they will call this, I've had this before, they will call the seller and say, hey, do you know Zach's making $30,000 assignment fee? Are you okay with this? That's not, it's not illegal for somebody to make, you don't have to call them to let them know. But some title companies feel like, in my heart, I need to let them know. So, but like, hey, Mr. Did you know there's $4,000 of doc stamps? Are you okay with that? They don't do that because the seller will be like, what's a doc stamp? Like, that's crazy. But they're not even being charged for it, so that you get a good wholesaling title company. With homeowners insurance? Yeah, so the most basic way I can explain title insurance is if the chain of title is wrong on a property. So let's say John Doe died and it got quit claim to Mary Sue, but Mary Sue never really was an heir to the property. She kind of forged the deed and she technically stole the property. And now the son comes from a coma and he wakes up and says, she's not my sister. She's faking it. I'm the owner. But Mary Sue sold it to David for 500 grand. Well, hey, David, you're out 500 grand, buddy. You're screwed because you got swindled by her. Not your problem. It's going back to him on a lawsuit. He'd be out 500 grand, which when people buy a house, that's pretty much all their money. Not saying it's all David's money, but like if someone did that, they'd be royally screwed. So basically, you're insuring the title. So if title gets screwed up, there's an insurance policy David has with the title company. It's one of 3 insurance companies where he'll get his $500,000 back. So he doesn't get screwed on that. Because people can quit claim deeds and sell it. It's basically like if somebody stole a car and they sell you the car. Sometimes if you kind of do it under the table, you're screwed. People do it with houses. It's kind of weird. But I wish I could tell you it's like a little thing. Every single month, somebody gets arrested for forging a deed. It's a real thing. So the buyer buys the title insurance. The seller has to, quote, furnish the title insurance, which means they have to give clean title. So that's the problem. It has to go, and then the title company kind of underwrites it, makes sure that the title is clean. Sometimes it gets really messy, but it's for insurance.
Zach, quick question. Let's say a house is going to trade at like an ARV of like 500,000, but like it has, let's say, a warranty deed versus a quit claim deed. Would the warranty deed like give it a premium because the house is with the warranty versus the quit claim deed? Like quit claim deed would be like another reason to offer a discount.
No, there's gonna be no difference. I don't like quick claim deeds because usually title's not given to that. It's not a clean title. If you sell it, the title company is gonna have to clean up the chain of title and then furnish it with insurance, title insurance.
Okay, so it's more work for the title company.
And more expensive. And
More expensive to close the quit claim deed.
yeah, but like, if a seller quit claims the deed to another person, and that person is part of the chain of title, I'm not gonna pay any more or less. I'm not dumb, but like basically say like, it's not really my problem, that's title company. If title company will give insurance to the buyer, I don't really care.
Okay.
And so, I mean, Rick, not me, but Rick's been on the bad end of a couple of lawsuits with people forging signatures and things like that, but his assignment fee is protected because it's part of the insurance. So he's good to go. Any other questions real quick? Isabel.
When cash buyer, you find a cash buyer and they ask you, well, how much did you pay for it? They want to know versus what you're asking them to pay for. Do you tell them that
Well, I'm still in negotiations with the seller. I mean, it could be for $0. It could be is it okay if it's for $1? Would you have a problem with that?
And if they press you,
I locked it up for $1. Well, I'm trying to lock it up for $1. Is that okay with you? If I sell it to you for 150 grand, I make $149,999. Is that okay with you? Well, you shouldn't buy it for that low. Oh, well, okay. Bye-bye.
and then the other thing is, so like the seller, we agreed on this price.
Mhm.
I think I'm gonna get this. At the title, will my seller see how much I made on it?
If you double close,
Otherwise, his HUD's only the first and second page.
it depends. Sometimes there's things called blind HUDs, just kind of hide it. Usually it's on there, but they just don't, like it. It's there. What are they going to do? No. They're usually packed up. They're already in the new house. Like, hey, I agreed 100 grand. I'm getting 100 grand back. Usually it's in there, but it's never a big deal. Now I got some people that really are sticklers for this. Like, what's this assignment fee? What's this $30,000 assignment fee? And what I usually say, I've been at a closing table with, let's call it an analytical lady, and she has her reading glasses and a notepad, and she's like, what's this $30,000 assignment fee to Zach Ginn LLC? And I'm sweating their bullets. And I've told everyone, innovation comes from necessity, right? And 30,000 on the spot, I have to say something to save myself. And what I came up with, which, this is bad to say, but I basically said, well, when people buy rentals, they don't buy it all under one company. You don't own a rental, and one LLC doesn't own 1,000 rentals. Each LLC owns property, and she kind of knew that, right? You buy an LLC in a property, and that's owned by, again, a bigger corporation. So what we did here was we moved it from the acquisitions company over to the new rental company that is going to own it. Now, the rental company will be whatever we named it. What we'd like to do is, if it's 123 Main Street, we named it the 123 Main Street Trust. I'm not going to go pay $300 to create 123 Main Street Trust and then you say, Isabel, can I buy your house for 123 Main Street? I created a company just for you. No, you lock it up, you create the company, then you assign it over. What I found out was this is how D.R. Horton, these billion-dollar corporations do it. They have an acquisitions company, and then when they build the development, they assign it over to the development, then they sell the development. So D.R. Horton, for billions and billions of dollars, wholesales houses. They usually do it for $0 or $1. We did it for 30 grand just to move funds over.
So in essence, you basically get rid of the idea that this is some sort of a selling or
No, so what I did was when I started.
She didn't see it as you just got this whole check on top of what she got. She saw it as.
I'm just making 30 grand, what's going on? But I explained it to her because when I started closing on my own rentals that were wholesales, if it was 463 40th Ave, I would put it under my wholesale company, and then I would create the 467th Ave trust, assign it over for like $1,000, $2,000, whatever it is, and that's what I would do. And like,
That's a portion of the equity that you're putting in.
just store for the marketing expenses. And from there, it's like, I'm not lying, because I ended up starting to do that, so I felt lying, but I wasn't lying, so that's the best way I explain it on that situation.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
So if I'm doing a double closing, I'm always, me personally, I would always get owner's title insurance. Is that a good idea or a waste of money? I feel like it's a safe idea.
I mean, there's always I think it's a good idea, because there's always the risk the buyer backs out. You're stuck owning the house, and the person screwed you, and then you're out $200,000-300,000 grand, right? And so I look at what is the risk for not having the insurance? You lose everything. What's the reward? You save $2,000. Not worth it. So that's cash buyers, that's dispositions, and that's basically how to do it. And if you have any questions, just hit me up. I'm always here. But what I'm gonna do right now is introduce somebody that was at this event exactly a year ago. Kind of crazy. And this was an individual that ended up annoying the snot out of me in Flipboard Plus. So I created Flipboard Plus in May of 2023, and I had 4 Zooms. And this guy worked a full-time job, hopped on every single Zoom from May all the way to October. And every single time on the Zoom, he's like, I got no deals, but I'm trying. I got no deals, I'm trying. I got no deals, I'm trying. And then he got his first deal, and he said, okay, I got a deal, now I can go see Rick and Zach. And from there, he's been on a lot less Zooms because he's been very busy, but his life has changed, and he's truly one of the most inspiring stories I think we have in Flipboard Plus, because his life a year ago from now is completely changed. So I want to introduce Jason Goot, and hear him talk. So. Welcome, my man.
Appreciate it.
Here, let me, yeah, let me mic you up. Here, put this on you. Just put it on here. You'll be good to go. Hold on. Stay there. There you go. Just put this in your pocket.
All right.
Overhead.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So my name is Jason Goot. Contrary to popular belief, it's not gut, it's Goot. Jason Goot. I am from a small town in New Jersey called Manville, New Jersey. I moved to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina with my parents. We went there on vacation a lot, and they decided to move there, and I had no choice. I had to go with them because I was only 12 years old. So that's where I ended up, in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. I found wholesaling, believe it or not, from a TikTok video. I don't remember who it was, but that's how I found wholesaling. It was from a TikTok video. And so I've always been interested in real estate. I didn't know what to do with it. I didn't want to be a realtor. That was out of the question for me. And so when I seen this TikTok video for wholesaling, it really did, it resonated with me. So I took action. I got on YouTube. I started looking for anything I could find wholesaling related. And that's when I stumbled across Zach and Rick. I found them in 2022, the middle of 2022, I found Zach and Rick, and I watched everything. I was just trying to take it all in. I probably watched every single one of their videos at this point. And so I was just trying to take it all in. I wanted to start, I didn't really know how. And so I jumped in, I started taking action. The beginning of 2023, January of 2023, I started taking action. I started by cold calling. I pulled government lists, and my biggest government list was tax delinquents. So tax delinquents and cold calling, I just jumped right in, I started doing it. I was having a hard time. I wasn't getting any traction. it just wasn't working for me. And that's when I started going on the Zooms with Zach and Rick. And they were trying to help me out the best they could. I was cold calling. Eventually, I got my first deal. It took me 9 months to get my first deal. My first deal was a old, crappy, single-wide mobile home on less than, it was like a 0.10 acre lot. And I remember I was so nervous talking to these sellers. I mean, I was just so nervous. But I ended up getting it under contract. I locked it up for $10,000. I locked it up for $10,000. I sold it for $14,000. And it's funny because the guy who ended up buying it from me, he ended up selling it for $50,000. So I was like, oh my God, I could have made $40,000. I only made $4,000. That was my first deal. My second deal, let's see, my second deal was, it was an old house on a piece of property. It needed to be demoed. Same thing. I got it under contract for $25,000. I sold it for $30,000, and the guy who bought it from me sold it for $95,000. So I was like, oh my gosh. But my point is, when I got that first and second deal, it really proved to me that this thing called wholesaling, it does work. I mean, I was in a lot of your guys' position this time last year. I was sitting here just like you, and I only had, I think I had 2 deals at that time. I had 2 deals this time last year, and I was still kind of struggling. But when I came to this event, it really, like, just being around other people who are in the same mindset, want to do the same thing, it really kind of gave me the boost to keep going. And so after I left the live event this time last year, I have closed a deal every month, and I made at least $30,000 every month since that time last year. all by the help of Zach and Rick, by the way, and Corey, by the way, too. So, yeah, it was a struggle, though. I mean, that first 9 months, I was nervous. I really didn't know what I was doing. I was it was hit and miss. I mean, I was trying to take action. I wasn't. I was on and I was off. But once I got that first deal, it really kind of opened my eyes to be more confident about my numbers, because I only made $4,000 and the next guy made $40,000. So I kicked myself in the butt for that, and I'm getting better at that. So I would say to a lot of the new people here, if you get your first deal right away, great, awesome, keep going. If you don't get a deal in the first year, the first 2 years, just keep going. You will get it. It does work. I guarantee you it works. I am living proof it works. It took me a long time. It took me 9 months. And even at this point, I consider myself a beginner even now. I mean, I feel like I've barely scratched the surface. But yeah, I mean, Rick and Zach, I mean, they are wonderful. If you guys stick with them, get on the Zooms consistently. I got on the Zooms, like, every time they had one, I got on it. I was listening, I was jumping in, I had questions. They would be right there. They would take my questions, they would help me out. And so yeah, I closed a deal every month since then. I've closed a deal and at least $30,000, so it's good. It works. It works. But before I did wholesaling, I owned an appliance repair business, and so I still am doing that part-time now. I do that from 8 a.m. to 12 noon, and from 12 noon to 5, I do wholesaling. And I'm pretty much to the point where I'm gonna just shut down the appliance repair business because it's just me. It's not like somebody's losing their job when I shut it down. So, I mean, that was pretty lucrative. I was making $100,000 a year doing that. But yeah, so this wholesaling thing, it does work. The biggest advice I would give to anybody new that's just starting or hasn't gotten their first deal or maybe does have their first, second deal but can't get their third, fourth, fifth, just keep going. I mean, it does work. Eventually, you will get traction, you'll get going, and just stick with it. So that is my story. Yeah, I'll take some questions. Yes, sir.
Perfect. Yeah, can you tell us like what your best marketing channel was and how you marketed? Was it cold calling or mailing, or what was the best list that you used?
Actually, I'm glad that you asked that because at this time last year, I only had like 2 or 3 deals, and Corey and Rick were telling me about the Mailing to Millions program, which is direct mail. It's a little postcard with an offer on it that you send directly to potential sellers. And in order to get in that program, one of the requirements is that you at least have five deals. So once, Corey was telling me, once I get 5 deals, come see him. And so after I got my 5th deal, I seen Corey and I started doing the direct mail. That was the beginning of this year. I think it was February or March I started with Corey and Rick in the Mailing to Millions. But to answer your question, my biggest source of leads would be tax delinquent, directly from the county, tax delinquent properties, and cold calling. That's the biggest source of my deals thus far. Yep. Yes, sir.
A follow-up question on the tax delinquency list is like, so like in New Jersey, like taxes are due like quarterly. Like how often when you pull that list, or how would you sort it once you pull it, and how would you like prioritize who you're going to market to?
Right. Good question. He asked how often do I pull the tax delinquents. So I really only, when I first started, I really only pulled it once, and that was in October. I'll admit, I still don't fully understand the way taxes are due on property, but I do know that if it's delinquent, it will eventually go to an auction, which it gets auctioned off in December. And in South Carolina, once it's auctioned off, you have 1 year. The owner has 1 year to redeem it. If they don't redeem it, then they lose it for good. Whoever won it at the auction takes possession. And so I pulled it every 6 months. I pulled the tax delinquent every 6 months.
And you just sort of like the newest first, hit them first, the top of the list, like, or it's not really sorted that way, it's just a list of.
Yeah, it's not really sorted any specific way. It's just, if it's on that list, it's tax delinquent. And there's also another list, which are the properties that have already been to auction off. They've already been sold at the auction, and they're waiting to be redeemed, or they're gonna lose it in a year. So, but I consider that part of the tax delinquent list.
And how many times would you reach out to them if they're on that list? Maybe like once a month?
So I was cold calling that list.
Yeah.
Honestly, I just kept calling that list. I would call the whole list, and I would just keep going. I would just keep, maybe I would call the whole list in a couple days. I'd call it back, call it again, just keep going. So just keep hitting it. Yeah. Yes.
And so are you still just you doing this on your own, or?
Yeah, great question. She asked if it's just me. It is. It is just me at this point. I'm getting to the point where I'm probably gonna need somebody to start answering the phones, because the direct mail, it works. And one thing that Corey and Rick really hammer home is you have to answer the phone. If you don't answer the phone, you may never talk to that person who wants to sell again. You may never see them, talk to them ever again. So it's very important that you answer the phones. So yeah, to answer your question, it's just me right now.
And to follow up, so I like you were saying, it's like a deal a month. Do you find yourself working on a deal, but also you're working forward again to try to get future ones, of course? But like, how long did it take you to not be like, I'm losing?
Yeah, it's very.
Sense of internal pacing.
Yeah, the pacing is very overwhelming. When I first started, I got a deal under contract, and that was like my main focus. I was zeroed in on that. I stopped marketing altogether, and that really hurt me because then I didn't have any leads coming in my pipeline. So the first, second, third, that's what happened to me. I stopped marketing. So you just have to find a balance between following up what you have under contract and continuing to market. That's what really helps with the ROS, the direct mail, is you send it out and it does its own thing. Yeah, they're inbound, they're calling you. So. Any other questions? Yes. What dialer system do I use? I use Batch Dialer, and I've never tried another one, and I've heard that Call Tools is promising, but I'm with Batch Dialer right now. Yes?
Would you say the average time is that the ROS leads are holding onto your card before they call you back?
The average time an ROS lead is holding the card until they call.
Hang on to it for a few weeks, a month, or they call you right away?
I would say the majority of my ROS direct mail, they're calling immediately right when they get that postcard. I've had like 2 leads that said they got it a couple months ago, but they didn't end up closing. They weren't deals. So actually, that's funny that you mentioned that, because when I first started cold calling, I called a driving for dollars lead, and she said no, she's not interested. And I got a sense that she was interested in selling, so I sent her a text, and she reached out to me a year later, which was just a couple months ago, and it ended up being, I bought it for $25,000, me personally, I bought it, and I could have sold it for $150,000, but I decided to keep it for an Airbnb. So that one I'm fixing up and making into an Airbnb. So that would have been a lot more revenue I would have made, come to think of it. But I wanted, it's like 10 minutes from home in Myrtle Beach, so I'm making that one into an Airbnb. And I'm working on a wholesale, by the way, that I got for $40,000, and I'm waiting for it to close for $110,000. So, yeah, that's gonna be my biggest deal. Yes, sir.
Congratulations. For you in South Carolina, what was your best source for finding cash buyers?
Best source for finding cash buyers. I have a problem because I only have 2 buyers, like 2 serious buyers. One of them is the one that I usually sell to, and he usually makes double what I made. So that's a problem. I gotta spend more time finding buyers, but they came from one of those buyers came from, I was driving for dollars, and I called him. He was the owner of a property, and it turns out he was a wholesaler. And that's one of my biggest buyers. So I have a problem. I need more cash buyers. Yeah. Anybody else? Yeah.
When you say you would get to your work, do 12 to 5, you're working on wholesaling. Or is that mostly just calling, or like by 5 o'clock you're not doing anything at all, or did you do? Because you know how that can quickly become
right.
Kind of 24/7. You're doing this, do that, like.
Right. Yeah. She asked how I break up that 12 to 5. So I do 8 to 12. I do my appliance repair. 12 to 5. I do my wholesaling. So I have it broken down from 12 to 2 o'clock. I do follow-ups. And from 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock, I do my marketing, which is cold calling. And sometimes I'll work on my ROS. A lot of times I go past 5. Well, I try not to, but I do, and it is what it is. So, but yeah, that's how I break it down. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, sir.
How many calls are you currently making monthly, and what type of lists are you calling?
He asked how many calls I make and what list I'm calling. So I try, well, they say don't say try. I do 625 calls per day. But I'll admit, when I started doing the direct mail, the ROS, I stopped cold calling and I seen my deals dwindle down. So I started cold calling again. But I do aim for 625 a day. And the list, I call like the high equities I pull from PropStream, but the better quality lists are county, so the county government lists, so tax delinquent, evictions is another big one, and then I'm calling the high equities from like PropStream.
And is that Monday through Friday, or do you also call Saturday?
I do Monday through Saturday. On Monday, I actually didn't even mention this. I pull probates on Monday and I mail them. Like I do actual letters that I mail. So I do that on Mondays, but Tuesday through Saturday, I do cold calling.
Thank you, Jason.
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody else? All right, well, thank you guys for listening. Oh, Zach's got a question. Oh, we got one more, Nina.
This is kind of personal, but I know.
How didn't you get arrested in South Carolina?
And there's other people here. Sorry, there's other people here with kids. How do you balance your time with a family and the work with 2 different jobs, 2 careers?
She asked, how do I balance my time being a single father of 2 extraordinary children that I have full custody of? That is a wonderful question. I mean, they're in school most of the time. But when they come home, they bother me, and I just say, go sit in the corner. No. No, they do their own thing. They're 11 and 12, so they're like to the age where they're not hanging on my hip constantly. So I don't know. Oh, it is what it is. It's not easy, I know that. I drop them off, pick them up from school. It's nonstop, so.
So how did you not get arrested in South Carolina?
How did I not get arrested in South Carolina?
I was just told it's done, it's over. Handcuffs, right?
I actually just got out of jail. No,
Yeah.
no, I'm just no. The new legislation, it does not ban wholesaling in South Carolina. What? There's like a technicality. It doesn't.
So
it doesn't ban it.
They call wholesaling basically pretending to be a realtor. Like if you market your equitable interest publicly, that's what they call wholesaling.
Yeah.
But if you market it privately, it's legal.
Exactly.
But everyone said it's illegal. I said, Jason, this is gonna be the greatest thing you're ever gonna have, because everyone's gonna run away.
Right when it became illegal, I split the deal with you and your dad.
That was a good one, man.
But yeah, thank you guys for listening. I appreciate it. I'd like everybody to come up and talk to me before the end of the day. Thank you guys.
Well, I have a question. If somebody watching this or somebody has a deal in South Carolina, how can they reach out to you?
Great question, Zach. You can reach out to me on Facebook, Jason Goot, G-U-T. You can get me on Zach's Discord, same thing, Jason Goot. Mainly Facebook, though. I mean, I'm pretty responsive on Facebook, so definitely reach out to me, and the Discord, too. I mean, I know that probably the majority of you are on the Discord. That's a great way to get a hold of me. Great question, Zach.
There we go. Jason, we're proud of you. We're excited for the future, and go, man. Come on.
I appreciate it, man.
Awesome. So I think Jason's probably one of the most inspiring stories we have here because of just like how much his life's changed, right? But the cool part is a lot of people in here's life's changed from a year ago from now, too. But definitely reach out to Jason, reach out to anyone, but Jason decided to believe in himself, and his whole life changed because of that. And I think everyone needs to start believing in themselves to do it, because I'm telling you, you guys all have the power to change your life here. So what I want to do is kind of like call it a new segment, but basically what I want to do is, where is it? All right, there we go. Basically what I want to do is kind of bring some people up. So the problem is, we're having more and more successful people in February Plus, and not enough time for them to speak for full hours. Kind of sucks. But what I want to do is, raise your hand if you haven't done a wholesaling deal. It's okay, right? Okay, cool. Now raise your hand if you have done a wholesaling deal. Wow, it's like half and half. Isn't that crazy? So what I want to do to inspire the other half is, if you have an awesome first deal story, or just a cool story in general of a deal that you think is inspiring, I want you to come up and just explain it. And I'd just love to hear everyone's stories, because, you know, me and Rick can just do a deal, and everyone just rolls their eyes like, of course they did a deal. But it's like, wow, that guy's kind of just like me. They hear Jason speak, it's like, hey, that guy's kind of like me. Last event we had Ace speak, and a lot of people were like, dang, we had a lot of people on YouTube like, dang, that guy was just like me. And it's so funny that it takes something like that for someone's mind to click, right? We had a lot of like, I didn't tell Ace, but like a lot of photographers, you know, be like, dang, that's what I was doing. And it's kind of funny. You got Jason, you know, appliance repair. It's like, it just clicks with you, right? So if you have a really cool story, I'd love for you to come up and just explain that deal and inspire everyone. So yeah? Yeah, come up. Give her a hand. I'll give you a chair. I'll give you a chair, kid. Make it a little easier. Here, can you give me the mic? Yeah, there you go. All right.
Oh.
There you go.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
So introduce yourself.
If I haven't met you guys before, my name is Erica Fiedler. I am, we live in Vero Beach, so I had to drive to Orlando to come and meet Zach and Rick, because even though we live 30 minutes away from each other, I messaged them and I'm like, okay, these guys are busy. So, long story short, I also have been interested in real estate for a really long time. Really am not a huge fan of interacting with people who can be difficult. Knew I didn't want to be a real estate agent. Wanted to be a real estate investor, but you have to get there somewhere, and life keeps lifing. So I'm married. My husband has his W-2 job. We're a single family household at the time. We've got 2 boys. Just 8.
Can you get her water?
We're good. So my sons are 4.5 and 2. The 4.5-year-old doesn't stop talking. I'm an introverted extrovert, but when someone's talking to me constantly, I'm good. I'm done. So I stay at home with them full time, and
Open the floor.
Thank you so much. So I'm home with them full time, and Christian just doesn't stop talking. So I got into wholesaling. I started learning about it last summer. And to be honest, I avoid big pages because I'm very easily sold on programs and investments and mentorships and whatnot. I see the potential, so I'm very quick to invest. So I saw your guys' page, and I was like, we'll see. And then they, you know, like people kept talking about it.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, we'll see. So I kept listening. I was like, okay. I started with Pace Morby, that group, and started learning, and transitioned eventually to Flip with her. I was like, all right, cool, let's do it. I was bound and determined to not pay to do it. So that's all you guys teach.
Yeah.
I worked at the tax collector's office in one of my previous jobs. So I'm familiar with county records. I love public records. I love digging through it because I want to be nosy. I'm very familiar with pulling up the maps and everything else you have to do. So I'm like, okay, cool. Like, let's see what's going on with all this stuff. And the more that I did it, the more I realized people don't even know what that is. So you guys were talking about government lists and all this type of stuff. I'm like, interesting. Seems to be like, they know what we're talking about. So I actually made a decision to try and get the first deal. So I thought to myself, if I can make it happen somehow, I just push for a profit, it'll make a difference for us regardless. So I started doing, like driving for dollars. I tried, it's not my thing. I'm not trying to drive everywhere. I'd rather be driven, but I tried with like targeting like particular properties. If it's something that I think I could move forward with, then I'll go and I'll put like a thing on board. My husband gets all pretty about that, doesn't like me to do it. I'm not gonna take the boys with me when I go to do that. They're always with me 24/7, 365. So I was like, there's gotta be something different. I decided to check out my neighborhood because I'm only been in Vero Beach for about 2 or 3 years now. So I was like, let me just get familiar with my little neighborhood. It's not an inch away, but it's like a row of streets. And I started noticing there's a lot of tenants in there. There's a lot of vacant lots in between. There's actually a lot of builders, small builders coming through Vero Beach that want to build small single family homes on these like 0.2 acre lots. So I said, you know what, let me start looking. I pulled it up on the real estate appraiser's website, the property appraiser's website. There's the GIS map that you're able to pull up in yours. And you're able to literally click from parcel to parcel and see the owner information, mailing address, et cetera, et cetera. So you're able to see if you don't have, if it's an absentee owner, if it's somebody out of state, if it's a married couple, if it's whatever. So I literally started clicking. I started with True People Search. They're kind of trash.
Yeah.
Switched to cyber background checks as soon as you talked about it. Like literally the video that you did about it, I was like, well, let me check this out. Their stuff was great.
Oh yeah.
So I prefer to use my phone. It's an iPhone. I tried using Google Voice. It doesn't work for my brain because it seems to come across really weird. Like I can't seem to figure out how to see, is it a Google Voice lead that I texted? Is it someone normal trying to call me or whatever? So I just use my phone. I'm like, whatever, it'll be fine. So what I like about it is I can pull it up on there and I can text it or I can call it and I can see if it's an iMessage. If it's an iMessage, the likelihood of it being the correct number, or at least being a correct number so I don't get marked as spam, is high. So I went through my neighborhood. I found a lot literally around the corner from my house, and it's a vacant lot. It was owned by 2 individuals, a husband and a wife from out of county or out of state, I don't remember. I called her and I asked her using cyber background checks. So at this point, I've not spent any money. I called her and I asked her, I said, hey, are you interested in selling? And I gave her this whole crock, like the whole story was ridiculous. But I was like, yeah, like my parents, they live about an hour and a half away, which is true. I would like for them to come up and have a future option for a property. I'd like to buy it for myself or for them or whatever. Would you be interested in selling? She said, actually, yeah, I wanted to get it sold with a realtor that I know. I said, excellent. How much are you looking to get for it? Well, she told me I could clear $20,000. I said, okay, cool. So we actually ended up coming to a price point at some point in time. And I looped in a good realtor friend of mine who was welcome. She was okay with like being my guinea pig about the reassignment and whatnot. We figured that part out, but what I loved about it the most was that she had no interest in dealing with it. Her realtor had dropped the ball because of her own life issues. So whenever we came in, we were taking care of it for her. Once I got under contract, I actually had made contact with the immediate next door neighbor, and our lots are so small in our neighborhood that you really don't have the opportunity to expand unless you literally buy the next lot, but they're so small, they're like 0.11. So I reached out to the immediate next door neighbor and I asked her if she was interested in adding onto her own property. And she's like, I would freaking love to. I would love to. How much would you like for it? And I was like, I don't know. So what are you okay with? Like, I was gonna ask like a small builder in the area. He was paying he would have paid me like literally $70,000 for that lot.
Wow.
He actually has never performed though, so I'm glad I didn't go with him. So I'm like, okay, if this neighbor can purchase it, I would love for you to have it, even if it comes at a lesser profit for me. I'd love for you to add on to your own backyard. So she ended up paying, I think $25,000 plus closing costs on her end. Because of the realtor in the middle and all of her necessary forms, the seller actually ended up finding out that I was going to reassign it and that I was going to earn profit in the middle. And she's like, so now at this point, the realtor has become the middleman. And she's like, very diplomatically, like, just letting you know, like, this is the thing, this is what's gonna happen. And the seller was kind of peeved about it, and afterwards she's like, that's a smart girl. So she's gonna earn a profit off of it, even though she's not actually buying it, and she's selling it to the neighbor for more money than what I would have been paid. But her whole thing was she wanted to clear $20,000. So we made sure, even with the realtor commission and my assignment fee, which was like $3,800, we made sure that she earned her $20,000. So when the statements came out for the closing statements, it was like 19 and something. And we told the title company, like my realtor had mentioned it, and I told them again, like adjust it so that the seller gets the $20K that we promised her, because that was what we said we were gonna do. So we did that, we closed, and the title company happened to be a local title company to us, I'm pretty sure, I don't remember. But they ended up, it was a physical check. And I went to go and pick it up. And my husband works, he has some, because of his job, he has some weekdays off. So we're able to go and pick him up. So we were just hanging out with the boys one day and just like getting lunch or whatever. And I asked him, I said, hey, can we just like go to the title office real quick? Can you like, because I need to go pick up this check. And he knew what I was doing. Like he doesn't really know what I'm doing. So he's like, yeah, we can do that. So we ended up going and getting it. And the check was literally $3,800. And he's like, I'm sorry, what did you do exactly? And I was like, I'm not actually really sure. But this one is in my name. So this one I need to go deposit it, so like, can we go and pick it up? And he's like, yes. In the meantime, and the whole reason why I even wanted to come up here, I'm a stay-at-home mom, full-time. I wasn't supposed to put my kids in school, that was never the plan. Turns out it sucks. However, I'm still home with them because childcare is too expensive to outsource. They're too young, being 4.5 and 2, to put them in regular school. Daycare is astronomical. We are very barely floating our standard life, just like everybody else. Like we're very barely making it. So when I started trying to do this here, I was like, we have to make something happen. If I try to go to a W-2 job, I'm gonna be paying for, like I'm losing my time. I'm gonna go and pay daycare for 2 kids, which is ridiculous, for like chump change for my W-2 income, and I can't stay home. It was too much. So I said, okay. The other wonderful part of that, the husbands and the men don't really know, the women will. First of all, we don't have wives. Like, we're the ones who typically take, like there's gonna be one spouse who's taking care of the stuff at the house. Even if it's me calling, and even if my income potential is great, typically, and all love to my husband, he will typically end up, like, we still have to coordinate. Do we have enough toilet paper? Is there dinner made? Do we make dinner? Like, what's up with the kids and all that type of stuff? We still have to fit that stuff in. So when I looked at your stuff, when you were talking about it, I was like, I love that for Zach. That's great. I love that he can sit down and cold call for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. That's not how my life is set up. But the way that my checking and savings account is set up, I can't afford not to do something. So it became frustrating to realize that, but then also you have to make it accommodate to your life. So I said, if I can make this check happen, and I don't actually know how it happened, but we can make it happen. I took the 1.5, or maybe 2 weeks where I felt really good that month, which again, if you know, you know. You feel really good before you start feeling really bad, because men don't have that struggle. So I was like, okay, if I could take my very partial and, to be honest, half-ass effort, and I managed to get, like, amongst that same contract, I got probably 2 or 3 other contracts within that time frame, with the interruptions, with figuring out home life and everything else. I was like, wow, the potential here, if I had childcare, if I had help, if I had, more support, more family here, because we don't have our family close, the potential for the income is wild. But most importantly was the proof of concept and the fact that, I've been home for like 5 years now with the kids.
Wow.
And that junk is wild. It's crazy, and it's like, it's a very real thing of when you're out of the workforce, now you have to learn to do those things again. But mostly, it was the proof of concept. I did it for free. I pay like $20 for Adobe to do the e-signatures.
Wow.
I get phone numbers, so the $20 is a month, so there's that. I get the phone numbers, I'll cyber background checks. Occasionally I'll use like been verified, that's been okay. But it's not very expensive.
Yeah.
And I use my cell phone for my phone calls, my texting. And once I get a hold of everything, then the title company is essentially taking care of everything else. So I can genuinely say I've probably spent like maybe 20 or 50 bucks a month. And each check being small checks, they also added up to about $10,000 from the first like 4 or 5 transactions, which all closed within 4 to 6 weeks of each other.
Woo.
And every last one of those, the way that the contract periods landed, they ended up closing like that probably around anywhere from October to November of last year, so almost exactly a year now. And the majority of them, all of them were vacant residential infill lots. All of them would have been off of public record. 2 of them were tax deed application status, which I love so much in Florida, especially. So they were going to go to auction. And I want to say that like at least 3 or 4 of them I reassigned to the immediate next door neighbor. So all in all, my husband, about a month, I think he brings home like $4,400. So any one property was more than one of his single paychecks. That's all we needed. Like that's all we really wanted, was to just not be drowning. So we took a big, I say we, I don't know why, it's almost like when you say that we were pregnant. We're not nothing, I'm pregnant, but whatever, this is not we. I've been working on this, and I had a really hard time, probably after that last closing in November, but the crazy part is it's almost like a fear of success. Because I was like, I did this once, I don't know what happened. I don't know how I got here, I don't know how to repeat this. I did this and I earned all of this money, and my husband has the checks, and I did too damn good, so now he's like, say, so you're gonna go like research some properties? And I'm like, I don't know, I guess I will, whatever. So he's like, we could really use this for like our family, to get us forward. And I'm like, yeah, I know. But after those first transactions came through, like I got a couple checks in the mail while we were on vacation, which I paid for Airbnb using the check from the other one. Woo. And I came home from vacation and those ones were waiting for me, and then I had to ask him to drive, I asked him to drive me to the title company so we could pick up the other check, and he's like, what is happening? Did I marry a sugar mama? I said, yes, sir. But then we had to repeat that process, and my brain gave out on me. Pretty just a huge dip. So my last formal closing was probably in the spring. And since then, it's really been a practice of getting my mindset back right so that I can actually continue to do the work despite the interruptions, because I don't like to sound unprofessional or inept when I'm dealing with a seller. And something about my kids, man, they just know when I'm on the phone. So, but at the end of the day, I was like, dude, one check of $3,000 made a huge difference for us not being in the negative that month. And it also paid for a family trip and we haven't taken it forever. And it also was like proof of concept and the confidence and coming out to an event like this. So I wanted to say it because as cliche and as annoying as it sounds, like if there is somebody else who is also at home most of the time dealing with the heir and the spare and their husband or their spouse or their whomever in their life, like you definitely are not alone. And I think it needs to be verbalized as well that like husbands have their role, the men of the home have their role, the young men have their role. Women, we deal with different kinds of baggage, and I think that it's important to point out and to support each other and have the grace that like, yeah, we may not have rock star months, but we also don't have a wife, we are the wife. Like we are the ones that are the primary, parent or spouse at home that takes care of very essential things, because if we didn't take care of that, nothing else would function. But yeah, it's not bad. I mean, it's been like 13,000. It's not bad. It's nothing to sneeze at. And it's
yeah.
The next challenge is gonna be pushing for that consistency, having those lined up. Like I could go on and on about all the stuff that you guys share and do, like it's craziness, but like every last bit of it, I tell people now if they ever want to figure it out, like you have to listen to what they're saying, because it actually does work. You can do it for free, it's gonna be annoying, but it can be done because I'm doing it. And you don't have to put out earnest money, because I've never paid earnest money, I've never lost earnest money, I've canceled transactions if I have to, but I've never been forced to close on one. I've never had any issues, and I think that it's a big blessing not to have, but like, wholesaling takes work, but it's not hard. And I think that we obviously get in our brains about it. But yeah, that's where I'm here, so.
It's amazing. Give her a round of applause. Wow. Shout out to Erica, that's amazing. That's where I try to bring people up. Again, I'm not a woman, and I've never claimed to know what it's like. But I can tell you I've helped a lot of, not single mom, but like I've helped a lot of single moms out, single dads, and people in those situations, you know, start getting wholesaling deals, right? And I love, my favorite are stay-at-home moms sometimes, because I always tell them, and I didn't tell you, but I'm like, just don't tell your husband about it. Just like, turn into the breadwinner secretly. And then he goes like, some guys are like, oh, I'm the breadwinner. You're not, honey. You're doing good. But, you know, if they're truly a partner, they're not gonna care, right? But you're in a really good market. You're in a market where last month we had a deal for 40 grand in that market. And Erica would be like, oh, Zach's cooked it. There's nothing I can do. I'm not crying. I want to do more deals with you, right? Like, this is absolutely amazing. And I'm so proud of you. I'm so excited. And really, like, this is the start of your journey. Here's the secret. Once these kids keep getting older, they're going to be on your hip. But once they're in middle school, they're going to be too cool for you. That's right. And they're like, okay, go to Josie's house. Let me go cold call. But it's amazing. And the big secret, I think, a lot of like, I try to tell women is like, you're way more compassionate than dudes. Because some of those guys are like, what are you doing for the house? Oh, your mom died, that's terrible, what's the price? And, you know, I've had a lot of 18-year-olds that I'm like, okay, like the guy, like that's the guy's mom, you know? And having that sympathy is okay, but you know, that empathy is really something that I think a lot of guys need to start doing. But I tell like, one of our head of operations is a woman, and she's amazing. She's better than any dude. And so I'm so proud of you. I'm so excited. But I think you've inspired so many people of this, and we're ready to do some more. Come on.
Yeah, I know it. I'm ready. I'm ready. I mean, I'm ready to. I think it's also a challenge to push for the larger margin, because I really was honestly, I didn't really care. I was okay with flipping it for 2,000 or whatever property, because the 2,000 still made a difference for me. So I was like, okay, let's try 3,000. Now let's try 5,000. And I love that you guys talk about the 10 or 15, that's the next goal of like not selling myself short, that I'm able to pull off earning a $10,000 or $15,000 time. I feel like it's no big deal. It's literally in your head. So if there's anything that I can say, I read the book, The Go-Giver by, I think it's Bob Berg and John David Mann. And I read the book, The 10X Rule by Grant Cardone. Listen, hear me out, okay? He's obnoxious, I know this. But if you listen to what he's actually saying, I paired the concepts together, and I really feel like we can do that. This community is all about that. Right. The go-giver, and you open your mindset to the possibilities. If you 10X what you think you can do, I feel like the possibilities are there. Tax deed application, like I said, I love public records. If you guys ever want to do anything, please let me know. But yeah, like JVing together, let's do it. Like I personally haven't dealt with single family because I don't really prefer dealing with sellers. They kind of aggravate me sometimes, but at the same time, you know, it's a big opportunity. So who's going to say no to people? That could change my life. Yeah. I could use $15K and pay off some credit cards. I know that for sure. So yeah, that's been a big deal. But again, you guys have your role. Like the men have their role, and my husband is a hard worker. So I want to contribute. Like I want to match him. I want to meet him where he's at. And I think this is going to be the great vessel. But yeah, exactly like you said. I asked him. I said, dude, he's got a laser engraving business, which I love. It's very time consuming. And I said, my dude, if you could help me, if I could use your man brain with my stuff, like we could freaking move mountains. Whenever he starts to see the big assignment fees come up, he'll come on board.
Here we go.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
As long as people as long as people don't pay their taxes, you'll be making money.
Oh my God, that's every day. People get divorced every day. People, unfortunately, they pass away every day. Taxes get backed up every day. And there's always somebody looking to sell. There's always somebody looking to buy. No matter, and like you're not late to the game. So that's what I try to encourage myself with.
The way I look at it is,
me and Rick are easily going to clear over 7 figures in Indian River County specifically this year. If you just copy me and just do 10%.
That's it.
That's all. It's all. Just do 10% of what I do in that one county. It's all it takes. It just be like a little mini me, and that's all you need. You got Vera, Sebastian, Mims, like you got Brevard, St. Louis.
And I will say just one last thing. I was super intimidated to get into Port St. Lucie.
Yeah.
Same thing. Because I'm like, freaking Zach's over there. I know it. But the thing is, like, we all have our own things that we're working on. You guys are at a totally different level.
Yeah.
Where I could step in and do one single deal, two, three, whatever amount, it doesn't matter. Y'all are at a different level, and you can focus on those higher level things, whereas I can still come in and contribute and help someone here locally to us, even if you have a big hitter in the market.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter, like, it's fine. So
There you
that's
go.
why I keep trying not to exclude myself mentally from like, well, like Rick and Zach literally are in my backyard. But that's okay, because if you just cleared 40,000 last month, I'm not exactly sure what I was doing in September, but I sure shit was not doing that.
Nina cleared 30,000 in Vero.
I mean,
So, like-
yeah, like let's do it. So like that's what I'm saying is that the proof of concept is there. If you guys can do 40, she did 30. That's 70,000, none of which came to me.
Yeah.
So where's my 70,000?
I'm a little scared.
Yeah,
I'll write a
I
check.
know you are. We'll see. We'll see. We'll work on it. But thank you anyways. I appreciate it.
There we go. Give her a hand, come on. Love seeing that. So. Proud of you, proud of you. We'll talk. So, guys, you don't know anyone's story until you actually talk to them, right? And it's, I love, the one thing I tell everyone is like, if you're a mom, if you're a dad, or something like that, right, which I'm not, it's a lot harder being a mom than it is wholesaling for most people. I'll tell you that. So if anyone else has any cool stories, I'd love to hear it. Isabel? All right, let's get Isabel on here. Give her a round of applause. Let's hear it.
I just wanted to like give the end story from much older as a woman.
Oh, yeah.
I 2 years ago lost everything, house, family, the whole kit and caboodle, and this is where I've started again from like absolute scratch. And a few weeks ago, actually, I was on your website. I've got my first deal that is from me marketing.
Oh yeah, I remember
That's
that.
what I wrote. I was like,
Oh, yeah.
And you were like, no, you've already done deals. But the first, and it was because the other deals I kind of got lucky.
Here, put it on the mic.
Sorry.
There you go.
So anyway, I just real quick. I saw a house. My mom lives in Virginia. I live in Texas, and I was visiting her, 4 days a year. Since I was her high school principal, so I was racing back and forth. And one of the last times I was visiting her in 2021. As I was driving out of town, my husband back in Texas was like, "Yeah, we'll just take your time." And it was just real unkind on the phone, and I never had such panic, and I didn't dare drive home, so my car was full of shit. So I just drove around my mom's town, and I saw a house, and had it for sale by owner. I called it. Eventually, this became my house, and this is a guy I got to know who's been really supportive and helping me, and he's a retired landlord. So when my life did explode and I had this backup, he's going to call me and say, "Hey, I've got these deals, I'm going to sell them." So it was like I got them for free. But it was, I've gotten my first deal now from my own marketing.
There we go. How much was it?
I'm still working, but it might be 40,000.
40,000. There we go. Hey.
I'm 57, so you can be Gen X and hyper ADHD and like chatty to say nothing, and stuff starts again. So.
I thought you were 28.
Thank you so much.
There we go.
It's amazing. So, Jose, got something?
Oh yeah.
So I got a chance to meet a lot of people, and I really love sharing my story because I was broke. and free is for me, and for you. So I ran into Zach Ginn in 2021 August on TikTok as well, actually, and I think you were calling at home. You had the headset on, and you were flaunting this $10,000 check, and I was like, what is going on? Back then you were recommending to even like call Craigslist leads and stuff like that. So it took me a while. I lived on YouTube for like 3 months. I didn't sleep. I think I watched everybody's videos from Jerry Norton, Pace, Ron, I mean, literally everybody. Even, I forgot the other guy's name from Wholesale to Millions guy. But when I ran into Zach, it was free content, and I loved how much value he was providing and everything like that. So October, I was like, you know what, let me just start calling. And I went on Craigslist, and my background, just a quick background, I worked in a cold call center for many, many, many years. So when I saw this whole cold calling thing, I was like, I could do this. I could do this. And I have a little one as well, so that actually is a huge motivator when you have a kid, and you want to make sure you're providing for them and stuff like that. But I saw this house on Craigslist. It was being sold for $189,000, and I called the lady. I actually wrote a whole script, thinking that because I could close it in one call. So I didn't know anything, so I wrote this script out, and I'm like negotiating her over the phone. I don't know anything about real estate. I got her down to about like $120,000. And she's like, my husband wants to meet you. And I'm like, I can come to the house, So I set up an appointment, I go to the house. And again, it's funny because I'm by nature a sales guy. So I go there, broke as a joke, no gas, on E, little folder in my, just trying to play the role. I'm gonna be honest, like I was just trying to fake it until I make it. And
what car did you pull up in?
A Chevy Malibu. Yeah. Okay. Chevy Malibu with an Uber sticker on it because I was an Uber driver back in the day. And so I go there and I'm walking the house and I'm just pointing out everything that's ugly. I'm like, oof, oh, And I went for the no, but that I was trained already kind of in sales to go, for the uncomfortable price. Yeah. So I offered her $70,000 for the property, and she looked at me like, what? And her husband was there, which was nice as well, and they were like, I didn't get kicked out. I survived the offer, the low offer, and she's like, hey, do you mind if we go inside into the kitchen and we talk about it? I'm like, of course, absolutely. Like I've done this a million times, except for it was my very first time doing it. And she came outside and she's like, hey, we spoke about it. In my head, I'm like, I can't believe I'm this far. She's like, if you can do $86,000, we got a deal. And I was like, I don't know. Meanwhile, there's fireworks going on in my head. I'm celebrating. There's dances happening. I told her, hey, I don't know. I don't know if I could do 70. You know what? If we sign today, we can do 80,000. And they agreed to that. At the time, I had printed out a Jerry Norton 14-page contract that I did not know anything that was on there. And I pulled it out, and she's like, what does this say? I'm like, oh, let's look at it together. I'm not sure what it says. So, I bullshitted my way through that, let's just be honest. But they signed the property, found it for 189, got the contract for 80 grand. And then when it was time to sell it, which I was going to real estate, I took a really deep dive into real estate, so I was going to real estate meetups and saying I'm a wholesaler and just believing it myself, believing the hype. And there was a cash buyer who told me, hey, when you have a deal, bring it to me and I'll buy it. And I mean, I was so scared. I was excited because I got this contract, but I realized that I just promised someone $80,000 and I need 20 for gas. So I needed $80,020, my favorite line. So as soon as I left the driveway, I called the guy up, super frantic, like, hey, you said you'd buy this, and he's like, calm down, come to my office on Monday, and I'll buy the deal. And I was like, okay. He's like, okay. I didn't believe it was that easy. I couldn't believe it, and I went to now, in hindsight, now that guy who I sold it to was a flipper of 20 houses plus. So he paid me pennies on the dollar. I mean, $5,000 on the deal. I sold it for 85. I couldn't make more, but it didn't matter to me at that moment. It was just that proof of concept. It was like it could happen, and yeah. So ever since then, I've been watching all the stuff, the Zooms. Not every Zoom like this guy, but free content is for you, it's for me, and it works. And I've done a lot of deals. I think I've done almost like 10 deals a year since 2021. I've done $20,000 deals, which I couldn't believe it. That was like, all right, this is real. But big thing what Rick was saying earlier, when you have your reason why, that whole conviction, it really does come out like an armor and nothing can stop you. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it, I guess.
We got a plan to load up even more. We were talking about it. I think we know what we got to do, but we're excited to go. But come on, man. Give him a round of applause. Come on. All because he believed in himself. That is exactly. You just talk to him. He's a funny guy, but he's done a lot of deals, got a lot of great experience, and hey, I mean, if we go around, it'll be the next 3 hours of people with the crazy first deals and everything, but Jose is pretty good there. It was pretty cool. So give a round of applause to everyone that showed up and explained that story too. And absolutely amazing. So I love it, you know. So this was really cool. Next here, I kind of want to go out here and have Rick kind of talk, because he wants to talk about some other cool stories too, and explain it, right? Yeah. Yeah, here, just take this one. Okay. Good to go. I got you.
So guys, if you can power through this, because I promised I would be out of here at 5. So we're just going to go through this, and I appreciate you. I know we get tired, we get worn out. I can make you do Tony Robbins, stand up, shake, dance. We can do it, though. It's fun. So here's what we're talking about. A lot of you at this point, I don't use the word JV to insult you. I just use it so I can visually. This is how I operate. You've got to get out and get your first deals. You've got to put in the work, and you've got to take the actions. We all want the result. I know that. The question is, will you take the action? Most of the stories you've seen up to this point are people getting successes. They get that one deal, they get that 2. How many deals to get to the varsity team in wholesaling? 5. That's it. That's got to be your goal. If you don't have a goal, start with number 1, because you can't get to 5 if you don't get 1. You can't go from 1 to 5. A lot of you are trying to do it. It's not going to work. If you can get there, I don't care how much time it takes you, run a marathon. If you want to run a sprint, you're going to run out of gas. And you have to understand that. So the next question is, and this is my favorite question, Rick, I did 5. What the hell do I do now? I'm gassed. I'm tired. I don't know if I can keep this pace. I go, okay. Now I know we can make an investment in you and an investment in your business to make it work. So this is typically where me and Zach would hit you for 30 grand for the ultimate boot camp, right? You would all be vulnerable to it, and I would take it easily. I'm just being brutally honest. This is what people coach me and say, Rick, this is what you need to do. I go, it's stupid. I would break their trust at this point, because then it's just one-sided. If you screw up, do I really care? I always going to care. Money doesn't ever stop me. So here's what we do. We took the money out of the equation. I have a program, Mailing the Millions. I started with 1. I started with my son. We grew a hell of a business. And then I picked on this guy. His name's Corey. And Corey goes, Rick, I've done 5. What do I do now? I go, you ready? Let's find out how to do it. Let's be honest, who wants to sit there and knock on doors and cold call for the next 5 years? Raise your hand if you want to, because I want to talk to you. It's like, let's be brutally honest. I have to find a way. So we've concentrated on outbound marketing. We push. That's pushing the builder uphill until we get to that top. You get to 5, it doesn't mean it gets easier, it just you have to pivot. You have to go from outbound and add inbound. A lot of people here it goes, I started inbound, I stopped outbound. You're going to have to use the outbound like you do a job. So when I started out wholesaling, like a lot of you do, I had to keep my job to pay my bills. Then I had to add another element. So we call it inbound. Who here would like to have their phones ring for you instead of going out and doing all that? So the same question, does that scare the shit out of you? Because you're going to have to make an investment. And you're going to have to take a leap of faith with somebody you trust. And they're going to guide you, and it's going to freak you out. I learned that doing direct mail is you just got to understand the system. And if you don't, who here says direct mail, I heard direct mail doesn't work anymore, I spent $5,000, it was I lost my ass. We all hear that, right, on the internet? This is the problem in the internet. You don't know who's typing it, you know what they're doing, they don't know what they're doing. So what I want to do is bring up Corey. Corey is, I don't know how long we know, it's about 2.5 years, something like that right now. So Corey got going, and it's like he just used to annoy the hell out of me on the lives, but like he did it, the other Jason did it, a lot of you do it. It doesn't annoy me, what happens is I'm like, are you gonna do what I say, or are you just gonna keep going outside the bounds? Because we're gonna keep having this conversation. I'm like that annoying father. You just gotta keep bringing him back. Until you do this, you're not gonna get to there. So I met with Corey, he had that problem. I said, Corey, listen, you ready to ramp this thing up? He goes, no, I think I'm good. I said, no, you've got to go to another level. You have no idea. He goes, no, listen, Rick, I came from just a simple worker. I'm making plenty of money right now. I go, you only think it's plenty of money, it's just because what you're used to. And so he goes, well, what do you propose? I go, dude, I got this crazy idea. I'm going to do direct mail. I don't want to charge a program. I go, what if we both earn money together? He goes, okay. And so I did a deal of a lifetime when I did it with him. And I said, Corey, listen, I'll put up the expenses. This is when I was doing a pilot program. And he goes, you do that? I go, I believe it. I go, you have the skill set, you'll do it. I go, but we're gonna partner up on it. You're gonna do the heavy lifting, I'm just gonna guide you. And we went into it. It was brutal for 3 months, I'm not gonna lie to you. He tried it every which way, wiggle his left. He was making progress, but he kept getting scared. I said, just keep going forward. So here's what happens with direct mail. You're right, it's really a credit card. And it's easier now than ever. It was a nightmare when I first did it. So what you do is you pay for a batch. We teach you to do it in small versions so you understand what you're getting into, you understand the flow. Most gurus will tell you to drop 10 grand and cross your fingers. It is suicide. So we start out with small. What's small? 2 to 3 grand. And we teach you. You're gonna freak out the whole time. We're gonna show you how to answer the phones. We're gonna show you how to treat it like a business. And you go, and then the first month you're gonna go, Rick, I'm out $2,500. I'm starting to freak out. Perfect. We're moving forward. I love what you're doing. Direct mail will not make you rich in 30 days, not even close. It'll freak you out. You have to commit to 90 days. I tell everyone, we're gonna come up with a budget, do it 90 days, and we're gonna set it on auto. Our goal is to get you a contract within 90 days. You're starting from zero on outbound marketing, just like when you did inbound marketing. It's going to take time. If you can't commit to 90 days, don't do it because you're wasting your time and your money. And I don't want to be your partner, I'm just brutal. You're going to have to run a marathon. You guys have been running sprints up to this point, and they get exhausting. I've been there and I've done it. And then I'm going to tell you, you're going to have to do the sprinting and you're going to have to run a marathon at the same time. It's going to wildly test you. So I'm going to hand it over to Corey. I'm going to let you explain it to him. And Corey's #1 lead source now is direct mail. It's old school, it works, it's legal, it's scalable, and if you want to have a one-man army and have an endless amount of leads, once you learn to talk to sellers, you master the different ways to play with our vocabulary, you learn how to do the go for no, direct mail's fun. But the problem is most people do direct mail and they still haven't figured out wholesaling. Me and Zach have figured it out. We want to teach you the basics of wholesaling before you start doing all these expensive lead things. PPL, PPC, I don't even like doing them. It's hard to get a return on it. I get deals, but I don't want to be busy. Busy means broke. So give me a short version of where we left off. You got into direct mail.
Yeah, so like Rick was saying, I'd found a lot of success in wholesaling before I got into direct mail. I'd probably done about 30 deals or so, but I was just experiencing a lot of burnout. You know, I was making good money, having results, but I was exhausted. You know, a lot of those methods, the sweat equity methods, it's very taxing. And when you run it at scale and for long periods of time, I was just experiencing a lot of burnout. And I told Rick, just like he was saying, you know, like, I know there's gotta be a better way. I want some sellers calling me. And he told me about direct mail, and I was like, I don't know, I always heard it didn't work and it's expensive. And just like he said, he's like, give me 90 days and I'll change your mind. He was so confident, it was the most nonchalant thing ever. He's like, just give me 90 days and I'll change your mind. And I'm like, well, you haven't steered me wrong yet, so what do I got to lose? So I got into doing direct mail and partnered with Rick on deals for over a year while I was learning the process, a lot of one-on-one guidance there. And like he said, now it's my main marketing channel, so I do a lot of direct mail deals. I usually have anywhere from 5 to 7 direct mail deals on my board at any given time, doing several deals a month. For example, I have 12 deals that I'm doing right now, 8 of them are from mail. And once you get it scaled up and get going, it's very obtainable to crack off consecutive 6-figure net profit months. But there's a cost that comes with it, and it takes time and experience and consistency. And that's the one main problem people have with just any of the marketing, but it's especially true in direct mail. You start and stop, well, that makes your results start and stop. So we all want to get to the point where we can have consistent closings, consistent checks coming in, doing deals and making money. That takes consistent marketing. But with something like direct mail, you really have to systemize it and form a process, and that's where we come in. We teach people how to run it like a business. We teach you how to run it like a well-oiled machine, how to scale it, and we give you all the support to know like how to talk to those sellers, what to say whenever these things are brought up to you, how to handle those conversations, you know, how to get them disassociated with just the price on the card. We really get deep into it and teach people exactly what they need to do to make that a successful, you know, revenue stream for their business. And you can build an entire business model in real estate off of just doing direct mail. I could stop my other forms of marketing right now and would still probably make over 6 figures a month. But so we came up with the program Million to Millions, and that's what we do. We teach people how to do direct mail. There's several people in here that have been in the program. I'll have a couple of them come up. Is that okay?
Let me do it. So I want you to understand, I've spent 2 years with this guy because he stepped up, he did everything I did, and I want you to understand, Million to Millions, I don't have a course. It is a partnership. You guys tell me, I want to spend more time with you and Zach. This is your avenue. Now listen, I'm still a businessman. If I can't teach you the basics, don't. Most gurus will try to teach you all the advanced strategies and they skip the most important part. How to talk to people, how to work this deal. Yeah. I would say, honestly, this room's fine, but most people come in wholesaling, they're just not good fits. They're weak in their mentality, they have no belief, the conviction is just, and sometimes it takes people years to do it. It took me 12 years to build up the courage. I was conditioned, I wasn't educated on it. So I'm telling you, if you want to partner with me and Zach and do deals, I own property with Jason, I own property with people all over the place. It's fun because now when you do that, you get my number. Now, I learned I can't be in a million places at one time. So I started with one, I did it. We spent a lot of time together, we worked out a lot of the kinks. Corey's my go-to guy on this. I have to do some delegation just like any other businessman, and you'll learn how to do it too. He is my eyes and ears in everything we do. I'm not on every live. I come in about once a month, and then we work on deals. He reports to me about, we talk at least once a week, if not every other day. Whatever he needs, he has access to me. If I give everyone my phone number, I will get nothing done in life. Okay? Yeah. So I have compartmentalized everything we do. We figured this out. It took us 2 years. 2 years, guys, I made an investment in myself, in Corey, and now we have a way where we can do it better, stronger. So I have people backing us up. He has a staff that supports him. He runs it. And we have a lot of fun. It's simple. The requirements are simple. Show me you did 5 deals, show me a good attitude, and show me you're not going to be a pain in my ass. If you're a pain in the, I don't want to be partners with you because you actually have to do work here. This is not a deal where you give us the deal and we do everything for you. We are trying to create a business for you. We focus on direct mail. I'm not your dispositions company. You're going to sell them. We guide you, we hold you accountable to a schedule, and some people don't like it. If you don't like it, don't come to it. It's simple as that. Now, I don't sit there and pound you with emails, hey, sign up for a program. Usually twice a year I go, hey, who's ready? Who wants to do it? And then here's what you do. If you have any questions, you're gonna reach out to Corey. So I'm gonna let Corey pick out a couple people. He's trained, they're gonna give short stories, and then I want you to pick their brains. And then at the end of this, Corey will be in the back if you wanna talk to him, connect with them. We go through a process to make sure you're a good fit. If you're not a good fit, it just means we need to get your skill set. Nobody wants to work with someone that thinks they're gonna be a liability. I'm doing you a favor if we say you're not a good fit right now. You need to do this, and that. I'll tell you exactly what you need to do. You need to get 5 deals. We need to get the right attitude, and you need to be very good in your market. 5 deals, you can sell them, do that. You have all the tools. We don't know the local market. I know how to do direct mail. I think I'm one of the best in the industry. Hey, Robert, stand up. So this guy right here, come on up. I want to share a little story. It's kind of funny how small this world is. So I've met Robert a few times online, but like how long ago is it you found me?
You embarrassed me earlier.
No, it's okay. So I have no shame in doing that. How long ago did you connect with me?
2010, I think it was.
2010, this guy dug me up. Now, I had really good skill sets. I'm better now. But like I did like these funky little marketing products, and I would test them out and sell it. I would sell like an enormous amount. I'm like, crap, I don't know what to do. All these people bought it, and I was always creative. So it's funny because he's been around almost 14 years, 13, 14 years. Yeah.
2008, did my first deal.
Yeah. And I followed him. It's just kind of funny, just to show you. So if you want to find out.
I didn't know that, Rick. I didn't know you followed me.
No, I did. Well, I wasn't. But back then, I was just a grinding wholesaler. And I go, listen, everyone goes, man, how do you do this? I go, it's not that hard. And then I would try every person one. Hey, Robert, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do this, 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 and this. And I just kind of ran out of gas. Too many gurus came at me. I go, I'll make you the best coach in the entire world. I go, man, you ain't going to own me. And I went through some iterations, and people pissed me off. And I just went back to wholesaling because I saw the backdrop of how wholesaling coaching goes. They just went in your pocket. I'm just telling you at the end of the day, there are some good ones out there, but for the most part, they told me how to make $10 million with the least amount of work possible. That's just not my DNA. I want to do it the hard way. I want to prove it. So I like to do deals. I make more money flipping properties. I do not flip students. I don't care. So if I teach you for free, and the most of you came here, I earned your trust, you go, hey, Flip with Rick's a good deal. You have a path to get in it for free. There's a lot of people who did a deal with me, and I credit you an entire year. If you don't believe me, ask people around. And then my path to freedom is on. Right now, me and Corey, like we look at great deals. I've talked to Aaron. Aaron goes out and hustles. I have no doubt where he's going to go. Jason, everybody. And so my long-term vision, so you understand, is I get more people out there think like me, go out and hunt. Then I can go behind the scenes, get more money, get more deals put aside, and we can do partners. I don't do syndications. I don't do stuff like that. I'm very straightforward. Some deals we keep. I'm really good at creative financing. I have a knack for it, but you have to learn wholesaling first. You can do creative financing as you go along. So I'm just showing around. I've been around a long time. I'm not going anywhere. And then my son has an incredible future with it. As long as I'm having a good time, I'm going to do it.
So I used to do handwritten letters, right? Handwritten letters, I don't know if you guys remember yellow letters. You had to write it down with a red pen and you copy it and scan it so you had multiple letters that went out. I would do that and I would sit and write hundreds and 200s of letters and mail them out. Back then, we would get a 10% response rate. Yeah. It's not like that anymore, right? You send out 100, you get 10 people to call you back. It takes 30 to 50 leads to get a deal, right? So if you know that, just say 100 on worst case scenario. So if you know that, you're gonna send out 1,000 mail pieces, right? That's only gonna get you 10 calls today. That's gonna send out 10,000 mail pieces. Well, Rick came up with this thing called the handwritten postcard. And when I saw that, I was like, man, this is exactly what I need. Because it gives the handwritten font, right? But it was on a postcard, which was half the cost of the yellow letters. Well, people took his idea and it's all over the place, but he's the one who started it. He actually would show you how to print a postcard out, go to Staples and cut it, and then go ahead and mail it out to make yourself the all in-house individual, right? And I'm telling you, those things work like gangbusters. I would send out 300 postcards and I would get like a 15, 20% response.
That was insane. It was insane.
It was nuts. And I did a video for him, so that's, yeah.
Yeah, so that was way back then, so I'm just trying to tell you, like, I've always had like a massive marketing mind.
But I definitely want to get on this Mailing to Millions.
Yeah, so it's what I do. And the crazy part is I've always had the great ideas, I just didn't know how to bring it. I'm all about monetizing it, but to me, I have to provide the benefit and then I'll figure out the monetization. That postcard alone sold over $30 million in product. I got very, very little of it. Smarter people than me used it, manipulated me, made me sign contracts, and I just walked away from the business. Like, I mean, every one of you are sharks. I could go name by name and tell you everyone's taking advantage of me. Everybody comes to me. I had the same thing happen to me in probates, and I just took a step back. I loved wholesaling. I've never had a problem wholesaling. And that's when my son started getting involved in the business. He's like, man, Dad, you had some incredible ideas. I go, yeah, I mean, but it's hard to bring it to market. Like, people take advantage of you. He goes, no. He goes, let's figure this out. We'll do it together. He goes, just teach people the way you taught me and we will never have a problem. I'm like, damn, this kid's smart. And that's how we're sitting here doing it. I did everything wrong when I did it. But my character, my truth is, I just can't sell out. I just can't do it. I can't. I could easily charge, most of you guys would pay me $5,000 to sit in this room. I know it. But I'm looking to do this long term. I'm looking for a marathon. Every guru's looking at me and Zach, he goes, what the hell are you guys up to? You're scaring us. We found out we were a topic of a conversation in an entire 1-hour conversation about Flip with Rick. I love this shit, man. I'm gonna do the opposite of what everybody else does, because it's like you guys just keep doing the same thing. We have to change it. So, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna show you the pattern. So Corey's gonna call up a couple people he worked with, and then I want you, after the event, you can ask questions or you can ask them why we have it. I think we got a few minutes here.
Alrighty.
Who we got?
Let's see, I'd like to have Ace come up here, and Jen, if you wouldn't mind to come up here as well. So these are two people. Ace came into Mailing to Millions after the event last October in Florida, right after he was in the first round of people that came in. Jen came in after the last event in Dallas. There's also Sebastian here. He's in the program as well, actively right now, so you can ask him some questions as well. And if anybody has questions about the program or wants to know a little bit more about the requirements, get with me as well. But I'm gonna let these two individuals here tell you a little bit about their experience and how the program was of value to them, and yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Corey. So actually, my partner was the one who convinced me otherwise. And she's not here, Jasmine, who I've spoken about before. And I'm more risk averse, and so I'm very like, I gotta keep my money in the bank and not risk it, right? And so she's like, we have money, right? We all have my first deal. She's like, it doesn't make sense for it to keep it there. You have to reinvest. So the 5-year thing I think is a great minimum because you have to learn how to, talk to sellers on the phone. So when I came into it, Corey was definitely keeping me accountable. At one point, he was calling me, he's like, man, is this, did she just steal all our ideas? And,
It was a very interesting particular situation how it played out. I was like, I told Rick, I don't know what's going on right now.
I go, she's good. She's good.
Yeah, so we finally got on track, and every week we have a Zoom live, and they answer all our questions to strategize. And I never feel like they're not there. So that's the number one thing you need is support and accountability. And then, you have a Google spreadsheet or whatever you use to make sure that that they have something for you and them to look over, and then you have a game plan. So it just takes your patience, your ability to talk to sellers, and your honestly, like, having good energy about it, because it can easily feel like it's not working in your mind for a while, which is why he says give it 90 days. And I closed my return on investment for one campaign was 7.2. So that's for me, that's an incredible return. All I need is 3 times the money to pay my debt back, to make the business some money, and keep a little money in my pocket. So when I saw that within 90 days, I was like, oh, this works. And it just takes consistency and discipline and of course, money and support. So thank you guys.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I actually, before I joined the Mailing to Millions group, I was already like diving into the ROS a little bit. I wasn't as consistent. So I remember when I had came to Rick and Corey, I was like, I'm doing deals, but I'm like, every other month, like, I'll do a mailing campaign, maybe beginning of a month, I might skip a couple months, I might do it again. So when I got into the group, Corey was like, look, it's gonna be hard, but like, you got it. So when I finally dived in and got everything started, I really hit the ground running because the way that they'll teach you how to like systemize it, it's like, it's almost foolproof. I don't like saying it, but it's like, it's almost foolproof if you really just like, you have to know your market though. Like you can't get in to the like the group and not like know how your market is. You gotta have buyers, like, you know, like Rick said. So when I got in, I really just like skyrocketed it. I think Corey was like very surprised. Of, like,
You did really good out the gate.
Yeah, like it was.
You had 2 deals on your first campaign. That's pretty good.
So typically it's just like, you know, you don't get a deal like, well, it's not you don't get a deal, but they don't try to sell the dream of like, you put a campaign out, you're gonna get a deal back. So they make you like, you know, just wait 90 days. So fortunately, thank God that I was able to get like a couple deals with my first campaign. And then by my second one, we, like I had my biggest year to like date. So like between my first 2 campaigns, I closed like 10 deals. And then by the summertime, I like tripled my income of what I did last year. So the previous year. That's pretty good. Wondering what our value is. Like the value is definitely in mail. Like I've been talking to some folks and they're asking me, I don't say direct mail is the only way that you can get wholesaling deals. No, I say if you're looking for a way to scale up, you might want to get in mail because everybody, all of the top wholesalers that you probably know about, they're doing direct mail and they're not telling you. But mail is the #1 way to go for real.
So he was in and out of the program in like 30 days. And you know, this is the point where you usually get banged over the head with a big sales pitch. I don't have a sales pitch. I only make money if you make money. But remember, I get to choose the partner. So Corey helps vet it. If you are interested, talk to us. Most people don't succeed in direct mail because they don't understand the mechanics and fundamentals of wholesaling. It is a whole nother layer that will complicate and confuse you. So I know our methods is we kind of slow and patient. It is by design. If I want you to win, you're going to have to work on the basics. Who here is interested in doing direct mail? You don't have, okay, talk to Corey. You can talk to any of the people. They'll tell you the program is. We do 1 additional meeting on Monday night. We'd like you to do 5 deals because #1, it shows you got the guts to do this business. #2, you're probably pretty familiar with your market. I'm not a dispo specialist. That's where I need your help so we can sell them for the maximum amount. We can provide, I've provided funding for good deals. Sometimes we got to get tenants out. Guys, I love direct mail. People just don't understand it. What you should be asking me, what should your return be on direct mail? Does anybody know? Typical average? Listen, as long as you get double, who cares? Like, you've got to start somewhere. So our target in your first deal is to just 2x your return because there is a learning curve. There is a learning curve. But most people do direct mail, they write 1 big check and they never get their money back. That's just the truth, that's the statistics. So you got to commit to 90 days, whatever your budget is. We start you small. We show you the tricks of the trade. We show you the vendors to use. We show you the postcard to use. And we show you the tricks we use to get the highest response rate. You are in a society that has a very short attention. It is moving fast. I know direct mail seems very antiquated. You will never be harassed if it's illegal. It's completely scalable. And if you are one person, everyone I've introduced is pretty much a 1, maybe 2-person army. So I ran with direct mail 7 years all by myself. It wasn't easy, but like it was easy, but it wasn't easy. I want to create a problem where you get so many leads you don't know what to do. Okay? So most of you are focusing on outbound. You've got to keep that push. There's no magic button just to switch to inbound because there's a cost and there's going to be a time delay because mail is a little bit slower for obvious reasons. 90 days, 5 deals. If you can do that commitment, talk to them. Now the next part is, are you fit to be my business partner? That's up to Corey. He knows exactly what I am, and his job is to put his foot up your behind and keep you moving, because that's what good business partners do. A coach, a mentor, whatever, it's different. Once you take that check, I just go, hey, just do the mail, what's the problem? I don't know why you're not getting results, you're not trying hard enough. That's what happens when you pay people up front. You ever pay someone up front and you go, damn it. I love to play a vendor at the very end, right? Because I know they're gonna get the job done and it usually gets done on time. Pay a vendor up front, they're like, I'll let you know when it's ready. So I get sick of it, I hate it, I want results. Do I have a guarantee for you? Absolutely not. I'm just telling you right up. Some people won't make a dime, some will hit it out of the park. Most of it, though, is gonna be on you. If you can't execute, if you can't hold yourself accountable and it overwhelms you, at least have an honest conversation with us and we'll tell you if we think you're a good fit or not. Don't take it personal if I don't take you. I'm just telling you, you're not ready. I'm that coach in high school says, you need to keep practicing your layups. You're not putting in the time, I can tell. So what I do is when he gives me a name, I go, give me the name. I look it up. I go, okay, how long they've been in there? I go, well, how's the attitude? What do you think? Did they meet the requirements? I do take some risk. I've taken people with less than 5 deals. I've taken people who've done 50 deals.
Sebastian had less than 5 deals when we took
Sometimes people done 50 deals, they're the hardest people to work with because they know it all. And I can't train you. If you know it all, I can't help you. I can't. Don't tell me how to do it. I'm not gonna help you. I can't do it. So my job is to create a problem for you. Most of you are trying to get your first deal, getting to your first 5 deals. 5 deals will give you past $100,000. You have to have clarity and focus and you got a path to get there. Some of you wanna jump and you wanna cut in the marathon. It's not gonna work. Then when you get in direct mail, you can get massive traction and you can do 10 and 12 deals in a month, period. The truth is in wholesaling, the biggest players, the biggest wholesalers, the ones I network, 70 to 75% of their deals come from direct mail. It's scalable, it's legal, you can set it, you can not forget it. Now, start out 2 times return is the goal. The idea is to get you to a 5x. When you become extremely efficient, you will get around 7 and 8x. So, if I invested $3,000 and I got 8 times return, that's what? Okay? I used to look at, here's one of the examples of direct mail. How many people are excited about swiping your credit card for $3,000? It sucks. Like I go, my God, I told my wife, I just spent $3,500. If this doesn't work, I don't know what I'm gonna do. She's like, you did what? And it's like, it go through this whole iteration. And so I looked at it as a cost. Now in my company, I do the complete opposite. If I don't spend that $3,000, I'm not gonna get my 24 grand. I discipline, like that's it. I look at $3,000, it's an investment in myself, my family, and everything I do. I turn it into 24 grand. All you need is 1 postcard turns into $100,000. It happens all the time for me. I use postcards to find probates to go, man, these are the monster deals. I found so many paths to it. Postcards are just, they're weird. I've learned a lot with direct mail. I don't do the form letters, they're too long. Anything that seems slightly scammy, like urgent, you know, the check stubs, they don't work, guys. I've tried everything. I did the Google images for the longest time. I found a niche that works really well and I keep it somewhat private. Because I don't want the gurus to take it. They can't figure out what I'm doing, I don't care. I spent over 100 grand figuring out the magic number. My son and I invested 1.5 years and did it, and we want to share it with you. So, if you want to do direct mail, speak to Corey before we leave. Speak to Jen, speak to Ace, speak to Sebastian, anybody involved. It is work, I'm not gonna lie to you, and you have to be accountable. And if you don't stay accountable in the program, you're out. That's it, I don't have time. If you're not gonna do it, I'm not gonna handhold you. So if we take you too early, I don't wanna burn you. So we step back and go, hey, listen, do a couple more deals and let's talk in 3 months. I'm doing you a favor when I say that. If I was the average guru, I'd just say, dude, you got your credit card on you? That's all they do. Does your credit card swipe? Do you have the stamina to do what you want to do? I love this business with a passion. I've watched so many people come and go. If I watch 10 wholesalers, I watch 9 fade every time. It's the same story every time. I tried the latest, greatest thing. It stopped working. I don't know what to do now. Stop trying to get on all these rides, okay? Any parting words?
Nope, that's about it. So like Rick said, if you guys are interested in learning more about direct mail or the program, just come find me. I'll be here until we're done for the day, and I'll be at the get together tonight. And we'll have a conversation and see if we think it'll be worth both of our time to venture into it. So I have a lot of faith and a lot of confidence in the program and a lot of faith and confidence in all of you all. This is for everybody. We want to get you to the point where if you are interested, you can come into the program, and then once you get in and get rolling, sky's the limits, guys. This has taken my business to an entirely different realm of possibilities on what I can do. So if you want to talk about it, you all come find me. Thank you.
Okay, so you kind of figured out our plan. The idea is me and Zach need to look no further to find our future leaders with Flip with Rick. Getting old, guys. So I love my son's energy. He keeps me super excited. Corey's just the first one. I got plans with Ace. The people that step up and help make money and they do exactly what they say, they're the people I want to align with. And that's what I want to do. So if you want a deeper and better connection, me and Zach do everything we can over these 2.5 days, 3 days we're here. But like there are limits in what we can do. I want to talk to everyone. I try my damn best. And I know there's limitations in it. But like we're going to figure a way. So if you really want to step up and do it, just work on yourself. And I can tell you, you've got to practice this stuff. When I bring you guys up there, when you polished, I just step back and go, wow, let's get this guy in the program. And I will go in the lives. I'm like, hey, Corey, reach out to this guy. Like, he just locked up like 6 contracts. He doesn't know what he's quite doing yet. Let's figure it out. So as we grow, and you go, hey, Rick, what if you have 100 people in the program? Then I'll have 4 Corys to help me out. There'll be people who will come behind him. And he gets rewarded exponentially. I also want to give a special thanks for the people who help us set up in the beginning, because it's not easy for us to do. Like, it's me, Zach, and my wife. That's what we do. When we shoot behind the cameras, we just turn on the camera and we talk. We cut out all the crap. I don't have a $300,000 production studio. It doesn't make a difference. If it's good enough for Alex Hormozy, it's good enough for us. People just care about the content. They don't give a crap how much you spend on your studio. And you have to have the education to do it. So here's what we're gonna do. Don't leave. I promised the guy we'd be out of here by 5. So me and Zach got one more thing we want to walk you through. At the end, if you could do me a favor to help out my wife and me, I believe they're going to stack up the tables. We're going to have boxes. If you could help fold up the tablecloths nice and neat. We'll gather some stuff. We'll do pictures, and then we'll make an announcement where we're going to be tonight. So without further ado, when Zach gets a moment, he can come up here.
Oh, yeah.
And we're going to go over one thing, and then as we go out, you can help her wrap out. Let's just try to get out by 5, because that was our commitment. And I'm probably going to get in trouble, but it's nothing new with me. So,
oh, yeah. If anyone came here to help volunteer, if you can pass these out, I'd appreciate that. I'll put it right here if you came to help volunteer. Oh, yeah, you did, too. Just hand out for them to do. So what I want to do is kind of, I guess, more personal for everyone. But pretty much what I want to do is kind of make a game plan. More specifically, I want to make sure everyone walks out of here with a game plan. So, me and my infinite wisdom, I've divided a game plan. And kind of like football, you know those guys with the football, they have the thing in front of them and they're like calling the plays, like this is your play sheet. So I'll put it on the screen here, but we're passing out to everyone. And I make sure everybody fills it out for themselves. And what I want to do is just kind of talk about walking through, and we can all talk together and be like, hey, I'm a little confused on this end. Perfect, let's talk about it, right? So where everyone in here can get a game plan, right? And some people I haven't been able to talk to yet, so please come up and talk to me, like John, I need to talk to him. But like, obviously, if I haven't talked to you, got a game plan set for you, I want to do this. But more specifically here, right? This is my wholesaling game plan, per se. And really what it is to create exactly, when we're leaving here, hey, I kind of have a good direction, right? A lot of people leave events and they're like excited, but they don't know what to do with the excitement, right? So let's kind of go over what you think too on this.
Okay.
So basically the first part of this is going to be kind of the biggest section. I'm calling it Flipper Plus Relationships. So just in case you get too excited, you don't have anyone's number, which I think everyone should have each other's numbers. Remember, everyone's in school. That's cool. So like Lenny, like, hey, if I talk to Lenny and I didn't get Lenny's number, I can just go into school, search Lenny and message him, and he'll message me back. Cool guy. But like, right, like, hey, in my market, who are other Flipper Plus members and other cool people I could probably talk to and hang out with? That's kind of cool. Tools, I think we should write down, if we're new, what tools we're using. Heck, if I have no money, I want to use Podio, Google Voice, Zillow, like, just list some tools you have. I think a Dispositions plan's nice. Like, hey, I'm going to call 100 for rents every single week. Like, just, it needs to be, this whole thing needs to be filled out. If I see gaps, we're going to be in trouble. Time and money budget. So pretty much a budget of how much time can I give every week, every month, times, things like this. Obviously, everyone's excited. Revenue goals, like where do you want to be at in the next 6 months for our next event, or heck, in the next year? After this, we have a nice big one here for marketing lists. So specifically, write down the lists you are going to do, what you want to do, and maybe something in the future. Again, we have my why. So really think about this, right? Like, I really want you to think about this. We can mastermind about this, talk to me about this, but like, why are you here? What's pushing you? Again, marketing channels. Then we're gonna talk about channels. Rory. We gotta get his game plan out here. Okay, so marketing channels. What channels? Hey, I'm cold calling, texting, whatever it is. This is important. And then from here, you know, this is gonna be in Flipboard Plus for anyone to download if you want 15 more of these things. But we're gonna have your weekly goals. Like every single week, how many calls do you want to be made for your marketing? How many driving for dollars leads? It's okay if it's 0, just write it down. Then from there, we want to figure out what our KPIs for a deal should be, and we're going to fill these in together. But what should our contact rate be? Like what should our goal KPI be? I think for everybody, it's roughly different everywhere, but I think key performance indicator, which is a fancy schmancy term of, like what are numbers that should be key for us? Like, what should we perform? So for example, Lenny, right? It's a good question. Contact rate. I think everyone should shoot for a 10 to 15% contact rate. 20% is great. That means if I call 100 people, 20 homeowners pick up. That's a 20% contact rate. That would be a KPI for a deal for us, right? We want to be at, hopefully in a week, 1 offer would be amazing. An offer a day keeps the guru away, as I say. Mm-hmm. That's a lot. That's a lot of marketing, right? But if we make 1 offer a week, that is probably a goal I think everyone should have, because heck, that's consistent deals. Drawing for dollars leads every single week. Actually, that's on weekly goals. KPIs for a deal, offers made for a deal. I'll probably say 4 offers for a deal is what we should probably focus on. I think you make 4 offers, you should get at least 1 deal. I think about 500 drawing for dollars leads is decent. Probate's 500. Now cold calls, like what should we do here? Depends. If you're doing 800 probates, you should probably get a deal after 800. Texts depends on the list. Probably looking at 2,000 or 3,000 texts, not trying to scare anyone. And then fear, we're gonna put 0. Okay, if our fear is at 1 or 2 or 90, your fear has to be 0. And then let's fill it out, talk. And if you have questions about this, like, hey, I don't know, should I do this? Just take your time, raise your hand, and let's do it. So, yeah, if you have questions, raise your hand, and me and Rick can help you out here. I think everyone's focusing on writing. It's so quiet. This is the quietest it's been yet. But yeah, so we kind of devised this, because I just feel like everyone needs a plan to come out, right?
So we're always working on like different plans of structure. Some of the feedback you go, man, the one you have flipped with Rick, man, is over my head.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay, you got it inside my head. So we've kind of simplified it. We want to start with this. If you ain't gonna write it down, it's not gonna happen. And if me and Zach want to help you, if you can put clarity down. So if we can do it while we're here, I know people are tired, they're hungry, gotta use the bathroom. But take the time and do it.
And send it to us.
So how do you want them to send it to us?
So if you have the school app, you can just take a picture and send it to me. It's pretty cool. That creates accountability. Because if you text me this, all right, I'll have you on file. Say, if you text me, I want to make 200 calls, and you ended up only making 100, well, you're short of your thing. Like, what do you expect, right? And it just make it a lot easier. And then obviously, I can have it like a digital version of it, which would be kind of nice. Yep. And then obviously all the school stuff's all in there. So yeah, I like it. So everyone's super quiet, so this is nice. It's quiet, very quiet. Yeah, you can use the back. I think I went a little crazy with the boxes, honestly.
I mean, it's great. It's just.
Yeah.
So you can write on the back if you need to.
You can write on the back.
Like, say you cold call for 2 straight hours every day. How many calls do you think that would be?
Single line? 100 for 5 days, 500 for a week. And here's the cool part, Joseph. Like, maybe we're cool enough I can call you Joe one day. but basically, like, just what I would say is, heck, you can create another one just do a week of calling and see how much you can do. Don't put an unfair burden on you, right? Because like if I make everyone here run a mile, everyone's times are gonna be different. And it's like, okay, let's improve on that. I think you can do 500. You're a grinder. You know, so.
If I tap into your mail program, and it's about 120 probates per week in Palm Beach County.
Yeah.
And so could I just use your mail program? That I can do for the next several months, a mailing program.
You can, but you have to commit to the program because it's some people like, well, it doesn't cost me anything, so I got nothing to lose. I'm looking.
No, I understand that.
I look for partners, so I understand your limitations. The question is, so you're not far from me, so it would be the hardest thing for me to help you sell it. I just can't take on 100 people and help them sell the property.
Totally understand that.
Because the money's made when you buy it correctly. And then the idea is with probates, I specialize in probably 60% of the deals I partner up are probates because they get complicated, they need help, and we do it. So yes, you can do it, but you got to talk to Corey. Everyone's got a unique situation. That's why we just don't go, okay, you're in.
Right.
Swipe me 10 grand.
And I'm not, honestly, this is probably going to sound weird. I don't really want to be that right now with you because I know I'm not in a place that we can work well together. I'm trying to get to the point where I'm doing enough deals where I can sell my pool company, and then all that time, that 60, 70 hours a week that I spend with that, now I'm doing this.
Okay.
Hard work is not a problem for me.
I know. So you can do a lot of driving for dollars as you're driving around.
I'm in high-end country clubs.
So that's a different story.
All Northerners, all snowbirds.
So talk to Corey and we'll go over your situation, figure out. The only thing you got to figure out is like how you're going to answer your phone.
Yeah, well, I can answer my
So if you can answer your phone, we can do anything. If you think you're going to wait a day to call someone back, you're going to get killed. I just don't want to see people get killed in direct mail.
Yeah.
Because I see it over and over. I'm like, I've been through it. I just sucked it up and figured it out. I lost a lot of money when I first did it. I go, okay, I got this figured out.
You'll appreciate this. I had a young kid come up to me one time and he said, how did you get to 350 pools or whatever it was at the time, because he heard. And I said, it's really difficult. I do what I say I'm going to do, and I call people back.
It's true. Especially in South Florida, man. It's crazy.
Right.
Okay, we'll talk. Yes. Oh, I thought you were walking up. Hold on. 1 second.
Reverse mortgage deal. Yeah, we talked about it last night.
Yeah, we talked about it, yeah. I told you what to do.
Yeah, you did. Thanks.
Okay.
All right, we'll talk, man. Yeah, definitely.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Are you guys going to talk about the X's and L days?
Yes, that's what we're trying to squeeze in right now.
Put in your little
Okay.
sheet.
Let me have a picture. My girl has been dying. Hey, take a picture with me.
We'll do pictures up there, get a better color.
Perfect,
Yeah,
perfect.
Most likely, they try charging you and.
Rick, you want to see my motorcycle?
I do, but you're still gonna have to scan it to me, okay?
Oh, okay. What about that?
What's PL mean?
Per month. Per abbreviated month.
Oh, okay. You have nice handwriting though. Me and my son are just horribly blessed with handwriting. Like doctor's handwriting, I'm like. Okay, so what I want you to do is scan it. And when I get back, I'm looking at so many, I get a little bit, like, I'm just being honest, like, my ADHD just like, crap. So hold on to it, we'll get it going, okay? Okay.
I just want to make sure I'm doing this right. So I think on this side, I think I went a little too, I think actually this stuff's supposed to be up here. But I don't know, is that right from here or what?
So KPIs are like your targets.
Yes.
And these are your goals you shoot for.
Okay, yes.
And then this is how you try to keep yourself on track and see if you're getting traction or not. But this is what you have to commit to. This is how you create consistency, which is going to lead to your discipline. Without this, you're going, well, I'm just going to call today until I burn out. That's not a way to attack calls. If you're going to make 200 calls, be a man, write down, make 200 calls, and tell yourself the truth. And then down here, you can follow up. So the idea is you set numbers, and then this helps you be accountable and track what's really going on with it. Because once you start to get data, you can really figure out it like everybody does. If you don't put down data, every time you go on Zoom, they're like, I don't know, I made a lot of calls this week. I go, well, what's a lot? It just means you've got to spend more time figuring out how to do it. And so this one was designed as a brainstorm, and we'll adjust it accordingly. The one I gave you guys is just my ADHD kicked in. It's like 3 worksheets super long. You're like, Rick, I don't even know where to start with this thing. I go, listen, if you start with one, it just breaks down 5 different things you want to accomplish. Just start with that sheet, and then let's have a conversation when we do it. So the idea is this is a brainstorm. The idea should stimulate some conversations. You figure out your connections. We kind of did them basically in not really order of importance, but like, what are you really doing? Sometimes you got to step out of wholesaling to do really good and step back into it. Sometimes just calls. Yeah, I go, I want to make a crap load of money. What do I do? What do I do? This goes, it just kind of writes it down. It'll clarify to you. And then I can point you in some better directions or help you out with it. Okay?
Yeah, I'll still work on that. I did have one last question
Yes.
on the why aspect. You were talking about beliefs earlier today.
Yes.
Mine's it's so generic it pisses me off, I guess.
What is it?
I just want to help people.
You need more.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. I want
So what's in it for you? What's in it for your family?
For me, the satisfaction of knowing that somebody else grew. I want to be able to help others grow. And then for my family, when you help others, the money comes.
So how do you help your family out?
I work, and then in that instance, I mean...
What's the most valuable resource you can give to your family?
Me.
There you go. So you start with that. How do they get more of you?
I'm there for them more.
I know, but you have to free up more of your time in the future.
Yes.
You already have obligations you're living up to. That's excellent. But like, how can I provide more for, do you have kids?
No, not yet.
Okay. Plan on having kids?
Eventually, yeah.
Okay. So the idea is I be working so I can spend more time with my kids. My dad never spent any time with me. I was an obligation, that was it. My mom took care of me wonderfully, but she had limitations. So I decided when I had kids, I go, I got to get out of this rat race. I was doing 80, 90 hours a week with no sight. I made good money, but I hated every day of it. So I wanted my time back, and then once I got my time, I knew the money would come with it. So freedom was my biggest ringing. Freedom was like, that's it, man. I just want to do what I want, when I want. I want freedom of my time so I can spend more time with my kids. So I won't have a terrible relationship with my wife, and we can work on it. But I'm going to make her step up to the plate too if I am. And you make everybody. The best way you get people to step up to the plate is you lead. You do it. You have to lead. So you start with yourself and go with it. I was such a mess before I did wholesaling, you have no idea. I'm just telling you, you got to have one focus, and when you get traction, you get it going, you stick to it. That time will give you time to breathe and like calm down. Stress is the biggest killer of all of us. It'll cause more disease, more heart attacks. You got to get it under control. I've been there, man. I was stressed out every day. I didn't enjoy myself. That's why we turn to alcohol, drugs, everything else, because we don't know how to deal with it. So just start with that. What is it? Is it freedom? It's got to be past helping others. I believe that's an inherent human nature. Some people don't have it. So what do you want to get out of it? Like, what is your vision? What will you do now that you would do in 25 years and you go, yep, I wrote it, I believe in it. I was a completely different person when I wrote it. I wanted to get the hell out of Dodge. How can I get control of my time to actually run a business? You have to get time first, then you multiply that into money. Most people chase the money and they never get the time. This is why I don't work 7 days a week. If I work till my head cut off, what value in my family? Like, it's just like, and you want to work like, listen, we're only on the earth so long, right? Yeah. So what, I want to work till I'm 75 and then die? No. It's freedom of time. Do something you enjoy, multiply money, and help others. That's why we do it. What's up?
Hey Rick, I don't know. I just like we just want to once over it. You know, the KPIs like so. I could do like 10 hours plus a week. Calls me. Would that be someone like just outgoing even if they're not answering, or calls me and like someone said hello and I ask them at least if they're home?
So first of all, you start with calls made. How many do you want to do in a 30-day period?
Wow. That's just outbound calls, simple, like, I don't know, 30-day period.
You overanalyze a lot of stuff, don't you? Okay. So here's what I want you to concentrate on right now, right here. You're right here, you're present. Find the relationships you want to connect with.
Okay.
Let's start with that, and then we work our way backwards, because once you leave here, I can't fill this one out.
All right, that's fair.
Okay?
Yeah.
And then your why, which is great.
Financial health.
So this is kind of like goals that you're going with. Don't get obsessed with this. Start with the relationships, because if you don't get this part, you got to connect with other people that help you with accountability. You can find other people, and then you can use school and connect with them. That's the whole purpose of why we do these live events. That's why it's number one on there.
Yeah, before it breaks, yeah.
Yes.
Good stuff, man. That
Hey,
was
man.
an awesome event.
Okay.
Chip from Virginia.
No, I know. I got 2 chips.
Yeah,
I know.
You just came and introduced me.
Are you a big Michigan fan?
I am. So I went there. I graduated in '89, and my daughter is there now.
Yeah.
One of my daughters.
It's a great school, man. I love their football program.
Same. I do too.
It was a hell of a year last year, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was exciting. I'm glad they did it.
Yep.
They deserved it, man. They worked good. They had a great coach.
Lions, I'm a huge Lions fan.
I love your coach.
Yep.
I begged for him to stay with Miami.
Campbell, and then Sheila Ford Camp. You know her dad's side is the Ford family. Her mom's side is the Firestone family.
Yeah.
Literally from 2 industry leaders.
I got cheered on Detroit when I watched the old Barry Sanders. To me, today is still the most exciting NFL player I've ever seen in my life. Although I will tell you, Lamar Jackson's making a run for the money, dude. He's fun to watch, man. He's awesome.
Quick question.
Yes.
If we were to add the 2 additional users to X Leads, what would that?
I think it's like $10 or $12 per user per month.
Okay, that's not
So all you got to do is reach out to support, and my team will set it up. There's a reason we do it, because there's a lot of abuse on people handing codes out, and I don't want to do the Netflix thing, and because it adds. I have to spend $100,000 to search your IP. I go, this is ridiculous. We're just going to a la carte it, and then when you need to turn it on, and you turn it off. But if you want to make people accountable, it's a very minor expense, and I'm going to be honest with you. It's at cost. Like, we don't make any money doing it. It's just there's a certain cost and a level of service that has to go with it.
When you first launched it, we realized like you didn't want people to be sharing. So anytime we've ever used it, we've always been in the same room. Like, we don't want to.
No, I know, but it's like So eventually we'll open it up to where we'll do like additional users, but we have to. We solve one problem at a time. So we're getting ready to go everything with X Leads right now. So. Okay.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna. So my plan of action then would be reach out to support at X Leads.
Yeah, they'll do it and say, listen, I need to add X amount of users. Now, what they do, don't get pissed. They're going to vet them a little bit and make sure they're like legitimate.
Okay.
Because they don't want your buddy just taking the code and like doing it.
I don't know if you.
And they go, listen. They'll just say, listen, they ask very low-level questions, not sophisticated, but like, if you got somebody in Michigan and say you're in North Carolina, so are you doing marketing in there? And they'll say, hey, if that's the case, send me the business card or something that kind of shows me. We do it because we got annihilated the first month. I'm like, holy crap. She goes, that's it. I go, do you want all? I go, we're all la carte in it. I'm not including it. Because nobody needs 5 users right off the bat. 90% of our people are 1 user.
Right.
And then we grow it. So we're going to do some of the, which plan do you have?
The X plan.
Okay. Did you pay for the year or?
Paid for the year.
Okay. So before you leave, see my wife. She has something for you. Okay. She has 2 things for you.
Awesome.
Okay.
Awesome.
Okay. Where do you go? I'm listening and looking. What's that?
I need help.
Okay.
This is the kind of thing where I lose.
Okay.
I'm not going to complete.
So what I want you to do is simplify. Okay. Focus on your relationships here. and then focus on your why. And we just solve one puzzle at a time. Listen, this stresses me out when I look at it. So just go, listen, the most important one is going to be your relationships because you're here and present. Focus on that because you get so much energy with it.
Go around asking for their numbers, or?
But ask for value with it. People you've connected with. Like, man, I like what you're doing. I heard your story. Hey, how can I, do you mind if I contact you on school? Don't be like, give me your email, give me your phone number. I'm like, oh, I got a stalker. I got to go. I got to go. You got to provide value to people. Go, listen, I want to help you out. And hey, I heard you focus. You struggle with ADHD. I'm a wholesaler. Can you help me out? And just, that's how you connect with them. But you want to find authentic. You don't want to be like, we don't want to mass market each other because we have enough going on. So over the 2.5 days, you should find someone that you had a natural connection. That's why we want you to rotate. We kind of go out and we have get-togethers. We do this and we tell you to go to lunch break with other people. Don't overwhelm yourself. It's not worth it. But then what you do is check it off. We got this, and then each time you message me or we go on a live, we go, hey Rick, let me go in like on the tool. Tools are simple, just things that help you. Sometimes, like my wife's my tool. She helps me keep me organized. My son runs my schedule. I don't touch it. He tells me where I can't do it. I go, Buck, like the days I go, dude, I get up at 6:30, tell me just where to be. Sometimes he turns the camera on. He goes, you're shooting a video right now. I go, God damn it. I go, I'm not in the mood. He goes, I don't care. He goes, you get in the mood. As George Costanza said in Seinfeld, he goes, I don't give a crap. You get in the mood. I'm unemployed. I got nothing going on. You get in the mood. And so like I've learned, because before I'd be like, I just don't feel like doing it. The ADHD says I'm done. And you can't run a business that way. I just get through it, and then I find what my release is afterwards, and I'm fine. And like I feel better. It's like working out. Nobody wants to go in, including myself. I dread it. But when I get it, I feel so much better afterwards. So you have to focus on your end result. Sometimes you look at the task and go, man, I really don't want to do it. So let me tell you, when I had to call a seller and give them really bad news, I just sit there and stare at the phone for 20, 30 minutes. I'm like, shit. I go, just get it over with. Because 20 minutes of torture, no matter how bad you think about it, it's not going to change. So just do it. Just get it over with. Bad news sucks. ADHD delays it like terribly. So you're fine. Just start with that. Okay? And then we'll scan it and we'll work on it. We don't have to solve everything right here.
Thank you.
You enjoying it?
It's been a pleasure.
Okay. We got one more thing with X Leads before we go. So
okay.
Let me grab my son before you all.
I'm going to give you the quick rundown.
Yes.
We're going full time.
What's that?
We're going full time.
Okay.
Like you told me.
Yeah.
Drive for dollars, picking them off one by one.
Okay.
Reverse drive for dollars. Sticky notes on pre-foreclosures, and doing probates.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that 45 hours.
You gotta learn the consistency.
Yeah.
But like after 2 years, you can you just work smarter. And once you get wholesaling going good, you can do 10 to 15 hours a week. It's actually a joy. But you can't do it without the full push. And I don't have a limit. Like when I wholesaled first, I was just 7 days a week I had to get going. I know, I can't find Zach.
Can you make an announcement
Yes.
so they can come see me?
Yes.
But they're cleaning up right now.
Can I grab one more of these for free?
Yes. Okay, guys, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. We got one more thing to cover real quick here. When Zach comes up, you can fold. I appreciate everybody helping out, but we just got a few more minutes. We got a couple things we got to go over with you. So, first of all, Zach, when you get a chance, come up. Before you leave, guys, take a seat. Hold on. If you guys took the chairs. Hey, Zach. Hold on. Come on. So, while Zach's getting his stuff together, we have some stuff to go over here. Actually, it's right before we go, some really cool stuff. Before you leave, see my wife before you leave. They have a gift for you. It's pretty cool. You'll like it. You can flash it all over the internet, whatever you want to do. But see her before you leave. Make sure you thank her because she does donate her time. It is torture being a spouse or a significant other of a wholesaler. It's like, let's just brutally admit it. It's it takes a hell of a lot of guts to like support what you do like that, because it is a wild roller coaster. So make sure you check out. Number 2, who has the X-Plan in here? Raise your hand. Okay. Now, I got to do this by priority because I screwed up and I left some stuff in the office. My fault. Sometimes you're in a rush and my ADHD took over. If you have the X-Plan and you prepaid, make sure you see my wife. She has something for you. If we don't have it for you, we'll get your information, and I promise I'll just mail it to you, okay? I screwed up. I left a couple boxes. It's my fault. He rushed me out of here. But that's what we need to do.
I'll show them what we got.
Did you want to go over the X-Plan stuff, or do you have time?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. Okay. First and foremost. All right, make sure you talk to Michelle, because we got everyone a nice little mug. If you read it very specifically, it's the best drinking vessel you'd ever have.
Just hand them out.
Powered by Guru Tears. Little tear right there. So pretty fun. So make sure everyone's got it. If we run out, make sure you get we're addressed. We'll just mail it to you, and we'll all be good. It's pretty exciting. So we're gonna go over a couple things too, because I know some people weren't able to come here, but just kind of recapping this event one more time. Right, guys, wholesaling real estate will change your life. I think we've seen it from everyone, right? Danielle just gave me another big hug. Actually, Danielle, can you stand up for a second? Yeah, she just got her first deal today. Oh yeah! So wholesaling will change her life. So shout out to Danielle. So go talk to her, give her a big congrats today. She got her first deal, so excited. But guys, wholesaling will change your life. Today's life got changed today, right? It's all about the work. It's all about the work we put in and everything we put in. If you don't consistently market, you don't consistently get leads. And when you don't consistently get leads, you don't get deals. So marketing is important. The journey's hard. This business, it's going to suck. But the point of it is the reward is greater than anything else. If you embrace the hard work, we're good to go. So what do we do now? Guys, we all have a game plan. Take a picture, send it to me. I promise you. If you send me the picture, I'll go reach out and talk to you every single week. Guys, fill out your game plan, execute the schedule, stay accountable. That is the point. And guys, don't be like strangers. We have each other's information. Reach out to somebody. If they don't contact you in a month, reach out to them, annoy them. That's how you do it. Heck, annoy me on the school too. We're good to go. We're excited too to announce our version 2 of X Leads. So this is coming out late November, but we're basically calling it like a beta. So if you have X Leads, message me. I'll give everyone beta access tomorrow. I'll get my VA to give it to everyone, but pretty exciting. We're announcing unlimited free skip tracing. So 40, 50,000 per people. That's pretty cool. Ain't cheap, but don't post this. Don't post this. No posting. Okay, if this comes out, I'm be in trouble, so no posting. But we're gonna come with a dialer, an SMS blaster. I believe it's 57,000 texts is $500, so do the math from there. It's less than a penny per text, that's pretty cool. We actually came out with AI texting. So if you're cold calling and you put no answer, so you click no answer, AI is gonna be able to text that seller, have a conversation to figure out if they're looking to sell the property. Once they say, yeah, I actually am looking to sell my house, it goes in your CRM, which is pretty cool. It's like 2024, yeah, that's gonna come. Oh, I put 2025, my bad. It's 2024, okay? So it's next month. So yeah, sorry about that. That's gonna be pretty exciting, and we're gonna have AI follow-ups, all these cool stuff. If you have Pro Plan, if you go and try to Dispo, all the buyer's information is going to pop up there, all the phone numbers. We're going to have an SEO website for everyone. So I think someone here that came to Mastermind, you're able to have a seller site, buyer site, be pretty cool. We're getting everyone Go High Level for free also, which is pretty cool. And then 0.87 of a cent per text. So pretty exciting, we're pretty proud of it. Another big announcement I have for everyone is for the next event. Oh, food for thought. I forgot to mention this. I want to give a shout out to the 4 members here that came, that has come to the last 2 events. There's only 4 people here that have been to every single Flipper Plus event we've had, which is just 2.
Ace, Aaron, Corey, and Yvonne, stand up. Give them a shout out. Food for thought for everyone. They didn't go to a lot of events, they came to 2. And because they decided to go to 2 events, all of them have increased the amount of money they're making wholesaling real estate. So each one of them minimum has doubled their business, at least 300-400%. So food for thought. Maybe the more you come here, the more money you make. Kind of a shocker. But it is kind of crazy. So give a shout out to them and a shout out to everyone that came in. Oh my gosh. And then next event we're talking about, so kind of a crazy announcement, not sad, but we only have 1 event every single year now. It's not a bad thing, because our next event's not really going to be an event anymore. This is an event, right? Speakers, talking, big, right? The next event, everyone's invited, but it's not really an event. We're calling it the Flipper Plus Mastermind. So it's kind of more round table, more mastermind, what's working, what's not. Kind of like, me and Rick are like the speakers and all, it's all great, but like, it's gonna be more of like a mastermind. So probably the same amount of people, probably more like usual, unfortunately. But it's gonna be more round table, more intimate, more interactive, more social interaction. So we're going towards 1 big event and 1 mastermind. And so I think it's gonna be pretty cool. Obviously, same access to me and Rick, and it's gonna be basically an event, right? But that event, that mastermind, is gonna be in Los Angeles, Riverside. It's gonna be April 2025. So y'all are invited. Send me a deal, get there for free too. And we will see you in California. I'm pretty excited.
Awesome. Well, guys, here's what we're going to do. We're wrapping everything up. If you can help us just clear the tables with the tablecloths, make sure you check in with Michelle before you leave. If you want to do pictures in the back, we just got to be out of here by 5 or we're in trouble. So I appreciate you all coming out. Make sure you travel safe. And we will see you guys soon. Thank you so much.
Hold on.
For upgrade list
Oh yeah.
Just trying to get my head around it.
Don't send it to anyone. I'll help you out.
Yeah, I'll reach out to you.
Is that what you locked it up for?
When I got it for, what I was selling it for was $275. I got it for $250. So it's like,
okay.
You said $265. Where'd you get $265?
I gotta look.
So are you okay with $275 though?
If the buyer can buy it, then sure.
Okay, awesome. So that's what I'll put on the JV, and if we need to negotiate, let me know. But I was like, I don't even think I said the price, so I'm like, I needed you to hear that. So then I'll send you kind of my assignment thing so you can see it. You can like keep it.
All right.
Can I? Where do I?
Yeah, let me just shut this down real quick. So we don't have a problem. We're good to go. Are you coming out tonight?
Yeah.
Okay.